The Billionaire Handyman. Written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2021 by Christine Kersey. This book is dedicated to my own handyman, my husband, Dave. Though he's not a billionaire, he's an amazing husband. I've loved working on lots of projects with him over the years and always enjoy hanging out as we work. I love you and appreciate all you do for me. Chapter 1. Ethan sat back and watched as his friends Luke and Kate exchanged marriage vows. When he thought about the way they'd met, he had to suppress a chuckle. Luke had finally told him that he'd created a fake profile on a dating app to hide the fact that he was a billionaire. Maybe I should do something like that, he thought, but immediately discarded the idea. That wasn't his style. Besides, what were the odds he would find someone as charming and wonderful as Kate? Not high. Instead of thinking about his pitiful love life, he focused on the lovely ceremony, basking in the reflected joy that was so clear on the faces of Luke and Kate. All through the reception, which included an amazing 4-course meal, Ethan couldn't stop thinking about the new adventure he was about to embark upon. It was something he'd been thinking about for a while, ever since his father had passed away unexpectedly several months earlier. Throughout Ethan's growing up years, and to be honest, even as an adult, his father had always made an effort to let Ethan know what was most important: relationships with those you love, family ties, basically, things money couldn't buy. After his father's death, Ethan had taken that to heart and had realized that the oft-repeated phrase, "money can't buy happiness," was actually true. So he'd sold his extremely lucrative business and was now walking completely away from the life he'd known, the life he'd built for himself. If he wasn't only 31, he might have called it a midlife crisis. But no, that's not what it was. He'd had an epiphany that although he was wealthy beyond what he'd ever dreamed of, he wasn't happy. Now he was doing something about it. A while later, as Ethan watched couples moving around the dance floor, Luke came over to him and said, "So glad you could come." Luke and Kate had already taken their first dance, and now they were mingling with their guests. Ethan smiled warmly. "I wouldn't miss it." Luke chuckled. "Just glad it didn't interfere with you moving into seclusion." That brought a loud laugh from Ethan. "Sounds like you think I'm going to be a hermit." Luke's eyebrows rose in question. "Aren't you? All alone in that cabin in the middle of nowhere?" Shaking his head, Ethan couldn't stop his grin. He was eager to get to the modest cabin he'd purchased in Cedar Park, California, and eager to take on DIY projects. While growing up, he'd helped his father on many projects around their house and felt rather confident in his handyman skills. He would find out soon enough if his confidence was well placed or a colossal overestimation of his skill set. "The town proper's only a few miles away," he said in reply to Luke's comment. "Hardly in the middle of nowhere." Luke gave Ethan a hearty pat on the back. "Whatever you say." A smirk tugged up one side of his mouth. "When you get tired of nothing to do and no one around, you're welcome to come stay at my place." Luke looked toward Kate, who was visiting with other guests. Love filled his eyes. "I guess I should say, our place." At the look of adoration on Luke's face, Ethan couldn't help but feel envious. Sure, he had dated lots of women, but he'd never found the one. Well, he certainly wouldn't find her among the forests of the Sierra Nevadas. Anyway, that wasn't why he was going. Quite the contrary. He felt a deep need to get back to basics, to focus on something completely opposite of making money, to use his hands and his wits to solve different kinds of problems. Not the kinds of problems that led to making stacks of money, but things like how to repair a clogged sink or a leaky roof, or how to lay a new wood floor. Yeah, he was eager to get started on this adventure. Chapter 2. "Are you sure about this?" Marcel asked Aspen. Aspen smiled at her best friend, who stood in the doorway of her nearly empty bedroom, then tucked another t-shirt into her suitcase. She would miss seeing Marcel all the time, but it wasn't like they wouldn't be able to get together. After all, Sacramento was only 2 hours from the cottage Aspen was moving into up in the mountains. Yeah, she said in reply. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Well, Marcel said with a tilt of her head, I think you're crazy to sell everything and move up there all by yourself. But you do you. Aspen laughed. You know I will. Anyway, I didn't sell everything. Some of my stuff is in storage. You sold this condo, Marcel pointed out with a tone filled with disbelief, her arms open to encompass the space where Aspen had lived for the last several years. Though she knew it seemed crazy, Aspen also knew that she had to go all in on this new venture. If she still owned her condo, it would give her an easy out, a way to give up and come back. No, this was the best way to proceed. She reached for the last item hanging in her closet, a pair of jeans, then paused and turned to face Marcel. I know it's going to be different, but I'm super excited about this. Marcel's lips pursed. Good thing you can work from anywhere, I guess. Otherwise, I would be worried that you'd become destitute. As an independent graphic designer, Aspen worked for herself doing contract work. She'd already made sure the cottage she'd inherited from her grandmother had decent Wi-Fi, so as far as she was concerned, she had everything she needed to get by. That, plus town was less than 15 minutes away, so she could get groceries and such without much difficulty. So yeah, she would be fine. Wearing a grimace, Marcel asked, What about wild animals? That was something that had crossed Aspen's mind, but she was determined to not let anything discourage her from making this move. Not making eye contact with her best friend, Aspen took the jeans off of the hanger, then rolled them up and jammed them into a corner of her already full suitcase. What about them? Aren't you, I don't know, worried that they'll... Marcel's grimace deepened. Get close to the cottage? To tell the truth, yes, she definitely was. But her grandmother, who had used the cabin as a getaway in her younger days, had spent plenty of time there and had never been injured by an animal. I'm sure if I pay attention, I'll be just fine, she hoped. She struggled to zip the overflowing suitcase closed, but managed to do it before turning to Marcel with a broad smile. Guess that's it. Marcel stood. All right. A forced smile appeared on her lips. Do you want me to start loading your stuff into your Jeep? Yeah, that would be great. Together, they loaded everything Aspen had packed. Now the condo was completely empty. I still can't believe you sold your condo, Marcel said after they crammed in the last box. Aspen shrugged. It's what I needed to do. Marcel faced her, her hands on her hips. But what if you hate living in the mountains? The comment irritated Aspen. It was as if Marcel believed Aspen would fail in this endeavor. Marcel's lack of confidence only strengthened Aspen's resolve. I'll make it work. Marcel frowned. How close is your nearest neighbor going to be? Her tone said, You're going to be all alone out in the wilderness, alone with wild animals and who knows what else. Not about to validate Marcel's legitimate worries, Aspen shrugged. I'm not sure. Shaking her head, Marcel sighed, then gave Aspen a warm hug before stepping back and giving her a stern look. I expect to hear from you frequently. Aspen laughed. You remind me of my mother right now. Cupping a hip with her hand, Marcel frowned. What does your mother think about this anyway? Well, the cottage belonged to her mother, and her mother taught her to love the outdoors, so she thinks it's great. At least, her mother mostly thought it was great. She had her reservations too, but she wasn't objecting to Aspen moving to the cottage, not as strenuously as Marcel was. Aspen glanced at her phone to check the time. I'd better get going. I'll have a lot to do once I get there. At least it won't be too cold, Marcel said. Then she paused. Yet. It's only May, Aspen replied. I have months before it gets cold again. Marcel rolled her eyes. Right. This only made Aspen laugh. Marcel was a sun worshipper, whereas Aspen didn't mind the cold. She gave Marcel a quick hug, then opened the door to her red Jeep and hopped inside. I'll text you when I get there, okay? Marcel nodded. "Drive safe." Chapter 3. 2 hours later, Aspen reached the turnoff to the gravel road that led to the cottage. Excitement swelled within her. She was here. It was time for her adventure to begin. It had been a number of years since she'd been there. Her grandmother hadn't even been there herself for the 2 years before she passed away, as her health had been failing and she'd been residing in an assisted living facility. Making her way up the long drive, the property included 10 acres, Aspen smiled. Pulling up to the cottage, she took in the overgrown bushes lining the walkway, the peeling green paint on the exterior of the cottage, and the brown leaves covering parts of the pitched roof. Her heart sank a little. Hoping she hadn't bitten off more than she could chew, she parked the Jeep and shut off the engine, then opened the door and hopped out, trying to recapture the optimism she felt on the drive there. Audibly exhaling, she strode to the front door with more confidence than she felt. Then she inserted her key and turned it. The lock disengaged. Pocketing the key, she forced a determined smile onto her lips and nodded once, then turned the knob and pushed the door inward. It was dark inside, and with her eyes used to the bright sunlight, she could hardly see a thing. Maybe that was good, because instead of seeing what was there, she pictured what she remembered from her last visit. Grandma Charlotte's welcoming smile, the lovely scent of freshly baked oatmeal cookies, comfortable furniture in a tidy room, sun streaming in through the windows. Yes, those were good memories. She realized she had closed her eyes, and as she stood in the doorway, she opened them. Now that her eyes had adjusted to the dim interior, she could see better. "This is silly," she murmured. Then she walked boldly across the room and yanked the blinds up. Sunlight burst inside, making her blink, but now the room was well lit. Motes of dust danced in the beams of sunlight, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. Despite all the work she had ahead of her, Aspen smiled as the good memories she treasured continued to fill her mind. This was her home now. At least, she was determined to make it her home. She had to. It was her only home now. Then a terrible thought struck her. Had she made a mistake in selling her condo, to committing fully to making this cottage her home? After all, living at the cottage full-time would be starkly different from visiting her Grandma Charlotte for a couple of weeks. Frowning, she worked to silence her doubts. No matter what she decided, the decision had been hers and hers alone. She hadn't let anyone tell her what to do. No one. "Don't think about him," she told herself, as an image of her ex popped into her mind. Shaking away the image, she opened the window, letting in the glorious fresh mountain air. Closing her eyes and inhaling deeply, she felt a sense of satisfaction at being there, by herself. Ah, she loved it here, loved the scent of pine trees, the sound of the breeze brushing through the pine needles, the crisp, clean air. She turned back to the tiny living room and couldn't stop the small lurch she felt at the work it would take to clean the place up, especially when she considered what repairs would need to be done. Though she fancied herself an extremely capable woman, she knew that in reality she would need help with some, maybe most, of the repairs the place would need. "Focus on one thing at a time, Aspen," she told herself. "First up, cleaning." Before she began, she took a tour of the 800-square-foot cottage, going into the downstairs bedroom first. The room, which her grandmother had used as a guest bedroom, was off of the living room. Aspen was going to use it as her office. The twin bed sitting against one wall would stay. What if Marcel wanted to come up for a visit? And Aspen could use a small desk for work. Those two items took up most of the room. Next, she went back into the living room and then into the kitchen, which was off of the living room as well. The black and white checked floor always made her smile, but as she swept her gaze around the space, she had to suppress a frown. It was so much smaller than the modern kitchen in her condo. A freestanding vintage oven with a stovetop sat against one wall. Next to that was the only countertop, which included the sink. Upper and lower cabinets completed the area. A small refrigerator was tucked against another wall, and the tiny dining table took up much of the remaining space. A door led to a small mudroom, which led to an outside door. Finally, Aspen went back through the living room, glad that her grandmother had covered the couch and recliner with sheets. Then she went up the narrow staircase, which led to the final space, an open area with a double bed, a dresser, and a small bathroom off of the room. This was where her grandmother had slept when she came to the cottage, and now it was Aspen's bedroom. She walked back down the stairs out to her Jeep where she grabbed the cleaning supplies she'd brought with her. First, she carefully removed the sheet covering the couch to minimize how much dust fell to the carpeted floor. And when the Wedgwood blue fabric was revealed, more happy memories returned. Smiling with contentment, she uncovered the recliner, then carried the sheets out onto the sunny front porch and unfolded them before shaking them out. After refolding them, she carried them inside, set them on the couch, then plugged in the vacuum and began removing the dust from the carpet. Next, she thoroughly dusted the tables and other surfaces. 2 hours later, the cottage was much improved. Fresh sheets were on her bed. Her luggage had been unpacked and the suitcases stowed in a closet. Smiling with satisfaction, she decided she had done enough for one day and grabbed her purse before heading to her Jeep. It was time to get a few groceries at the small grocery store in town. Chapter 4. Ethan had been at his cabin for nearly 2 weeks now, and already he was beyond bored. Not used to having so much free time, he found himself at loose ends. He needed projects, lots of projects. He looked around the cabin and frowned. At just over 2,000 square feet, it was radically smaller than his house in Los Angeles, but for a mountain cabin, it was spacious. The place was beautiful. Soaring wood ceilings, 3 large bedrooms, each with their own bathroom, a powder room on the main floor, a well-appointed kitchen, a large deck with stunning views. Yeah, it was perfect. Why had he thought he would have projects here? Just because it was rustic in comparison to his place in LA didn't mean it actually needed any work. He needed to get out for a while. He'd gone on a long hike earlier, but that hadn't completely quelled his sense of restlessness. He went out to his truck, which he'd bought for this adventure, and climbed inside. Although he could have easily bought a brand new truck with all the bells and whistles, he had decided that would have been the opposite of what he was trying to focus on, so he'd gotten a gently used truck instead. As he drove, he soaked in the sight of the tall pine trees that lined the road and enjoyed the sense of peace that they brought. Before he knew it, he'd reached town. Taking in the few stores that made up Cedar Park's Main Street, Ethan decided to stop at the combination grocery hardware store and pick up a few items that he was getting low on. He parked behind a red Jeep, then went inside. He'd been to the store several times since he had arrived and had chatted with Matt, the owner, each time. "Afternoon, Ethan," Matt said with a wide smile as Ethan entered the store. Somewhere in his 50s, Matt was always friendly when Ethan came in. Glad to know at least one person, Ethan brightened. "Hello, Matt." He strode to the counter where Matt was sitting on a stool and leaned his hip against the counter. "How's business treating you?" Ethan was surprised at how eager he was to talk to someone, anyone. He had discovered that although he enjoyed his own company, he missed having people around all of the time. Well, maybe not all of the time, but he definitely missed having people around. "Fair to middlin'," Matt answered with a chuckle. "How are things with you? Settling in okay?" Although Ethan had chatted with Matt on several occasions, the only information he'd shared about himself was that he'd recently moved to Cedar Park from LA. He hadn't said a thing about his past life, how he'd sold his business and now had more money than he could ever spend. He had no intention of ever sharing that. It was completely irrelevant and something that Ethan didn't even want to think about. No, he wanted to focus on basics, on discovering what made him happy. "Yep," Ethan answered, "just trying to keep busy." Which had become a challenge. He needed to develop some new hobbies. He'd been considering different ideas, but hadn't found anything yet that excited him. As he stood there chatting with Matt, his gaze swept over a small display that held artist supplies, brushes, small jars of brightly colored paint, tablets of paper. Straightening, he was suddenly struck with the thought that he'd like to try putting brush to canvas. He'd never painted before and suspected he had zero talent in that area, but the beauty of the mountains and trees inspired him to give it a try. Pushing away from the counter, he strode to the display and looked it over. "Just got those in," Matt said. Ethan tossed him a smile. "I didn't think I'd seen them here before." Examining the items, he selected an assortment of brushes, paint in a variety of colors, thick sheets of paper, and an easel. Behind him, someone approached the counter. Ethan could hear a squeaky wheel on a cart. "How are you?" Matt asked the customer. "I'm doing great," a feminine voice responded. Ethan glanced over his shoulder to see who it was. Not that he would know her, but he lived here now. He wanted to become familiar with the other residents. From where he stood, he could only see the woman's profile, but from what he could see, he guessed she was in her late 20s. Thick and lustrous dark brown hair fell in gentle waves several inches below her shoulders. Her skin looked smooth and soft, her lips full, her eyelashes long. She was gorgeous. Ethan realized he was staring. Embarrassed, and grateful he hadn't been caught, he turned back to the painting display. The woman left a short time later. Ethan carried the items he wished to purchase to the counter, his eyes going to the window behind Matt. He saw the woman loading groceries into a red Jeep, the one he'd parked behind. "So," Matt said, "you're a painter." "What?" Ethan asked, his attention drawn to Matt. "Oh." He laughed. "No, He lifted his eyes to the woman, but she was just pulling away from the curb. He smiled at Matt. "I just want to give it a try." Matt rang up his purchases. "Never too late to learn." Then Matt chuckled. "What am I saying? You're young enough to do anything. What are you, 30? 31, actually. Matt took the credit card Ethan held out. "See? You're young. Just getting started in life, right?" Though he'd already accomplished what most men never would, Ethan nodded. "Right." After all, in a way he was starting over. He lifted his bag of purchases from the counter. "Thanks, Matt." "Any time. See you soon, Ethan." Ethan carried his items out to his truck and set them inside. Then he got behind the wheel, pausing a moment to see if that red Jeep was within view. Not sure why he was looking, he shook his head as he softly chuckled. Then he turned on his truck and headed home. Chapter 5. Now that her tiny pantry had food in it, and the refrigerator was stocked, Aspen felt slightly more complete. When she'd been shopping, she'd been happy to see that Cedar Park Grocery and Hardware had a good assortment of supplies. Supplies she was certain she would need as she worked on the cottage. Deciding to make a list of what needed to be done, she pulled up a notes app on her phone and began walking around the space, typing in items as she went. All of the walls could use a fresh coat of paint. Her grandmother had kept the walls an eggshell white, but Aspen preferred a little color. In the living room, her gaze was drawn to the old carpet. Hardwood floors would be nice. She jotted that down. In the kitchen, she studied the light gray cabinets. The paint looked kind of beat up. More painting, maybe a fun tile backsplash. Nodding in agreement with herself, she typed that in. She went up the stairs and into her bedroom. Yet more painting, and the bathroom could use an update. Starting to feel overwhelmed, she went outside and walked backwards a dozen steps before appraising the exterior. Ugh, the whole house needs to be painted. And the roof? Does it need replacing? Then there's the bushes. Thoroughly overwhelmed now, she tucked her phone into the pocket of her jeans and sat in one of the two chairs on the porch. The one she sat in creaked and groaned as she settled into it. Fearful it might collapse underneath her, she took her phone out and added "new chairs" to the list. On top of all the fixes and updates, she had to work her regular job as a graphic designer. She spent a good 40 hours a week, sometimes more, working on her clients' projects. Releasing a sigh, she checked the time. It was too late to do much today, but the next day, Sunday, She would buy some paint and other supplies and get started. She had to use the weekends to do a lot of the work. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, Aspen felt better about things. That is, until she got to Cedar Park Grocery and Hardware and started loading her cart. Brushes, paint rollers, painter's tape, painting tray and liners. The real problem came when she began choosing paint. Now she could see why her Grandma Charlotte had used the same color throughout. Choosing a different color for each room was daunting. "Need any help?" the man who ran the place asked her with a smile as he stopped near her. His name tag said Matt. Glad to have someone to either complain to or ask advice from, she smiled in relief. "Yeah, I'm going to paint my cottage." Matt looked at the stack of supplies in her cart, then grinned. "All of it?" She softly chuckled. "Basically." "Uh-huh." He nodded, his face serious. "Looks like you're trying to choose your colors." "That's right." She held up the cards with different colors on them. "It's so hard to choose." "Here's a tip. If you hold the pure white card against a color you're considering, you'll get a truer idea of what the color looks like." He demonstrated what he meant, and Aspen smiled. It really did make a difference. "Nice, thanks for the tip." She spent the next 20 minutes choosing a color to paint the kitchen and the living room, but decided that was enough for now. At the checkout, as Matt rang up her purchases, she got an idea. "Do you know of anyone who does handyman work? In case I need to hire someone to help." Which, the more she thought about it, the more likely she thought that would be. "I can ask around. Why don't you leave me your name and number, and I'll see what I can come up with." Knowing that she might actually have some help sent a burst of relief cascading over her. "Perfect." She wrote down her name and number and handed it to Matt. "Thank you for your help." He smiled. "That's what I'm here for." He finished ringing up her purchases, then helped her carry everything out to her Jeep. Ethan frowned at his painting. He was sitting on his spacious deck, a canvas propped up on his easel. He'd been trying to paint his view of the trees, but it looked like something a preschooler would paint. No, a preschooler would probably do a better job. Frustrated, he exhaled loudly. He was used to excelling at the things he did, not struggling. This wasn't relaxing at all. After cleaning the brush, he set it aside, then stood and went into the house. He changed into sweats and a hoodie, then headed out for a run. The fresh air filled his lungs, invigorating him. Yeah, painting a landscape was frustrating, but that was all right. So being an artist wasn't his thing. That just meant he had to try other avenues, other hobbies. As he jogged along the shoulder of the road, cars passed from time to time. He barely paid them any attention, until a red Jeep approached, coming toward him. As it got closer, his eyes went to the driver. It was the woman from the store. She sailed past him, not even giving him a glance. He turned his head and watched her disappear around a bend. She'd been coming from town. Did she live in the area? She must. Either that, or she was visiting. Then he shook his head. What did it matter? For all he knew, she was married with several children. Sure, she had appeared young when he'd seen her in the store the day before, but that didn't mean she was single. Someone as beautiful as she was had to be taken. Pushing aside thoughts of the beauty from the store, Ethan continued jogging, his mind churning over ideas of how he could spend his time. Chapter 6. 3 days later, Ethan had packed up the painting supplies to try another time when he had more patience. For now, he would focus on something else. Gardening had come to mind, although he had to wonder if that would prove as frustrating as painting. He pictured himself digging in the ground, planting seeds, pulling weeds, watering, and then eventually enjoying his harvest. Vegetables that he could purchase at the farmer's market for so much less time and effort. What was wrong with him? Why couldn't he figure out what to do with his time? Why had nothing appealed to him? Good time to make a run to the store, pick up some food, see people. Shaking his head as he quietly laughed, he grabbed his wallet and keys and went out to his truck. When he got to Cedar Park Grocery and Hardware, he found himself looking for that red Jeep, but it was nowhere in sight. He went inside, said hello to Matt, who was stationed behind the counter as usual, then grabbed a cart and made his way around the store, filling it with milk, eggs, steak, veggies. He browsed through the hardware part of the store and felt a longing to get his hands on some tools, to work up a sweat, to build and create. Maybe that's what he could do, find a place to volunteer, a place that built things. With no idea where such a place could be, he left the hardware section and pushed his cart to the counter to have Matt ring up his purchases. "How's the painting?" Matt asked as Ethan set his items on the counter. "Not so great." A self-deprecating laugh burst from his mouth. "I guess I'm not the artist I'd hoped I'd be." "At least you gave it a try," Matt said. "Can't ask for more than that." He slid the carton of eggs across the reader. "What you going to try next?" "Actually, I was thinking of volunteering to, I don't know, build stuff." Matt looked at him, his eyebrows bunched. "What kind of stuff?" Feeling a bit foolish, Ethan shrugged. "Just looking to get my hands on some projects." At that, Matt's eyes widened. "What?" Ethan asked. "You know a place looking for volunteers?" At the thought, a sense of excitement swept over him. One side of Matt's mouth lifted in a half-smile. "After a fashion." Reaching behind him, Matt said, "Had a woman in here a few days ago, looking to hire a handyman to help with some projects around her place." Matt held out a scrap of paper with a name and number. "Interested?" To his surprise, Ethan was interested. It wasn't exactly volunteering, but it sounded like what he was looking for. As a bonus, he wouldn't be alone, assuming the woman would be around when he was there. Spending time with another person while working on handyman projects sounded like just what he needed. He took the slip of paper from Matt. "Sure." Matt smiled. "That's perfect then. I'll let you take it from here." As Ethan walked out to his truck, he felt a new sense of purpose, which was when he realized that that was what had been missing. No one had been depending on him, and no one had any expectations of him. He could have stayed in bed all day long, and no one would have cared. He wouldn't have been missed. Now, though, he would have a reason to get up each morning. Aspen was getting frustrated. The painting would be the easy part of this project. It was all the preparation that was driving her crazy. Standing on a small step stool, she stretched a piece of painter's tape along the doorframe, careful to only cover the part she didn't want to get paint on. After putting in a full day's work at her computer, she was tired, but also determined to fix up the cottage. She'd already spoken to Marcel several times and had had to reassure her that all was well at the cottage, that she hadn't seen any wildlife, that yes, she was loving it there. Even if that wasn't 100% true, because she had pictured herself sitting in the shade of the trees enjoying nature, not spending hours working on the place. Even so, she was happy she was there. Her cell phone rang. Huffing out a sigh of annoyance, because it was probably another recorded call asking if she wanted to buy a car warranty, she almost ignored the call. But what if it was a client? She couldn't risk ignoring a paying customer. Climbing off of the step stool, she tossed the roll of tape onto the couch and pulled her phone out of her back pocket. With a glance at the screen, she saw a number she didn't recognize, but that didn't mean it wasn't a client. Ready to be irritated if it was a sales call, she swiped to answer, then pressed the phone to her ear. "Hello?" "Is this Aspen?" Not a recording, and he knew her name, so that was good. Maybe. "Yes?" "My name's Ethan. Matt at the store gave me your number, said you're looking to hire a handyman." This wasn't what she had expected to hear. Hope and relief swelled within her as her gaze swept the space and her mind raced with all the work that needed to be done. "Yes, I am. Are you available?" She didn't even ask what his qualifications were. If Matt had given him her number, then he must be someone who knew what he was doing, right? She was desperate for help at this point. "I am." Her relief blossomed into elation. "Yes. That's great." "What kinds of projects do you need help with?" "For starters, painting." At the word, Ethan had to suppress a groan. Then he realized she probably didn't mean for him to paint a mural, thank goodness, but just to make sure he asked, "You mean like painting walls?" When she didn't reply, he knew it had been a stupid question. Of course that's what she had meant. Maybe now she would think twice before asking him to help. Yeah, she finally said. Walls, inside my cottage, and the exterior too, to be honest. He shook his head at his idiocy. Okay, great. When would you be able to start? Evidently, his half-witted question hadn't put her off. Good. Tomorrow, if that works for you. He heard her quick intake of breath. That would be perfect. Yes, he thought. Great. Give me your address and I'll be there at, say, 8 a.m.? All right. She gave him her address, and a moment later he was off the call. Wearing a smile, he went out onto his deck and turned on his grill, eager for the next day to arrive. Chapter 7. While Aspen waited for the handyman to arrive, she turned her attention to work, beyond relieved that someone else would be doing the job she hadn't been enjoying as much as she thought she would. Sure, she would have to pay him, but it would be worth it. At 8 o'clock on the dot, a knock sounded at her door. Impressed that he was so punctual, she stood from her desk and went toward the front door. With a glance out the front window, she saw a truck parked outside, but couldn't see the handyman. Suddenly realizing that maybe she'd been a little too eager to hire the first, and only, person to reach out to her, she hesitated. What if he was a criminal, or a serial killer? She was all alone out here, after all. But Matt had sent him her way. Not that she even knew Matt, but he seemed like a nice person, seemed like someone who wouldn't do anything to endanger her on purpose. Another knock at the door. Aspen jumped at the sound. All right, she would open the door and see who this guy named Ethan was. Her gut would tell her if he was safe to let in, right? Drawing in a deep breath, she gathered her courage, exhaled, then twisted the knob. When Ethan had driven down the long gravel driveway and had seen the red Jeep parked in front of the house of the woman who had hired him, he'd furrowed his brow and shaken his head at the notion that it could possibly be the same red Jeep that belonged to the woman from the store. What were the odds? Pretty low. Had to be a coincidence. After all, lots of people up here drove Jeeps, right? Now, though, as the door began to open, he nearly held his breath in anticipation, and when the woman opening the door was revealed, he recoiled slightly in stunned surprise. It was her, the woman from the store. Ethan stared at her, his mouth falling open. Wait, why was she looking at him like that? Like she wasn't sure if he was a serial killer or an expert carpenter. Realizing that he must look like an idiot with the way he was staring at her, he forced his lips into a smile. Hello. He made his tone as bright and friendly as he could without it sounding creepy. You must be Aspen. She nodded. I'm Ethan. Aspen thought he seemed normal enough, didn't give off a vibe of danger or crime or whatever someone who meant to do her harm would give off, and he was pretty dang good looking, not that that mattered. She had zero interest in anything romantic, not after finally ridding herself of her controlling ex. Still, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have some eye candy to look at while her place was getting spruced up. Thanks for coming over, she said, ready to let him inside. No problem. She moved back so he could enter, sweeping her hand toward the interior. Come on in. He stepped inside, his gaze scanning the space, pausing at the painter's tape she'd already put up. Looks like you've already gotten started. She laughed. Yeah, but I'm happy to turn it over to you. He shifted his eyes to her, eyes that were a striking light green, she noticed, which annoyed her. Who cared what color this handyman's eyes were? Not her, that's for sure. Let me show you which paint color goes with which room. Which rooms am I painting? She turned away from him and toward the living room. In here, and in the kitchen to start. She swiveled back to face him. I want the entire place repainted, but I still need to choose colors for all the rooms. He smiled, revealing straight white teeth framed by full lips. All the features of his face fit together perfectly. Not that she cared. Sounds like a lot of work. She laughed. That's why I hired you. Squinting at him, she asked, How much painting experience do you have? Oh, not a lot, to be honest, but I'm eager to get started. He didn't have experience? I can see by the look on your face that you're having second thoughts. That was true, so she nodded. How about this? I'll start with the living room, and if my work's not satisfactory, you don't have to pay me." He must be really hard up for cash. There had been times in her life, before she'd gotten going in her career, when she'd struggled financially, so she felt for him. "That's fair." He slowly smiled, like he was relieved she hadn't fired him on the spot. "Perfect. I'll get started then." Thrilled to be able to turn over the work that she really didn't want to do, she smiled in return. "I'll leave you to it then." She motioned toward the downstairs office/guest room. "I'll be working in there. Let me know if you need anything." Ethan watched Aspen walk away, unaccountably pleased that she hadn't fired him. He certainly didn't need the money, but he realized how desperately he needed the work, which meant he had to prove himself. It had been many years since he'd helped his father paint, but help him he had, so he knew what to do. It wasn't difficult, just time-consuming, but he did recall that he'd enjoyed it, much more than trying to paint a picture. Now that was hard. Running a wet roller brush up and down a wall was not, and knowing that another human was so close by, especially such an attractive one, was a huge bonus. Not that Ethan had any intention of interrupting her when she was working. What did she do, anyway? But just knowing she was there gave him a sense of companionship. First, he used the painter's tape to finish taping off the baseboards, ceiling, window frames, and door frames in both the living room and kitchen, and then he carefully removed the outlet and light switch covers before taping over the outlets and light switches themselves. "How's it going?" Aspen asked, just as he was taping over the last light switch in the kitchen. He turned and faced her, taking in the skin that was just as silky smooth as he'd noticed that day in the store. Now, though, he was also able to admire her full rose-red lips, button nose, and long dark eyelashes that framed her amber eyes. Her hair was pulled up into a high ponytail that gave her a playful look. "Going great," he said with a smile. "Just about to begin painting." She raised her perfectly groomed eyebrows and smiled brightly. "That's exciting. A coat of paint will really change the look of the rooms." Half wishing she would join him as he worked, even if just to chat with him and keep him company, Ethan nearly asked her if she wanted to help. Then he reminded himself that she'd hired him so that she didn't have to do this and could instead focus on her real job. Which reminded him, "What is it you do?" He motioned toward the office. "For work." "I'm a graphic designer." So, she was creatively inclined. He wondered if she knew how to draw and paint. If so, maybe she could teach him. The idea of putting brush to canvas held a new appeal all of a sudden. Instead of voicing his thoughts, he smiled. "Nice." "Well, I'd better get back to it." At that, she turned and walked away, and Ethan got back to work. Chapter 8. Why had Aspen found it difficult to tear herself away from the handyman and go back to work? Sure, with his amazing green eyes, his short beard, dark hair, and athletic build, he was smoking hot, but all she cared about was seeing her rooms transform under his hand. Her phone chimed a text. Glad for the distraction, when she saw that the text was from Marcel, she smiled, imagining what her best friend would say if she knew she had a hot handyman in her house right that second. She swiped on her phone to read the text. From Marcel. "How's it going? Any bears come to visit you yet?" Smirking, Aspen shook her head, then typed a reply. "Not yet." She hesitated. Should she tell her about the hot handyman? Maybe not. At least not yet. She typed a bit more, adding, "Just working right now." Then she hit send. Marcel replied moments later, "Okay, I'll leave you alone then. Call me later." Aspen replied, "Will do." She set her phone on the desk, then paused to listen to what Ethan was doing. She could hear the sound of the roller going up and down the wall in the living room. All she would have to do is stand and poke her head out to see how it was coming along, but she decided to wait, to enjoy the anticipation of how it would turn out when he was done. Instead, she pulled up her email to see if she'd had any communication from her clients. Yep, there was a new message from Phil, a new client that she'd recently taken on. She'd sent him the mock-ups for the work he'd hired her to do and was waiting to hear if he approved of the work she'd spent many hours on. Anxious to know what he thought, she clicked on the message. Aspen, this is exactly what I had in mind. Invoice me and send the final product over. Nice work, Phil. Though pleased that he was happy with the work she'd done, she frowned at his request. Her policy was to receive payment before sending over the final product. Otherwise, it would be too easy for a client to receive the work, not pay, and then there would be very little recourse, besides taking the client to court. She'd learned that lesson the hard way. Suppressing a frown, she sent Phil a reply, explaining her policy, something she had made clear in the contract he'd signed when she'd started the work. Biting her lip, she preferred to delight her clients, not make waves, she hit send. Moments later, her cell phone rang. When she saw it was Phil, she pursed her lips, girding herself for an argument. She swiped to answer. Hello? If I didn't know any better, he began without even a greeting, I think you don't trust me to pay you. That's not it at all, Phil. Although I can't be sure, she thought, which is why I made the rule. That's just my policy. Look, I have every intention of paying you, Aspen, but I need a 2-week grace period. Holding back a sigh, Aspen forced a smile. Although her client couldn't see her, she believed that if she was smiling, she would come across more positively. I understand, Phil, and I'd be happy to hold on to the final product until you have the funds. Silence, then an audible huff. It seems like you're accusing me of ripping you off. I'm sure you wouldn't do that. Although with the way he was pushing her, it made her wonder, and she hated being pushed. She had dealt with that in her personal life. She refused to allow it in her professional life. No, I would not, so why don't you show me a little trust? If I changed my policy for you, I'd have to change it for everyone. I'm sorry, Phil. I can't make an exception. Fine. His tone clearly indicated it wasn't fine at all. I'll let you know when I have the funds. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate your understanding. The line disconnected without a goodbye. Shaking her head, Aspen was glad she'd gotten a deposit before she created the mock-ups. At least she'd gotten something for her time, and maybe Phil would come through, hopefully. Although she was glad she'd stuck to her principles, she also hated having an unhappy client. What she needed was a short break. Deciding to see how Ethan was coming along despite knowing he wasn't done, Aspen pushed back from her desk and stood, then forced her mind away from work before walking into the adjacent living room. Wow, she said, her gaze trailing his progress. He had done the first coat on 2 of the walls, and already it looked so much better. She'd chosen a soft green. When she'd selected the color at the hardware store, she hadn't been sure how it would look on the wall, but she loved it. You like it? Ethan asked, the roller brush in his hand and his eyes on her. The color kind of matches your eyes. The thought jumped into her mind unbidden, which annoyed the heck out of her. Shoving aside the irrelevant observation, she smiled. Yes, it looks better than I thought it would. Before she had replied, he looked kind of worried, like she might hate the job he'd done and fire him then and there. Now, though, he chuckled, the sound holding a note of relief. Good. After the conversation she'd had with an unhappy client, and after her initial reticence over Ethan's skill level, she wanted to let him know that she was pleased with his work. If this is what your painting looks like, I don't think there will be a problem with having you do the whole house. His lips lifted in a smile that made him even more attractive. Not that she cared about his looks. At least, that's what she kept telling herself. That's great news. I'm enjoying the work. I'm glad one of us enjoys it, she said with a smirk. He laughed, then he turned away from her, his focus back on painting. Aspen watched him for a few moments, the roller going up and down, up and down. It did look kind of fun. Maybe she would give it a try, but not right now. Right now, she had her own work to do. Chapter 9. Ethan was unaccountably pleased that Aspen was happy with the job he was doing. It had been a long time since he'd had to hustle to keep a job he'd been hired to do. For years, he'd been well established in the financial management field. Big clients came to him, eager for him to manage their money, which had made him ridiculously wealthy. Sure, sometimes he'd courted a client, but he'd never feared being fired over a job poorly done. This was good for him, to have a fresh challenge, and he was loving getting in here and working physically. Plus, seeing immediate results as he did with each roll of the brush was gratifying. On top of all that, it was really nice when the lovely Aspen popped in from time to see his progress. Each time he saw her smiling face, it brightened him. He thought about the conversation he'd overheard earlier. It had sounded like she was having an issue with a client. He knew how that could be. He wondered if he could help in any way. After all, he had a lot of experience. Not that he was about to tell that to Aspen, but if he could help her, he would. When lunchtime came around, he had completed the first coat in both the living room and the small kitchen. With his stomach reminding him that he needed to eat, he cleaned up the brush and roller at the kitchen sink, then went back into the living room where he looked toward the room where Aspen was working. Not wanting to interrupt her, he called out, "Excuse me." A moment later, she appeared in the doorway wearing a smile. "I'm going to grab some lunch, and then I'll be back." She nodded. "Okay, see you soon." Aspen watched Ethan walk out the front door. The moment he was gone, she went into the living room to see how it was looking. Smiling in satisfaction, she went into the kitchen. For that room, she'd chosen a soft, buttery yellow. "Oh," she sighed with contentment. It looked so much better. Now she was eager to choose colors for all of the other rooms, especially since she wasn't the one who had to do the labor. At the thought, an image of Ethan filled her mind. Dang it, why did he have to be so attractive? Why couldn't her handyman be an older, slightly overweight man she wasn't attracted to at all? That would keep things a lot simpler. Shaking her head, she pursed her lips in annoyance at herself, then she made herself a sandwich that she took back into her office to eat while she worked. 40 minutes later, a knock sounded at the front door. Figuring it was Ethan, Aspen quickly strode across the room and opened the door. Yep, it was him. Smiling in welcome, she opened the door wider. "I don't mind you walking in while you're working here." He chuckled. "I thought you might say that, but I didn't want to assume." He walked inside, and she closed the door behind him. Both rooms look great. She tilted her head. "Do you think you'll be done with them today?" "Oh yeah, no problem." Thrilled, she smiled. "That's fantastic." Eager for him to complete more of the cottage, she said, "What's your schedule like? I can get more paint for the rest of the house after work." His smile grew. "I'm glad to know you're happy with the results." Aspen nodded with enthusiasm. "I am." "I'm available tomorrow, and I could work on the weekend if you'd like." Though she wouldn't mind the work continuing over the weekend, she didn't want to ask him to do that. No, tomorrow and then on Monday would be fine. Besides, that would give her time to get things better organized for him to work on Monday. She would have him paint the upstairs the next day, and then the office and bathroom on Monday, which would mean she would have to set up her workspace in the living room. "Sounds good," he said with a confident smile. He glanced toward the kitchen before facing her. "I'll get the second coat on in these rooms, then get out of your way." "You're not in the way," she said before she could stop the words from leaving her mouth. His eyebrows rose, and she felt her face flush. "What an idiotic thing to say, Aspen," she thought. "I mean," she added as she scrambled to explain, "I'm in there." She swept her arm toward her office. "And you're in here." Now she motioned toward the living room and kitchen. "And it's turning out so great that I don't mind having you here at all." "Just shut up before you make a bigger fool of yourself," she thought. Ethan softly chuckled, if only to try to make Aspen feel better, because it seemed to him that she was embarrassed. Why, though? Was there more to her comment than the explanation she'd given? Could it be she was attracted to him? He was certainly attracted to her, but she was a client, not a romantic prospect. And although he assumed she was single, that's not why he'd taken this job. He wasn't about to do anything to jeopardize it. He lifted his hand toward the living room. I'll get back to it." Her chin dipped down, then she nodded and turned before going into her office. This time, Ethan noticed, she closed the door. Shrugging, he gathered his supplies and got back to work. Chapter 10. Aspen was annoyed with herself, and it wasn't simply because of the innocent comment she'd made to Ethan. No, it was because of the underlying reason she'd made it. When she'd finally gotten the courage to dump her controlling ex, she had determined that she was going to take a break, a long break from dating or anything remotely related to romance. But that comment told her that she was subconsciously attracted to Ethan, which didn't surprise her at all. Trouble was, she didn't want to be. Anyway, she knew nothing about him. Was he a jerk? A man who had to be in control? Was he even single? And what were the odds that the handyman she would hire would end up being hot? Not high, but here she was. Stop it, Aspen, she told herself. None of that matters anyway. You need a break from men, and moving to this cottage is a perfect place to make that happen. Frowning deeply, she shook her head, then got back to work. A while later, when she was immersed in her latest project, a knock sounded on her office door. She nearly jumped. "Sorry to bother you," Ethan said through the closed door, "but I'm about to take off." Picturing him standing on the other side of the door, Aspen felt her heart rate increase, just a little. Rolling her eyes at herself, she stood and went to the door, then opened it and smiled. "You finished both rooms?" He nodded. "Yep." He shifted his gaze to the living room. "Come see if you like the way it turned out." Aspen stepped into the living room. All the painter's tape had been removed, leaving a crisp delineation between the baseboards, window frames, and door frames, and the newly painted walls. "Oh," she breathed out, her eyes skimming the space. "It looks so good." "Glad you like it." She went into the kitchen. It looked just as fabulous, although now the old cabinets looked even more beat up, and the need for a beautiful tile backsplash was more apparent than ever. Aspen turned to Ethan, who stood in the doorway that separated the kitchen from the living room. "Do you want me to pay you for today's work now?" He shook his head. "No, we can take care of that when the job's complete." A smile of chagrin slowly lifted her lips. "This job might be a lot bigger than I first thought." He tilted his head. "What do you mean?" Aspen did a chin lift toward the cabinets. "I might want to replace these, or at least repaint them, and I'd love to install a tile backsplash." Wait, what if he had other jobs lined up? She couldn't assume he was available. Or what if he didn't know how to tile? He'd said he didn't have a lot of painting experience. "Are you available? And do you, have experience with those types of jobs?" He glanced around uneasily, then met her eyes. "To be honest, my experience is limited, but I'm confident I can do it, and I am available." He'd done such a stellar job so far, and she liked having him around, despite her pesky attraction to him. Did she really want to try to find someone else now? She nodded. "All right. For now, let's focus on the painting, and then we'll go from there." "Sounds good. I'll come back in the morning." Pleased with the work he'd done, Aspen smiled. "Perfect." She almost added, "I look forward to it," but managed to stop herself in time. After he left, she finished working for the day, then she grabbed her purse and headed into town to choose more paint. When she walked inside Cedar Park Grocery and Hardware, Matt greeted her, then said, "I gave your contact info to a local handyman. Did he reach out to you?" Aspen walked over to the counter. "Yes. In fact, he started today and did a great job." "I'm glad to hear it." "That's actually why I'm here, to get more paint for the rest of the cottage." "Wonderful. Let me know if you need any help." "I will, thanks." She got a shopping cart, then went to the paint section where she spent quite a bit of time choosing the colors she wanted to paint her office, bedroom, and bathroom. When she was satisfied that she'd selected the right colors, she paid for her items and headed home. Once there, she was eager to show Marcel the improvements, so she called her on FaceTime. Marcel answered moments later. "Hey," Marcel said with a big smile. "So good to see your face." "Yours too." Suddenly realizing how much she missed her friend, Aspen had to force a smile. "I'd love for you to come for a visit." Marcel's eyebrows rose as she said, "Or you could come here." "I will." Remembering why she'd called, Aspen said, "I wanted to show you how the place is looking." She tapped the flip icon so the camera would show the room. "Don't you love it?" "Wow, I'm impressed. You've been a busy girl." Aspen laughed. "Not me. The handyman I hire to do it is the one who's been busy." An image of Ethan filled her mind, But she wasn't about to tell Marcel how attractive he was. "That's the way to do it," Marcel replied. "And here's the kitchen," Aspen said as she walked into the small space. "I want to do something with the cabinets and add a tile backsplash." "Good thing you have a handyman on speed dial, then." Aspen laughed. "Exactly." She flipped the camera back around, then went into the living room and sat on the couch. "How are things in Sacramento?" Their conversation went on, and once they disconnected, Aspen pulled up Pinterest to get ideas for how she wanted the kitchen to look, pinning her favorite images to a board she created, her mind floating to Ethan and how he would look with a hammer in his hand. Chapter 11. Ethan spent Friday morning prepping, then painting Aspen's upstairs bathroom, which was the only bathroom in the cottage. Though he enjoyed the work, now that he knew she wanted him to do more in-depth renovations in the kitchen, he was eager to get started on that. Regardless, he would finish the painting, although he had to softly chuckle to himself when he considered that he, a billionaire, was doing this manual labor for a relative pittance. It's not about the money, he thought. It's about having a purpose. And right now, that purpose, he admitted to himself, involved the lovely Aspen. He hardly knew anything about her, but he was determined to learn more, if she was willing to share. So far, she'd been friendly enough, and Ethan hadn't been able to tell if she was open to more, but he hoped she might be. Using a brush to paint the narrow space between the door frame and the wall, Ethan smiled to himself. His life had changed drastically, which had been the entire point of selling his business and moving to the cabin, but it was going places he had never imagined. Aspen wondered how it was going upstairs where Ethan was working. Though she wanted to see, she found herself reluctant to go up there. Why? She wasn't usually a shy person, so what was holding her back? But she knew. It was because she found him attractive. Why should that matter, though? She had zero intention of looking at him in that light. Regardless, she couldn't seem to stop herself from looking at him in exactly that light. Huffing a sigh, she pushed back from her desk, straightened her shoulders, and marched out of her office and up the stairs. She would put down this feeling that kept trying to make itself known and treat Ethan exactly the way she should, like he was someone she'd hired to work for her, nothing more, nothing less. "How's it going?" she asked through the slightly open bathroom doorway. She could see through the crack that he was painting the space between the doorframe and the wall, which was why the door was only partially open. "Good," he answered. He stopped painting and stepped out of the way, opening the door so she could come in. "Do you want to see how it looks?" "Yes." She plastered what she hoped was a mildly interested smile onto her lips, uninterested in him, but interested in the job, and poked her head inside. The space was too small for both of them to comfortably fit in at the same time. Swiveling her head around as she inspected what he'd done so far, she nodded with cool approval. "Looks good." "It's coming along." She tossed him a smile. "Great. Let me know if you need anything." "Will do." Finding herself suddenly reluctant to leave, she withdrew anyway and trudged down the stairs and back to her desk. When lunchtime came around, Ethan appeared in the open doorway of her office. Brightened to see him, Aspen smiled warmly before she could temper herself. "Hey." "I'm going to grab some food. Do you want me to pick anything up for you?" Her stomach rumbled in reply. Embarrassed, she laughed to cover it. She pictured what she had in her fridge. Nothing exciting. "What are you going to get?" His eyebrows went up like he was surprised she'd shown that much interest, which reminded her that she didn't have any interest, not in him. She shook her head. "Never mind. I can fix something here." Now he tilted his head. "Are you sure?" Annoyed that he was questioning her, she almost snapped an answer, but managed to remain calm. "Yes, thank you." He nodded, then turned and strode to the front door. Moments later, he was gone. Aspen stood and went into the kitchen, opening the fridge before taking out sandwich makings. "Another boring sandwich," she muttered, annoyed now that she hadn't taken Ethan up on his offer. She was craving a chicken salad, but wasn't about to take the time to make one. When he came back about 40 minutes later, she'd finished her lunch and was back at her desk. "You're a hard worker," he said in way of greeting as he smiled from the open doorway. Pleased to see him despite herself, she laughed. If you ask me, you're the one who's working hard. I'm always open to having an assistant. Was he suggesting what she thought he was? No, probably not. Most likely he had considered all she wanted to have done and was asking for her to hire someone to help. Frowning slightly, she said, I'm afraid I can only afford to hire one handyman. He laughed, crinkles forming around his eyes. Then he sobered and looked directly at her. I meant you. You meant me what? His smile returned. I meant maybe you would like to help. He turned away, his eyes going to the living room before looking at her again. It is your house. I figured you might want to have an actual hand in fixing it up. Did she? Maybe so. After all, at first she'd planned on doing everything herself, had even been excited about it, until she'd seen how much work was involved and had become overwhelmed. But having him in charge as she assisted? Yeah, that could be fun. Are you sure it's not because you want to be around the hot handyman? She thought. Telling her inner voice to mind its own business, she began a new debate over whether spending so much time with this guy might be a bad idea, whether it would take her off of her no-dating path. But who said helping him out would take her off of her no-dating path? He was asking her to help him with renovations, not asking her to marry him or even go out with him. You're overthinking this, she thought. You think about it, he said, when she took too long to answer. Then, with a final smile, he added, You know where to find me. Yes, she did, and that was the trouble. It was too easy to stop and say hello to him. Maybe asking him to do more than paint the interior of the house had been a mistake. Chapter 12. Ethan was pleased with himself. His idea to invite Aspen to assist him had been genius, if he didn't say so himself. She was considering it, he had no doubt. That had been clear enough, with the way her forehead had wrinkled and the way she chewed on her lower lip. The question was, why was it such a difficult decision? It's not like she couldn't change her mind if she didn't like doing the work. Unless it was for another reason, like because she was considering if she wanted to spend that much time with him. Then a new thought filled his mind. Did Aspen have a boyfriend? Is that why she seemed reluctant? Because she would feel uncomfortable spending time with a handyman when she was spoken for? This made one side of Ethan's mouth tilt up in a smirk, because if that's what was troubling her, then she was obviously attracted to him. Softly laughing, he poured paint into the tray so he could finish the bathroom before moving on to the short upstairs hallway. By the time he had finished for the day, completing both the bathroom and the upstairs hallway, he still hadn't gotten an answer from Aspen. She probably forgot about it, he thought. The woman has a job, you know. You're not what she spends her day thinking about. Annoyed with himself for assuming for even a moment that he would be at the top of her mind, he frowned. As far as she knew, he was a simple handyman. She had no idea that he was actually an extremely successful businessman who was worth $1 billion. And he liked it that way. He liked that she only knew him as the man he presented himself to be. It was kind of like Luke and Kate, except with them, Luke had flat out lied on the dating app. That part was different for Ethan. He wasn't lying. He had actually remade who he was. His riches were an irrelevant part of him now. Money hadn't brought him happiness. In fact, he was happier right now than he'd been in a long time. Which wasn't saying a lot, but at least he was on the right track. He went into Aspen's kitchen and cleaned up his painting supplies, then put them in a plastic tote in the corner of the kitchen before going to her office to tell her goodbye. I'm done for today, he said, when he stopped in the open doorway of her office. Is it that time already? She asked as she stood to face him. His eyes were drawn to her slender figure and smiling face. The woman was beyond attractive, that was for sure. Yep, he said. I'll be here bright and early on Monday. Her expression didn't change. It was like she was wearing a mask, or hiding what was really going on in her mind. She's just being professional, he thought, which is what you should be. Perfect. Thank you so much, Ethan. It's been a pleasure. Finding himself in no hurry to leave, because it meant he would be by himself all weekend, He hesitated for a moment, then gave her one last smile before turning and walking out the front door. Aspen was surprised to realize that she was kind of sad to see Ethan go. She didn't have any plans for the weekend and would be all alone. You could always start on the kitchen cabinets, she reminded herself, then wondered why she would do that when she'd hired Ethan to do it. But aren't you going to help him? She asked herself. Was she? Maybe she was. Guess she'd made that decision without even realizing it. Okay, so maybe she would start on the cabinets. Surely there were relatively simple tasks she could do to get started before he showed up on Monday. And wouldn't he be surprised to see that she'd begun? Would he be impressed or laugh at her? Well, he had asked if she wanted to assist, so surely he would be impressed. Smiling now, she went back into her office and wrapped up her work for the day before opening YouTube to see what she should do to prepare the cabinets to be painted. The next morning, she woke early, eager to get started on her kitchen cabinets. Painting the kitchen had begun to transform it, and she was excited to take the transformation to another level with painting the cabinets white. She'd watched several YouTube videos the night before and felt confident that she could begin the preparations so that Ethan could get going on painting the cabinets the next week after he'd finished the interior of the cottage. First, she removed each cabinet door, carefully marking each one as she went so she would know which cabinet it went to. The cabinets hadn't been touched in years, and some of the screws were a challenge to get out, although eventually she managed. Next, she began scrubbing them all down. Getting years of grease and grime off of the wood was hard work, and it didn't take long before she was sweating. Maybe I should have left this to Ethan, she muttered as she dipped the sponge she was using into the water mixture before squeezing it out. Setting the sponge aside, she fixed herself a tall glass of ice water and gulped it down. A cool breeze from the open window washed over her, which felt wonderful. Facing the window, she closed her eyes and tilted her head back, letting the wonderfully cool air flow over her. After she felt a bit cooler, she opened her eyes and took in the view of the trees that surrounded her property. A sense of peace settled over her. She loved it here, and soon this little cottage would be adorable and perfect. Fresh excitement surged through her, and she got back to work. It took the rest of the day to finish washing every surface of the cabinets that would be painted, then give them a light sanding to give the paint something to grab onto, and finally give them a final wipe down. After showering, Aspen decided it would be nice to go into town and eat dinner at one of the small restaurants. Feeling good about what she'd completed, she grabbed her purse, got in her Jeep, and headed to town. There weren't many restaurants in Cedar Park, but she remembered going to the Tasty Teapot Cafe with her grandmother a time or two. Feeling nostalgic, she pulled into the parking lot, parked her Jeep, then went inside. A bell tinkled above the door. The place looked just as Aspen remembered it. Bright red booths beside the windows that overlooked Main Street. Pictures of the town from when it was established up until recently. Pop music playing over the speakers. Smiling at the familiarity of it, Aspen went to an empty booth. Only about half the seats were filled, but it was a little early yet. "Hello," a cute girl wearing a blue shirt with Tasty Tea Cafe stitched across her pocket said as she approached Aspen with a smile. She handed her a menu and rattled off their specials. "Do you need a minute to decide?" "Yes, thank you." Aspen looked over the choices, her stomach rumbling in anticipation. "Hey there," a male voice said. Lifting her eyes from the menu, when Aspen saw Ethan standing beside her table, her eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 13. Ethan had just come from Cedar Park Grocery and Hardware after buying a number of tools and had decided to stop and get something to eat. When he'd seen a red Jeep parked at the Tasty Tea Cafe, he'd pulled into the lot before even thinking it through. Sure, it might not be Aspen's Jeep, and yes, she might not be alone, but he would go in anyway. So, when he found her sitting alone at a table, he knew he'd made the right decision. Now, as she looked at him in surprise, he felt a little stalkerish for choosing that cafe solely because he suspected she was inside. "Hi," she said as she set her menu on the table. She was smiling, which told him that everything was okay. "What are you doing here?" "Just stopping for a bite to eat." He glanced at the empty side of the booth, then smiled at her. Do you mind if I join you?" She hesitated, which surprised him. He wasn't used to women hesitating to be in his company. Then again, he wasn't being Ethan the billionaire. Now he was Ethan the handyman. Her smile grew. "Please do." He tilted his head. "Are you sure?" She nodded, her expression showing that she'd made up her mind that it was all right. He sat across from her. "What have you been up to today?" Wait, did that sound too familiar? She'd hired him to work for her. This wasn't a date. They weren't even friends, although Ethan meant to change that. "Well," she said, her face lighting up, which settled his concerns, "I've actually been working on the kitchen cabinets." Surprised, he chuckled. "Is that right?" A server handed him a menu and said, "I'll just give you both a minute." He tossed the girl a smile. "Thanks." His attention went back to Aspen. "What did you do?" "I took down the cabinet doors and scrubbed them clean." Her face brightened even more. "I think they're ready to be painted." She seemed quite enthusiastic about the project, which made him smile. "Sounds like you decided to participate in the work." She laughed. "Yeah, I guess I did." Thrilled, he added, "You'll never guess what I just did." Her eyes narrowed. "Not take another handyman job, I hope." He laughed. "No, not with all the work we have ahead of us." And he liked that it was going to be a team effort now. Really liked it. "All right, I give up. What did you just do?" With her being the only person in town he knew, besides Matt at the grocery store, which didn't really count, and with them working on this project together, it gave him a feeling of intimacy with her that he found rather intoxicating. Which was weird, since she'd simply hired him, but she was so beautiful, and he was becoming more and more attracted to her that he couldn't stop himself from feeling that way. "I bought some tools," he said, then added, "for your projects." Wait, should he admit that? Wouldn't the fact that he didn't already have tools mark him as an amateur? Would she want him to continue working on this project? Well, he had told her that he didn't have much experience with what she wanted to have done, so it couldn't be a total surprise. Aspen was slightly startled to hear this. Didn't he already have tools? He was a handyman after all. Then she remembered him telling her that his experience was limited. But he'd done such a great job so far, and she liked having him around. With all the projects she wanted to do, and now that she'd decided she wanted to be part of those projects, she knew she wanted him to be the one to do them. It didn't hurt that he was so dang hot. Her gaze slid to his biceps, which were clearly visible where the short sleeves of his t-shirt pressed against them. "I mean," he said, drawing her attention away from those sexy biceps and up to his handsome face, "I bought additional tools to, round out my inventory." Honestly, at this point she didn't care all that much about what tools he did or didn't have. As long as he did a good job for a reasonable price, and as long as she didn't mind having him around, it was all the same to her. "That's great," she said with a smile. The server came back and they placed their orders. "So," he asked, "how long have you lived in Cedar Park?" "Actually, just a few weeks. That cottage belonged to my grandmother. She passed away recently and left it to me." "I'm sorry about your grandmother, but I'm glad you get to live in a place that meant something to her." "Me too. I have lots of good memories from when I visited her there." "Where did you live before?" "Sacramento." He nodded. "Are you planning on making Cedar Park your home, or do you think you'll go back to Sacramento at some point?" "My plan is to stay here. I sold my condo to kind of force myself to stay here." He grinned. "Adventurous." The server placed their plates in front of them. Aspen looked at her burger and the pile of French fries and felt her mouth water. She picked up a fry and dipped it in a small dish that held ketchup. After taking a bite, she said, "I don't know about adventurous, but I was ready for a change." He was chewing a bite of his burger. He swallowed, then asked, "Why's that?" Not ready to discuss her personal life, she smiled. It was just time. He seemed to take the hint, because he didn't dig deeper. What about you, Ethan? How long have you lived here? He chuckled. I'm a newbie, too. I've been here just a few weeks. I lived in LA before that. I was ready for a change as well. Sold everything and moved here. Really? Could they be that much alike? What did you do in LA? Were you a handyman there, too? He shook his head. No, just worked a job like everyone else. He ate another bite of his burger. Decided it was time to do something different. Aspen took a sip of her soda. So you decided to start working as a handyman? He paused, like he wasn't sure he wanted to spill all of his secrets. She could respect that. One side of his mouth quirked up. Didn't actually plan on it, but it turns out I really like it. Maybe I found my calling. Well, she said, as a smile grew on her face, I'm glad I could be the one to help you figure that out. A smile of pleasure curved his lips. Me too. Aspen felt a tingle at that smile, a tingle that made her worry that she was starting to like her hot handyman a little too much. Ethan was really enjoying spending time with Aspen, and he was pleased that she hadn't dug deeper into his background. Not that he was embarrassed by any of it, quite the contrary, but he liked that she knew him as he was now, and that she had no clue about all that he'd accomplished. Kept things simpler. Besides, how much did it matter? She was clearly reluctant to tell him a whole lot about herself, so thinking of her as anything more than his employer was probably fruitless, although that wouldn't stop him from trying to get to know her. They continued eating, chatting about Cedar Park and what they loved about it. When they were done, Ethan offered to pay for the meal. But I haven't even paid you for the work you've done, she said, her eyebrows furrowed with concern. Let me pay for dinner. Ethan had never been one to allow a woman to pay for anything for him, and he wasn't about to start now. Wearing a smile, he took out his wallet and set some cash on the table. I insist. Aspen frowned, but didn't argue. Fine, next time is on me. This got his attention. Next time? A soft blush warmed her cheeks, which he found adorable. I mean, if there is a next time. If he had anything to say about it, there would definitely be a next time. Chapter 14. When a knock sounded at Aspen's door Monday morning, she felt her heart rate pick up. Annoyed with herself for having any kind of reaction, she huffed out a breath, then went to the door and pulled it open. When she saw Ethan standing there wearing a tool belt loaded with tools, her insides did a little tumble. With those biceps and that smile and those tools, he looked so dang masculine. What was it about a man who knew how to swing a hammer? Good morning, he said, his smile bright. Good morning. She stepped back to let him enter. I'd love to see what you've done in the kitchen so far. Proud of her hard work, she nodded with enthusiasm. Yes, come see. She led the way, acutely aware that he was behind her. When they entered the small kitchen, she swept her hand to encompass the space. Ready to paint, right? She turned to see his reaction. Looks like it. He smiled at her, which brought on that darn tingle again. But first you want me to paint your office and bedroom, right? She grinned. Actually, that can wait. Now that I've started on the cabinets, I'm excited to get those done. He laughed. Works for me. Then he tilted his head in question. Are you going to help today, or do you need to work? As much as she wanted to ignore her real job and work on the kitchen, she had to get some work done. I can help after lunch. She'd started working at her computer extra early that morning so that she would be available to work on the kitchen that afternoon. Sounds good. With reluctance, she left him in the kitchen and went into her office, but quickly lost herself in work. It's about time for lunch, Ethan said from her office doorway what seemed like a short time later, although Aspen saw it was after 12. Oh. He grinned. Do you want to see how it's coming? She nearly leapt to her feet. Yes. She followed him into the kitchen, where she saw that he'd painted the first coat of white onto the cabinets that were attached to the wall. They would need a second coat, but already she could see how much brighter the kitchen would be with them painted white. Looks great. I did a coat of primer and one coat of semi-gloss. They'll need another coat of the semi-gloss before they're done. She turned to face him. Yeah, but they already look so much fresher. After lunch, I was thinking we'd start on the doors while the paint on the cabinets dry. For some reason, hearing him use the word we made her tummy flutter, just a bit. He's just a guy you hired, she reminded herself. Pushing aside all thoughts of him as an attractive man close to her age, she nodded. Sounds good. Then she noticed that he wasn't wearing his tool belt. Where's your tool belt? He pointed to the corner of the kitchen. Over there. Didn't need it to paint. Feeling foolish, she nodded. Right. Even without the tool belt, he exuded masculinity. That amazing smile, those powerful-looking biceps, those washboard abs. Afraid she was staring, she cleared her throat and turned away. All right. She swiveled back around to face him. Now what? Now I'm going to get some lunch, and when I get back we'll start on the doors. Right, she thought. He already said that. Feeling like an idiot, she said, Okay. Can I pick anything up for you? Slightly flustered now, she shook her head. No, but thank you. Of course. He gave her another smile. I'll be back soon. She watched him go, then made a simple sandwich, taking it into her office to eat so she could finish up with work before he got back. Less than an hour later, he returned. Aspen wouldn't admit it, but she'd been watching for his truck to appear on the dirt road that led to her cottage. Whether it was because she was eager to see him or eager to get started on painting the cabinet doors, she wasn't sure. No, scratch that. It had to be because she was eager to paint, because she had no desire to get into any kind of romantic relationship. So, be friends, she told herself. Satisfied with that answer, she peeked out the window again. He was just getting out of his truck. Quickly exhaling, she went back into her office to pretend she didn't know he'd arrived. The cottage door opened moments later. She stood so quickly she nearly knocked her chair over. Heat climbed her face. Rolling her eyes at herself, she pressed her cool hands against her cheeks to chase away her blush, then went into the kitchen where Ethan had headed. How was lunch? She asked, her voice bright. He turned and smiled at her, which made her tummy do a little flip. You have to stop that, girlfriend, she said to herself. It hit the spot, and now I'm ready to get back to work. He turned away and studied the cabinet doors, which were stacked on the small table. Then he faced her again. There's not enough room in here to paint these. Can we do it outside? He shook his head. We'd end up with specks of dust or dirt in the paint. Oh, right. Aspen considered their options. How about in the living room? We can spread out a tarp. Ethan's lips formed a grimace. I wouldn't want to accidentally get any paint on your carpet. Happy to have a solution, she smiled. Well, since I want to replace the carpet with hardwood, that wouldn't be the end of the world. That'll work. Awesome. You don't happen to have a large tarp lying around, do you? Aspen mentally searched the property. I'm not sure. There's a big shed out back we can check. I have no idea what Grandma Charlotte kept in there. Sounds good. Lead the way. Excited to be able to focus on this project, especially since she wouldn't be doing it by herself, Aspen felt her anticipation grow. She opened the back door, the one that went from the mudroom off of the kitchen to the back patio, and stepped outside. It was a gorgeous May afternoon. The sun was shining and the temperature was a comfortable 70 degrees. Ethan followed Aspen out back, taking in the cheerful patio with dirt-filled planter boxes lining the edges and cozy-looking patio furniture. Do you spend much time out here? He pictured her curled up on the small couch reading a book. She stopped and looked around. Not yet. Then she turned to him with a grin. Another project on my to-do list. Plant flowers and spruce up this area. Her lips pursed, along with about 1,000,000 other projects. I hope you want me to help with those 1,000,000 other projects. Why had he said that? Eventually he was going to get tired of all this physical labor, wasn't he? Why volunteer to do more than he was going to want to do? Then he met Aspen's eyes. Her expression was a cross between a look of delight and terror. Which was the stronger emotion? And what would be scaring her? Or not, he added with a laugh. Her lips tilted up and she softly laughed, but it seemed forced. She turned and strode toward a large shed. Noticing she hadn't replied to his suggestion of helping with future projects, Ethan followed, and when Aspen opened the doors after releasing the combination lock, he offered to go inside first. I won't argue with that, she said with a laugh. There's got to be spiders in there, and who knows what else. This thing hasn't been opened in ages. Using the flashlight app on his phone, Ethan lit up the interior as he took a step inside. Yard tools, including a rake, shovel, and hoe, hung neatly on hooks along one wall. Bags of potting soil were stacked along another, and shelves filled with gardening tools and supplies were on a third wall. Impressed, Ethan turned to Aspen, who stood outside of the shed. Your grandmother kept this well organized. She liked things tidy. Turning back to his task, he said, I'm grateful for that. Sweeping the light around the space, he finally found what he was looking for. Here we go. He turned off his flashlight and tucked his phone in his jeans pocket, then took down a folded bright blue tarp. Carrying it out of the shed, he tossed Aspen a smirk. Better open it up out here before we take it inside, to make sure we scare all the spiders away. She wrinkled her nose and shuddered. Yeah, let's do that. Trying not to laugh, he dropped the large tarp onto the weedy ground before unfolding it. Kneeling on the ground, he looked up at Aspen. Want to help me shake it out? She straightened her shoulders. Sure. She walked to the opposite side of the laid-out tarp. Impressed with her willingness, despite her obvious revulsion to spiders, he stood, then picked up his side. She picked up hers. Together, they shook it out. A dead spider flew in the air near Aspen. She screamed and dropped the tarp. Not able to stop the laughter from bursting from his lips, Ethan walked over to her. She had jumped back several feet and was shuddering. Are you all right? Her lips twitched in what looked like a barely suppressed smile. Yes, it just startled me. He chuckled. I'll bet. Glancing at the tarp, he said, I think we're good now. Let's fold it back up and bring it inside. Are you sure there aren't any more spiders? We could give it one more shake. Let's do that, just in case. He went to the other side and picked up the tarp. She picked up her end and they shook it again. No critters appeared. With one eyebrow cocked, he asked, Satisfied? Yes. All right. Grab that corner and we'll fold it in half. She did as instructed. Do you have a broom we can use to sweep off the dirt? No reason to track it inside. Yeah, just a sec. He watched her jog toward the house and enjoyed the sway of her slender hips. A moment later, she re-emerged carrying a broom. Not able to take his eyes off of her, he wondered what she would say if he asked her out. Here you go, she said when she reached him, holding out the broom. He took it from her, pausing for half a second, ready to ask her out, but he held back. This wasn't the right time. He briskly swept the dirt off of the folded half before leaning the broom against the shed. All right, let's fold it again. Soon enough, they'd gotten the tarp into a manageable size. Ethan picked it up and carried it toward the house. Chapter 15. This was the most fun Aspen had had with a man in ages, which was funny since they were working and not doing something most people would consider fun. Even so, she was enjoying herself. She felt surprisingly comfortable with Ethan. Maybe that was because he wasn't there on a date, but rather to work, which meant there were no expectations. She walked beside him as he carried the tarp toward the house. Let's take it around front, then we can take it right into the living room. All right. He set the tarp on the front porch and opened the door, then stepped aside and let her enter first. We need to move the furniture out of the way. Together, they moved the couch and other pieces of furniture, putting them against the wall to make a large open space. Ethan brought in the tarp and began unfolding it. Not wanting to stand around and watch him work, Aspen grabbed a corner and helped. Soon, they'd spread out the tarp to cover the carpet. Perfect. Let's bring out the doors. They moved the cabinet doors from the table to the tarp. Kneeling side by side, they spread them out face down, spaced evenly. Aspen couldn't help but be hyper-aware of Ethan being so close to her and of how attractive he was. She even felt herself leaning toward him, just a bit. Down, girl, she thought. Moments later, he stood. Ethan had to stand quickly, because with Aspen so close, he had to suppress the urge to reach out and touch her creamy smooth skin. Even to stroke her arm would be nice, but he would prefer to run a finger along her jawline, and then kiss her. What the heck, he thought. You're working for this woman, not dating her. Get a grip. Clearing his throat, he said, "All right, now we can start painting." She was still kneeling on the tarp. Her amber eyes were on him, drawing him in. She smiled and got to her feet. "Great! I'm excited to give it a try." See, she was all about the job at hand, not interested in him at all. He had to get over himself and focus on why he was there. If he wanted to ask her out, he would have to find the right time. This was not it. He went into the kitchen and gathered the can of primer, the painting tray, a brush, and 2 small foam rollers, then carried the supplies back into the living room. He poured paint into the tray, then showed Aspen how to roll the paint onto the doors to give it an even coat. Using the other roller, she began painting a different door. Working together, they made good progress and eventually finished the first coat on the back side of the doors. "We'll have to let them dry, and then we can paint the front." "I want to do the bathroom cabinets too," she said with a chagrined smile. "Then they'll match these." He laughed. "Makes sense. Before you leave for the day, can you help me take the cabinet doors off in the bathroom, and then I'll clean them before you come back tomorrow?" Even though the afternoon was getting late, Ethan found he was in no hurry to leave. "Sure, let me just grab a screwdriver." He went into the kitchen and got his Phillips screwdriver, then headed up the stairs. He was pleased when Aspen followed. "I had a little trouble getting a few of the screws out on the kitchen cabinets," she said as he worked. "They're kind of old," he said, although he managed to remove the doors without too much difficulty. He set them aside, then stood and faced Aspen. "I can help you clean them before I go." She shook her head, though she smiled as well. "No, I can do it. You've done enough today." "I don't mind." She hesitated, like she was considering his offer, then she shook her head. "I've got it." Surprised she had refused help, but aware that she obviously was ready for him to leave, he said, "All right, I'll get going then." He picked up the cabinet doors and carried them down the stairs and into the kitchen, setting them on the table. Aspen was right behind him. He turned to her with a smile. "I'll see you in the morning." "Thanks for all your help, Ethan." With some reluctance, he walked into the living room, carefully stepping over the cabinet doors spread out on the floor. Then he left. As Aspen sanded, then cleaned the bathroom cabinets, she wondered why she'd been so eager to do this alone. It was hard work, not nearly as fun as painting. Why hadn't she let Ethan do it? He'd been more than willing. "It's because you know you're attracted to him," she thought, "and that scares you." Although she wanted to ignore her inner voice, she knew it was right. Ethan seemed like a really nice guy, but so had Trevor, her ex-boyfriend. At least at first. It was only after they'd become more serious that his true colors had come through, and by then she thought she was in love with him. Eventually, his controlling ways had gotten to be too much, and she'd managed to extricate herself from him, but it had made her wary, extremely wary, which was too bad, because she really liked Ethan. But was he really as nice as he seemed? Or was he another controlling man who only acted nice until he got you where he wanted you? Didn't matter. She had no intention of delving that deep. Moving to the cottage had been a life change, one where romance was not something she was interested in. She meant to keep it that way. Chapter 16. When Ethan parked in front of Aspen's cottage the next morning, he had to laugh at himself. He hadn't been this enthusiastic to go to work in years. But if he was honest, it wasn't because of the work. Rather, it was because of Aspen. After getting home the night before, he hadn't been able to stop thinking about her. Her lovely face, her friendly personality, the way she jumped and screamed when the dead spider had startled her. He softly chuckled at the memory. With a shake of his head, he got out of his truck and made his way to the front door. Would she be helping him again today, or would she be working? He knocked on the door, his pulse rising in anticipation of seeing her. Moments later, he did, her beautiful smile, her amber eyes sparkling. His morning was so much better now that he was looking at her. "Good morning." "Good morning," she said, before stepping back and allowing him to enter. His gaze went to the cabinet doors spread out on the tarp. "I see you flipped them over and put on a coat of primer." She laughed. "Yes, just trying to move things along." He turned to her. Will you be helping today? Her lips tugged downward. Not until this afternoon. She softly sighed. I've got to earn a living. Of course. He smiled. I'll get started. Right. She turned and walked into her office, just off of the living room. Ethan watched her go, ready for her to be done working so they could spend time together. There was something about her, something that attracted him in a way he'd never been attracted to a woman before. Impatient for her to be done, he knew the best way to pass the time was to get busy. He went into the kitchen and got his supplies, then got to work. Aspen was having trouble concentrating. Knowing Ethan was so close, she could hear him working in the living room painting the cabinet doors, made her want to leave her computer and join him. Was it because she wanted to help paint, or because she wanted to be near him? Painting, she thought. It's all about the painting. You're excited to get the kitchen done. That's all. That is all. As much as her inner voice tried to convince her, she was having trouble believing it. Shaking her head in annoyance at how easily she was being distracted by a handsome face, she forced herself to focus on her work. When lunchtime came around, she was ready to stop working at her computer and inspect Ethan's progress. She pushed back from her desk, then went into the living room. The first coat of semi-gloss had been completed on all of the kitchen cabinet door fronts, and Ethan had done a coat of primer on both sides of the bathroom cabinet doors. She went into the kitchen, but he wasn't there. However, the kitchen cabinets themselves had their second coat of semi-gloss paint, and they looked fabulous. But where was Ethan? She glanced out front. His truck was parked in its usual spot. Then she heard a noise coming from upstairs. Aspen headed up. Ethan? In here. She found him in the bathroom, painting the vanity cabinet. Pleased with all he was doing, she couldn't hold back her grin. The kitchen looked so good. Kneeling on the linoleum floor, he smiled up at her. I'm glad you like it. He glanced at the cabinet he was painting. I'm just about done here. Let me take you to lunch, she said on impulse, as a thank you for all your hard work. Sounds good. Give me 10 minutes to finish, and then I'll clean up and we can go. I'll be in my office. Though she was done working, she went downstairs and sat in front of her computer, answering emails as she impatiently waited for Ethan to finish. When he was finally ready to go, she grabbed her purse and walked with him out the front door. Where do you want to go for lunch? You know Cedar Park better than I do. It's not like there are a lot of options, she said with a laugh. True. He opened the passenger door on his truck, and Aspen hopped inside, noting that the interior was clean and tidy. Not what she had expected, to be honest. Then again, what had she expected? You have no expectations when it comes to Ethan, she told herself, not unless they're about the work he's doing. He got in on the driver's side, then turned on his truck. As he drove down the gravel drive, he said, Have you thought about what hardware you want to put on the cabinets? What do you mean? Handles, knobs, that kind of thing. Feeling dumb, she laughed. Right. Actually, I found some pictures on Pinterest that I like. I really love the gold hardware. That would look good. I assume you haven't bought the hardware yet. She smiled at him. Not yet. Do you think Matt has some at the store? We can stop by and check after lunch, but I kind of doubt he has those in stock. Yeah, you're probably right. Let's check, though. Maybe we'll get lucky. You never know. Pleased that Ethan had suggested it, and even more pleased that he was willing to go with her to look, she smiled. When they reached town, he turned to her. What are you in the mood for? Burgers? Salad? Something more exotic? You and I both know that the most exotic thing to eat in Cedar Park is a burger wrapped in a lettuce leaf. He laughed. True, but I'll bet it tastes good. Aspen tossed him a smile. Yes. Anyway, I'm in the mood for a chicken salad. All right. They probably have those here, he said, as he pulled into the parking lot of Cedar Park Grill. Shortly after being seated at a table, they placed their order, Aspen getting the salad she was craving, and Ethan ordering a roast beef sandwich. I am going to pay for this meal, she said, determined to pick up the check this time. When Ethan looked like he was about to argue, she added, Please let me. You haven't let me pay for your time yet, and you've done so much. It would make me feel better. He tilted his head with a frown, then nodded. Fine, but only because I'm too hungry to argue." "Good." Their food was placed in front of them soon after, and as they ate, Aspen asked, "Where do you think I should go to pick out tile for the kitchen backsplash? I know Matt won't have anything much, if at all, at the hardware store." Ethan took a drink of his ice water. "Best bet is to go to Sacramento. That's the closest city of any size. I'm sure they have a few tile stores with a good selection." "Good idea." That would give her a chance to visit Marcel as well. "I have a friend I can see while I'm there." He nodded, but didn't say anything as he took another bite of his sandwich. Once they were finished, Aspen paid the bill, then they drove to Cedar Park Grocery and Hardware. It didn't take long to discover that they didn't have any hardware that Aspen liked. Thanking Matt for his help, they left and drove back to the cottage. "I guess I'll look for hardware while I'm in Sacramento too," Aspen said with a shrug as they went inside the cottage. She would call Marcel that night and arrange a visit. Chapter 17. Ethan couldn't help but wonder if the friend Aspen was going to see in Sacramento was a man. The thought sent a zing of jealousy threading through him, a feeling he was unfamiliar with, and a feeling which he didn't like at all. Although tempted to ask her who the friend was, he knew it wasn't his place to ask any probing questions. Yes, Aspen had taken him to lunch, but only as a thank you for his hard work, not as a date. In fact, now that he thought about it, she'd never shown any inclination to wanting to go out with him, which made him wonder all the more about this friend she would see. Shoving aside those questions, it was none of his business, and he needed to remember that. He turned to her with a smile. "Looks like the cabinet doors are ready for a second coat." Her face lit up, which only made him more attracted to her. "That means they'll be ready to go back up in the kitchen soon. It's going to look so good. I can hardly wait." He laughed. "Then let's get the paint out and get started." They worked side by side, putting the second coat of semi-gloss on the backs of the cabinet doors. "We should be able to do the final coat on the fronts tomorrow," he said as they finished. "When can we hang them back up?" "We should probably give them a day to fully dry before we hang them. That way they won't be sticky at all. So, Thursday evening?" Though Aspen was eager to get the doors hung as soon as possible, Ethan's explanation made sense, and he sure seemed to know what he was doing, so she agreed. "I suppose I can wait a couple more days." "Good." He began to gather the brushes and rollers they used. "I'll get this cleaned up." She watched him carry the supplies into the kitchen, and as he washed everything out in the sink, she began making a mental list of all the projects she wanted him to do. "Hold on," she thought. "Are you making the list because you want to extend the time he's here? Or do you really want to do all of those things?" Honestly, she wasn't sure. Well, she definitely wanted to complete all of the projects she was thinking of. The thing she was less sure about was her motivation in wanting to have Ethan be the one to complete them. "All done," he said, a short time later. He put the supplies away in a plastic tote in the corner of the kitchen. "I'll see you in the morning." "Sounds good. Thanks for all your hard work, Ethan." He smiled, and when he kept his gaze on her for several beats longer than she would have expected from someone who had zero interest in her, it got her attention. She'd been so obsessed with how she felt about him, and whether or not she was attracted to him, that she hadn't considered how he might be feeling about her. Suddenly uncomfortable with the idea that he might be drawn to her, because if he was, she would really have to examine how she felt about him, and she wasn't ready to do that yet. She turned and walked to the front door, opening it and stepping back so he could leave. "See you tomorrow." He followed her to the door, and now he smiled. "I look forward to it." He walked out the door. Aspen stood in the open doorway, watching him walk to his truck. What had he meant by, "I look forward to it"? Was he trying to send her a message? If he was, she wasn't ready to receive it, that was for sure. She closed the door and went into her office, forcing her mind away from Ethan, the hot handyman. To help get her mind off of him, she took her phone out of her pocket, plopped into her desk chair, and called Marcel. "Hey," Marcel said, "how's it going?" "So good. You should see how my kitchen cabinets look. Well, they're actually not ready for you to see, but they're getting close." "Nice. What do you have left to do?" "That's why I'm calling, actually. I need to make a trip to Sacramento this weekend to buy handles for the cabinets and pick out tile for the backsplash. Yay! You're going to stay with me, I assume? Smiling at the invitation, Aspen said, I was hoping you'd say that. Of course, I miss you. We'll have so much fun shopping for what you need, and then we'll go out. Go out where? I have a dance club I want to check out. Holding back a groan, Aspen rolled her eyes. We'll see. Marcel laughed. Stop rolling your eyes. Grinning, because Marcel knew her so well, Aspen said, Fine. Marcel laughed again. I knew it. They chatted about other things, and after they disconnected, Aspen pulled up Pinterest to get ideas for the backsplash tile, all the while picturing Ethan and his biceps. Chapter 18. The next day, as Ethan worked, he kept debating with himself over whether or not to ask Aspen out. On the one hand, he really wanted to, but on the other, he wasn't sure if it was appropriate, at least while he was in her employ. At his firm, he'd had a strict no-dating rule, especially between someone in a supervisory position and the person being supervised. What was different here? For one thing, in this case, he was the underling. Still, he wasn't sure it would be a good idea for him to ask her out while he worked for her. Then again, he didn't want to wait. And if he did ask her out, what was the worst that could happen? She could fire him and he would never see her again. That would be pretty bad. Was it worth the risk? Not sure. He concentrated on painting the second coat on the cabinet fronts. Then he got an idea. As much as Aspen wanted to help Ethan, she had a lot of work-related tasks on her plate and wouldn't be able to help him that day. Taking time away from work the last 2 days had taken its toll, and now she had to make up for it. As lunchtime drew near, she went to see how things were going. In the living room, she could see that Ethan had put the final coat on the cabinet doors, but he wasn't in the room. Figuring he was in the bathroom, she headed there. Sure enough, he was putting the final coat on the bathroom vanity. Looks good, she said, to get his attention. He looked up from where he was sitting on the floor, the paintbrush in his hand. Thanks. Are you going to get gold hardware for in here too? She leaned against the doorframe. Yeah, it would look best if the kitchen and bathroom matched, don't you think? I'm no interior designer, but yeah, that makes sense. I hope I can find what I need this weekend. He glanced at the cabinet, then turned to her. I'll be done with all the cabinet painting by lunch. Do you want me to start on your bedroom after that? Realizing that he was getting the projects done pretty quickly, she felt a tiny lurch at the knowledge that once he was completely done, there would no longer be a reason for him to be there. That's a good thing, she reminded herself. Yeah. Okay, I'll plan on that. He dipped the brush in the paint and continued working. Seeing that he was busy, Aspen headed back down the stairs and did some more work. When Ethan came down a while later, she couldn't help but watch as he walked past her office on his way to the kitchen. She could hear the water running as he cleaned up. Her stomach rumbled with hunger. Though tempted to suggest lunch again, she wouldn't. That would give him the wrong idea, even if she would enjoy it. The sound of the running water ceased. A few moments later, she heard Ethan's approaching footsteps. Heart thudding in her chest, when he stopped in her open doorway, she worked to keep her expression neutral. All done? Yep, just going to grab some lunch. He studied her for a moment. I was thinking it would be fun to have a little picnic under the tree in your front yard. I could pick up a salad for you if you'd like. Without giving herself a chance to talk herself out of it, she nodded. That does sound fun. Ethan's face brightened like he hadn't expected her to agree, which only made her doubt herself. Was this going to give him the wrong idea? Too late now. If she backed out, it would only make things awkward. I'll be back soon. At that, he turned and left. Aspen watched him go, her heart fluttering. Annoyed with herself for being so hasty in her answer, she huffed a sigh, then stood to search for a blanket they could spread out under the tree. It's not a big deal, she muttered. Get over yourself. When she heard Ethan's truck crunching up the gravel drive a while later, She picked up the blanket she'd found and carried it out front where she spread it under a big shade tree. He got out of his truck and carried the bags of food over to her. "This is perfect," he said, before setting a plastic bag on the blanket. They sat across from each other, and then Ethan took a plastic container with Aspen salad out of the bag and handed it to her. "There you go. I hope I ordered it right." More hungry than ever, she took the salad with a smile. "I'm sure it will be delicious." She set the container down and opened the lid. "What did you get?" "A meatball sandwich." After setting his wrapped sandwich on the blanket, he opened the paper, revealing the food inside. Aspen began eating her salad. "Thank you for getting this. It's yummy." "Yummy?" she thought. "Why did I say that? Makes me sound like a child." "I'm glad it meets your expectations." Ethan was proud of himself for figuring out a way to be on a quasi-date with Aspen. Now the question was how much he should ask her about herself, and how much he should divulge about himself. He ate more of his sandwich, then said, "You mentioned you're from Sacramento. Did you grow up there?" "Yes. My grandma Charlotte was from the area, so my mom was raised there. After she and my dad got married, they decided to settle there." Thrilled that she was willing to share so much about herself with him, Ethan asked, "Do you have any siblings?" "No, it's just me. My mom had a brother, but he died when he was in his 20s, so I was the only grandchild, which is why my grandma left the cottage to me." "How did your parents feel about that? Would they have wanted it?" Why had he asked that? He didn't want to dredge up any family squabbles, but when Aspen shrugged with a look of indifference, he felt better. "My parents are busy with their lives and weren't particularly interested in spending time here, so they were fine with it." She ate some of her salad. "What about you? You said you're from LA. Is that where you grew up?" "Close. I grew up in Bakersfield, but moved to LA after college." "What about family? Do you have siblings?" Glad she hadn't asked about his work life, he nodded. "I have an older sister. She lives in Oregon with her husband and 3 kids." "Do you see them often?" "A couple of times a year." "What about your parents?" "When Tanya started having babies, my parents moved to Oregon to be closer to her." Aspen tilted her head. "They left you all alone in LA?" Laughing, Ethan nodded. "I guess you could say that, but I understood. Anyway, I'm not there now, so it's good they didn't stick around just for me." Then he thought about his father's recent death. "Plus, it's good my mom has my sister, because my father passed away late last year." Sadness washed over Aspen's face. "I'm so sorry, Ethan." "Thanks." Not wanting to dwell on that, he added, "Being so close to her grandkids has been a huge blessing for my mom." Aspen smiled. "I'll bet." Then she glanced at the tree surrounding them before meeting his eyes. "So you like it here in Cedar Park?" "So far so good." He thought about the painting he tried to take up and how bored he'd been. This was so much better. What was he going to do when the projects were all finished? Knowing that the end of the projects would bring an end to being with Aspen made him feel a little glum. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, her forehead furrowed. Realizing he was frowning, he pushed a smile onto his lips. "Just thinking about how much I'll miss your cottage when all the projects are done." Her eyes tightened with an emotion he couldn't read, although it made him wonder if she was feeling the same way he was. Seeing her every day had been, well, kind of amazing. He hated the idea of it ending. She swiveled to look at the cottage, then turned to him with a smirk. "It might be a while before you're done, if you're up for it." He studied the cottage. They hadn't even begun to work on the outside, and it needed a lot of work. Feeling cheered, he smiled. "We do have our work cut out for us." She laughed. "That we do." Chapter 19. Once they finished eating, Aspen began clearing up. To her delight, Ethan said, "Let me do that." Then he scooped up the trash and put it inside the bags the food had come in. Aspen had enjoyed eating lunch with him and was glad he'd suggested it. It felt like they were becoming friends, which was something she was fine with. She could always use friends, especially here in Cedar Park where she didn't know anyone. Being friends was good. It was safe. Ethan stood with the bags of trash in his hands. "Let me toss this in the garbage, and then I'll come back for the blanket." "I can fold it." She appreciated his help, but she needed to show him that she could take care of things too. Not that she thought he believed otherwise, but still. "Okay." He took the trash to the side of the cottage where the trash cans were stored. Aspen took surreptitious glances at him as she folded the blanket, admiring the way his jeans hung on his hips and the way his biceps glistened in the sun. "Stop it," she told herself. "You shouldn't be admiring your friend's biceps." Feeling a gentle blush climbing her cheeks, she tucked the blanket under her arm and turned toward the front door. Ethan rounded the cottage a moment later. She went in first, but he walked inside right after her. After putting the blanket on the couch, she turned to him. "I have to work the rest of the day, but I'll be honest, I'm not sad to let you do all of the painting prep." He laughed. "That is the worst part. But when I'm ready to paint, maybe you can help with that." "Maybe." She actually really wanted to. She just didn't want to look too eager. He did a chin lift toward her office. "Do you want me to start in there or in the bedroom?" "How about the bedroom? That way it'll be done before I go to bed." "At least the first coat will be done." She watched him go into the kitchen to gather supplies, then she went into her office to work. For the rest of the afternoon, she found it a little hard to concentrate when she pictured Ethan up in her bedroom. Although doing the painting prep held no appeal, being with Ethan did, which made her resist the temptation to join him. Being so attracted to him only made her fight against that attraction all the harder. Halfway through the afternoon, she saw Ethan walk past her office on his way to the kitchen. Several moments later, he walked back by on his way upstairs. Assuming he'd finished the prep and was about to start painting, she forced herself to focus on work, but after 30 minutes she murmured, "Forget it," then pushed back from her desk and headed up to her bedroom. When she got there, she found Ethan busy using the paintbrush as he painted along the baseboard. "I can start on the wall," she offered. He looked up from the floor where he was kneeling. "Sounds good. Let me pour some paint into the pan." He hooked the brush onto the side of the small container he'd been dipping it into, then set the container on the floor before going to the can of paint and pouring a small amount into the tray. "Have you painted walls before?" "A long time ago." He grinned. "It's basically the same thing you did on the cabinets, only on a larger scale." "I think I can handle that." "It will go a lot faster with two of us working." That gave her pause. Did she want it to go faster? Then again, if she wasn't helping, she would have to leave because she wasn't going to stand there and watch him work. That would be super awkward, even if she would enjoy it. Without comment, she picked up a fresh roller, rolled it in the paint, then began rolling the paint onto the wall. The soft grayish purple she'd chosen filled her with peace. Focused on what she was doing, she nearly forgot Ethan was there, until he said, "Looking good." She turned to find him standing half a dozen feet away. "Thanks. I love this color." Ethan had been watching Aspen work. Okay, yes, he'd been staring. How could he not? She was so lovely, so graceful, and completely oblivious to the effect she was having on him. He'd made the comment only to distract himself from watching, and maybe to pretend he was only interested in the job she was doing. "All the colors you chose are really brightening this place up," he said, kind of desperate to find a topic that would turn his mind away from how attracted he was to this woman. "Thanks." She dipped the roller in the tray and continued working. There were so many colors, it was hard to choose. "You have an eye for it." He chuckled. "Then again, you said you're a graphic designer, so I guess you would have an eye for it." She turned to him with a smile that made it seem as if she was glowing from within. Ethan had to suppress the urge to go to her side. There was no reason to, and he didn't want to come off as creepy, even though he would love to reach out and touch her. "Down, boy," he thought. "She's your client, not your date." "I do like color," she said with a small laugh. "Have you chosen a color for the exterior?" She paused the roller, then looked at him and shook her head. "Not yet." "No hurry, right? You want to tile the kitchen backsplash first anyway, don't you?" Her face brightened. "Yes, I'm super excited to get the kitchen done." "We can hang the cabinet doors tomorrow." Her eyes lit up. I can hardly wait." She tossed him a smile before turning back to her task, the roller once again transferring paint to the wall. Missing her attention, Ethan concentrated on what he needed to do, which was to finish painting the area where the wall met the ceiling, but he didn't mind, not when Aspen was so near. Chapter 20. Aspen looked around her bedroom, admiring the freshly painted wall. "I'll do another coat tomorrow," Ethan said. "Okay, now what?" His lips quirked up. "You're kind of a slave driver." Slightly embarrassed to be seen that way, she laughed. "Sorry, I guess I'm just eager to get stuff done. We can stop for the day if you want." "No, that's fine. Let's work on prep in your office. Then there will be less inconvenience for you tomorrow when you're working." Aspen wouldn't mind watching him work while she was at her computer, but she also knew it would be distracting. "Sounds good." Leading the way down the stairs, Aspen was acutely aware that Ethan was behind her. Was he watching her as she walked? What was he thinking? Pushing those thoughts aside, when they reached the bottom, she went into her office while Ethan grabbed the painter's tape from the kitchen. Moments later, he joined her. "We need to move the furniture into the middle of the room." Together, they pushed the twin bed into the center of the room, then placed the desk against the bed. That didn't leave much space in which to work. The room was tiny, but it was the best they could do in the small space. "Maybe we could put my desk in the living room," Aspen suggested after considering her options. As a bonus, she would be out of the way when Ethan painted in there the next day, which was a good thing. She didn't need the distraction of the hot handyman while she worked. He stepped into the living room, paused, and looked around. Then he swiveled to face her. "I think we can make a spot." Working together, they carried the small desk through the doorway, then crammed it into the only open space along one wall. It was tight, but at least it was temporary. "That works," Aspen said, pleased with her idea. Ethan went back into the office and began unfurling the blue painter's tape, kneeling on the carpeted floor and placing it along the baseboard. "What can I do to help?" He turned his head and smiled up at her. "I know you don't like this part, so I'll do it. Just keep me company." He turned back to his task. Not sure she was comfortable with that. She chewed on the inside of her lower lip, but finally nodded. What was the big deal anyway? The prep was super boring. Keeping him company was the least she could do, right? Then she reminded herself that he was a hired worker. She had no obligation to keep him company while he worked. "But I want to," she thought. Irritated with herself, she nearly huffed a sigh, until she realized Ethan would hear her. She didn't want him to know about her internal struggle, or to think that he was doing something to annoy her. Instead, she decided she would help with the prep. It wasn't that bad. "I'll start on the door frame," she said as she moved over to him. He smiled up at her. "Great." He picked up the painter's tape and held it out to her. With her eyes on his as she reached for the tape, she wasn't looking where she was reaching, and her hand accidentally brushed against his. A small jolt of energy rushed through her. Startled, she froze for half a second. His eyes were still on hers, his forehead furrowed like he was wondering what was wrong with her. Had he not felt it too? Feeling like an idiot, it seemed as if heat was burning a path up her neck and toward her cheeks. In her haste to hide her emotions and get away, she nearly yanked the tape out of his hands. Feeling more awkward by the second, she turned her back on him and tore a section of tape off before studiously placing it along the frame of the door. What had that jolt of energy been all about? Sure, she was attracted to him, but he was a handyman for heaven's sake. Not the kind of man she would be interested in if she was looking for a man, which she wasn't. Clenching her jaw, she focused on what she was doing and tried to ignore the masculine energy coming off of Ethan like a wave. Wait, he was several feet away. Why was she even conscious of any kind of energy coming off of him? More irritated with herself than ever, because she shouldn't be noticing a thing about Ethan, Aspen nearly threw the roll of tape on the floor and stormed out, but she managed to stay where she was. Stay cool, she told herself. Stay calm. Silently breathing in and out, she got herself under control. But the moment she'd finished taping around the doorframe, she set the tape on the floor and left the room. going upstairs and into her bedroom, where she stood in the center of the space and let the calming color now adorning her walls settle her. What was wrong with Aspen? Before she left the room, Ethan had been getting a weird vibe from her. Not sure what the vibe was or what had set it off, he focused on taping the baseboards. Did it have something to do with their hands touching? Their skin had only come into contact for half a second. Sure, he'd liked that brief touch, and yes, he would have liked it to last longer and actually be on purpose, but he wasn't going to start acting all weird now. Maybe Aspen had issues. He really knew hardly anything about her. Maybe she was a bit psycho. Maybe he should look into more about her. Then again, why should he? It wasn't as if they were dating. Not yet. He smirked at the thought, because despite the strange vibe he'd gotten from her, he was going to ask her out, soon. "I'll see you in the morning," Aspen heard Ethan shout from downstairs a while later. Not ready to face him, although she wasn't sure why, she went to the top of the stairs and called down, "Sounds good, thanks." She heard the front door open and close. She went to her bedroom window that overlooked the front yard and watched him walk to his truck. Not able to stop herself from admiring the way his jeans fit his athletic body and the way those biceps flexed when he pulled open the door to his truck, Aspen shook her head with annoyance. Why did she have to hire such an attractive man to help her with her house projects? Why couldn't it have been a competent but older man to whom she would have zero attraction? That would have made her life so much simpler. But no, the person Matt had sent her way was a hot man who she couldn't get off of her mind. She considered what would help her lose her attraction to him, and knew it would be when he showed his true colors. Not the nice handyman, but the real Ethan, the one who was just as controlling as all the men she'd dated. Men who at first tried to be helpful in their suggestions on how she should do things, but ended up trying to change her, to mold her into who they wanted her to be. All she had to do was give him time, and then when he revealed his true self, she would be able to shove him out of her mind once and for all. Confident that would happen, she watched as his truck disappeared from view, then felt relief to know what she could expect, although right on the heels of that was disappointment that men could be so predictable. Chapter 21. After Aspen's strange behavior the afternoon before, Ethan wasn't sure what kind of reception to expect, but when she greeted him brightly the next morning, he accepted it and said hello in reply. "Today's the day we can hang the cabinet doors," she said, as she stepped back to allow him to enter. "Yep, but we should wait until this afternoon." Her smile faltered. "Right. Don't want the paint to be sticky." "Nope." She turned slightly, angling toward her desk, then swiveled back around. "I'll be working at my desk if you need anything." "Sounds good." He watched her turn and walk to her desk, which was in the corner of the living room. With her back to him as she sat down, he went into the kitchen to get the paint she had chosen for her office, as well as the painting supplies. Soon, he was busily painting the office walls, very much aware that Aspen was in the adjoining room. Should he ask her out today? Or was that weird vibe he'd gotten the day before a message he should heed to give it more time? Speaking of that, how much time did he have? Sure, there were still a number of projects, but eventually they would end. He would definitely ask her out before that happened. "Hello?" Aspen said from the front room a moment later. From her tone and volume, Ethan assumed she was answering her phone. "Oh, hi, Phil." Her tone sounded crisp and professional, but less than thrilled to be speaking to this person. Ethan thought Phil was the same name he'd heard before when Aspen had spoken to someone about a billing issue. "I see," she said. A pause. "No, that won't be possible. We discussed my policy last week and it hasn't changed." Another pause. "I understand, but you need to understand that I can't give you the finished product until the final payment has been made." A third pause, longer this time. "I'm not accusing you of anything, Phil. That's just my policy. Like I said before, if I make an exception for you, I'll have to make an exception for everyone." Ethan could actually hear a man's voice screaming. Wondering if Aspen had pulled the phone away from her ear, he was tempted to poke his head around the door to take a peek, but he didn't. Instead, he kept painting. I'm sorry, Phil, but I'm not going to talk to you as long as you yell at me. Let me know when you have the funds to pay for my work. Goodbye. Now Ethan couldn't resist. He moved to the doorway and leaned out enough to see the back of Aspen's head, which was shaking from side to side like she was super irritated. Then she huffed an audible sigh and got back to work. Understanding that difficult clients were a reality in any business, Ethan returned to painting, glad that those types of issues were in the past for him. When he finished the first coat an hour later, he walked into the living room where Aspen was hard at work at her computer. Not sure if he should interrupt, he stood there for a moment and watched as she worked on some graphics project on her screen. A moment later, she stopped, then swiveled to face him. "Oh, I thought I heard something behind me, but I wasn't sure." Feeling a bit uncomfortable for having been standing there, Ethan smiled. "Sorry. I wanted to let you know I finished the first coat, but I didn't want to interrupt." She smiled in return, which let him know she wasn't upset with him for standing there. She stood. "Great. Let me see how it looks." Ethan stepped out of the way, allowing her to pass. She walked into the office and stopped, her hands on her hips as she let her gaze wander the room. Finally, she turned and faced him, a smile on her lips. "I like it." Unaccountably relieved, Ethan smiled. "Great. I can do the second coat in a few hours." "Can we hang the cabinet doors in the meantime?" Not able to stop a burst of laughter from leaving his mouth, Ethan nodded. "Let me make sure they're ready." He went to the tarp where the cabinet doors were still spread out, knelt, then tapped a finger against one cabinet door. It wasn't sticky at all. He checked a couple more, then stood and faced Aspen with a smile. "Looks like they're ready." Her eyes lit up like a child at Christmas. Super excited to get the cabinet doors hung, and happy with the way her office was coming along, Aspen was able to push aside her lingering discomfort over the confrontation with Phil. Why he had gotten so angry with her she didn't know, but it had made her heart race. She hated confrontations, especially with a client. Now, though, she put those thoughts aside and went over to the tarp where she knelt before lifting her gaze to Ethan. His eyes were on her, and she realized he was studying her. Feeling her pulse rate increase, she quickly turned away. "Where do we start?" Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him kneel a short distance away. She swiveled her head to watch him, not able to stop her gaze from straying to those firm and rounded biceps. Desire pulsed through her, taking her by surprise. Working to tamp it down, she softly cleared her throat but kept her eyes on Ethan. The throat clearing must not have been as soft as she thought, because Ethan shifted his focus to her. "Everything okay?" "Yeah." Turning her attention to the cabinet doors, she picked one up and looked at the number she'd written on a piece of tape stuck in the hole where the hinge went. "This is number 3. Ethan checked the cabinets in front of him. "I have 1 and 2. Getting to her feet, she said, "Perfect." Then she picked up cabinet door 3. Ethan carried 1 and 2 into the kitchen, and before long he'd hung them up. "Wow," she said as she admired them. "It looks so good." "Once the hardware's on, they'll look even better." "I'll get those this weekend." Excited to not only spend time with Marcel, but to get the hardware and tile, she couldn't stop a smile from bursting upon her lips. Ethan must have sensed her eagerness, because he said, "I guess you enjoy shopping." "I like it well enough, and to be honest, I've never been big on home improvement projects, but I am excited about this trip." "Because you'll get the supplies, or because you'll see your friend?" "Both, actually." Aspen noticed that Ethan's smile dimmed slightly at her answer. Not sure what that was about, she went back to the living room and picked up another cabinet door. "Number 4. Soon, all of the cabinet doors had been hung, giving the kitchen a much more finished look. "I love it." Her voice was filled with enthusiasm. Ethan chuckled. "I'm glad to hear it, especially since it's the first time I've painted cabinets." Aspen turned to him. "Well, you did great." He beamed under her praise. "Thanks." "What about tiling the backsplash, though? Do you think you're up for that?" "Sure. I've watched some YouTube videos. I don't think it'll be too hard." "Okay then," she said with a relieved smile, glad she wasn't going to have to try and find someone else to do it. Besides, she didn't mind having Ethan around, which was important since he'd practically moved in with her. Lips twisting into a smirk at the thought, she turned back to the cabinets to admire them some more. "Well," Ethan said after several moments, "I'll hang the doors on the bathroom cabinet, and then we can put that tarp away." Aspen had been so focused on the kitchen that she'd nearly forgotten about the bathroom. She turned to him with a smile. "Awesome!" A short time later, she inspected his work in the bathroom. With the white cabinet and doors, the small space felt a little larger. "Love it!" she sang out. He laughed. "I'm glad. Let's get that tarp out of your front room and put the furniture back in place." Together, they began folding the tarp. "Can I say something?" he asked, as they finished folding the large tarp. Standing about 6 feet away, she faced him. "What?" I couldn't help but overhear your conversation earlier with someone named Phil." The uncomfortable confrontation came back to Aspen, making her adrenaline surge. Why was Ethan bringing it up? "What about it?" "I thought you handled it well." At first, Aspen was flattered by his compliment, but then she wondered why he felt the need to comment at all. How was it any of his business how she conducted her relationship with her clients? In some ways, his bringing it up reminded her of her ex and how he was always sticking his nose into her business. The memory made her uncomfortable. Even so, she wasn't going to be rude to Ethan. Not yet, anyway. "Thanks," she said, her tone tepid. By the way Aspen had responded to his comment, Ethan wondered if he should have said anything. In his former firm, he tried to catch his employees succeeding and let them know that he'd noticed. They'd always appreciated that. Guess old habits died hard. But this wasn't his firm, and Aspen wasn't his employee. Even more, all she knew about him was that he was a hired worker. She had no idea he'd run a billion-dollar firm and that his compliment was worth something. Instead, she seemed bugged that he'd said anything at all. Debating whether or not to backtrack, when she gave him a lukewarm smile and said, "Let's move the furniture back into place and call it a day." He had no doubt that she was annoyed with him. "It's only lunchtime. Don't you want me to do a second coat on your office this afternoon?" Her lips pursed, but it was obvious she was trying to suppress a frown. "I suppose that would be all right." "Okay, time to fix this." "Look, Aspen, I'm sorry if I offended you." Her eyes narrowed. "Offended me how?" "By saying something about the phone call I overheard. It wasn't my place." Her forehead furrowed, like his apology had surprised her. Then her eyes narrowed again and she crossed her arms. "You're right. It wasn't your place. I don't need comments from the peanut gallery." Wow, he'd obviously touched a sore spot. With no desire to be on the receiving end of her ire, he said, "You're right. I overstepped my bounds. I'm sorry. It won't happen again." This seemed to catch her off guard, like his sincere apology wasn't something she was used to. Her features smoothed out and her hands dropped to her sides. "Okay, let's just forget it." They moved her couch and other furniture back into place in the living room, although there was a bit of tension still in the air. When they were done, Ethan lifted the folded tarp from the floor by the front door. "I'll stash this back in the shed, then I'm going to grab some lunch. I'll finish your office when I get back." Half expecting her to tell him not to bother coming back, when her lips lifted into the hint of a smile and she said, "Okay, see you soon." It was all he could manage to not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, he walked out the front door and headed to the shed. After he put the tarp away, he went to his truck and got inside. As he drove away, he was happy to know he would be coming back after lunch, although he also knew he wouldn't be asking her out any time soon, not unless he wanted a hard no. Chapter 22. Aspen was slightly frustrated with herself. She knew she'd overreacted to Ethan's comment. He had been praising her. Still, she would have preferred if he hadn't said anything at all. Was she being oversensitive? Maybe he'd just been trying to connect with her. Not every man was out to control her. She went into the kitchen, stopping to admire her beautiful white cabinets, then she made lunch. After eating, she got back to work at her desk, glad that Ethan would be coming back to finish painting her office. "Because you want to be able to move your desk back, right?" she thought. "Not because you still want him around." Frustrated with her inner voice, but only because it liked to speak about things she didn't want to consider, she frowned. A while later, Aspen heard the sound of a vehicle crunching up the gravel drive to her cottage. Not able to stop herself, she stood and went to a window, peeking out to see if it was Ethan. Yep, there was his truck, and she could see him through the windshield. Heart rate picking up just a bit, she hurried back to her desk and put her hand on the mouse, anxious to appear like she'd been so focused on working that she hadn't noticed his return. A minute later, the front door began to open. Her heart rate picked back up. Pressing her lips tightly together in irritation at herself for having any kind of reaction to Ethan's arrival, Aspen tried to relax, but couldn't as long as her mouth was so tense. Relaxing her lips, she opened her mouth and let out a soft breath. "I'm back," Ethan said from a distance behind her. "Oh." She said it like she hadn't been battling with her emotions over his return. She swiveled her body in her chair so she could see him, which was when she saw a gorgeous flower arrangement in a beautiful crystal vase. "Oh!" Her eyes went to his face, which was smiling. Dang, why did he have to be so attractive, with that perfectly trimmed beard, that thick brown hair, those light green eyes that seemed to see into her soul every time he looked at her? "Stop it, Aspen," she thought. "He's just a handyman you hired to do some work around the cottage, not your Prince Charming." Struggling to listen to her inner voice, when Ethan walked toward her, stopping 3 feet away and holding out the flowers before saying, "I got these for you," she had to reconsider the Prince Charming angle. She took the lovely floral arrangement, her spirits soaring as she smelled the fresh scent and admired the variety of colorful flowers. "Thank you." She lifted her eyes to Ethan. "But why?" "To let you know that I'm truly sorry for overstepping my bounds. You're obviously an independent and successful woman, and you don't need my input on how you run your business." Aspen was touched, and also felt like a fool. First off, she'd gotten angry with him for giving her a compliment earlier. Now he'd gotten her flowers to say he was sorry for giving her a compliment. Realizing how idiotic and petty she must seem, she couldn't stop a blush from reddening her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Ethan." Tilting his head, he asked, "For what?" She set the vase of flowers on her desk, then stood and faced him. "For overreacting." With his eyes steady on her, he softly smiled. "It's not a big deal." Clearly it was, or he wouldn't have felt the need to buy her flowers. Still, she didn't want to belabor the point. "Thank you for being so thoughtful. You didn't have to get those for me." She gestured toward the flowers before facing him again. "But I appreciate it." He nodded once. "You're welcome. Now, I'm going to get back to work so that you can have your office back." He turned and walked into the office where he'd left his supplies. Aspen watched him go, kind of flabbergasted by the whole exchange, and wishing now that she'd accepted his earlier compliment with good grace, because the more she got to know Ethan, the more she was attracted to him. But after her behavior, she figured he must think she was a nutcase, which meant he would never see her in a romantic light, which was a good thing, right? Ethan was more attracted to Aspen than ever. He'd had to excuse himself to start working, or he might have given in to his powerful desire to reach out and touch her. Now, as he applied the second coat of paint, he replayed their exchange. She'd seemed genuinely shocked that he'd given her flowers as a way to apologize for his earlier comment. She'd actually seemed a little shaken, had maybe begun to think her earlier reaction had been a bit overblown. He would agree with that, but he didn't hold it against her. Rather, he respected that she was fiercely protective of her business in the way she did things. He suspected it had taken her a while to build her business, and he respected that tremendously. By the time he was done with the second coat, Ethan became aware that the only thing he thought about the entire time he'd been working was Aspen, which also reminded him that she would be gone this weekend, seeing a friend. Who was that friend? Perhaps it was a woman, and he was feeling threads of jealousy for no reason. But what if it wasn't? What if it was a man who had a romantic interest in Aspen? Even worse, a man who Aspen had a romantic interest in. Ethan gathered the painting supplies and stepped out of the office and into the living room. The first place his gaze went was to Aspen. She appeared to be immersed in working on an image on her computer. Tamping down the urge to get her attention, he carried the supplies into the kitchen and began cleaning up. When he was done, he put everything into the plastic tote in the corner where he'd been storing supplies and went back into the living room. Aspen stood from her desk and faced him. "You're done?" "Yep. We might want to wait until tomorrow to move your furniture back to make sure the walls are dry." "Makes sense." "If you'd like, I can come early and help you move the desk back before you need to start working." "Actually, since I'm heading to Sacramento tomorrow, why don't you take the day off and we'll start back up Monday morning?" Ethan was surprised at the stab of disappointment in knowing he wouldn't see her for 3 days, but what could he do? "Sure, that works." She took a step in his direction, then stopped and narrowed her eyes. "Can I pay you for the work you've done so far?" She smiled. "It feels strange for you to work so many hours without pay." He laughed and shook his head. Money was so far down on his list of needs that it was comical. "It's fine. I'd rather wait until we're done." She kind of grimaced. "As long as I'm not hit with a huge bill." They had discussed an hourly rate, so Ethan said, "I promise it will be exactly what we agreed upon." Her face relaxed. "All right. Have a good weekend." "I won't if I don't see you." Rather shocked that those words had leapt into his mind, he felt heat roll up his neck and toward his face. Forcing a smile, he said, "Thanks. You too. Good luck with finding the hardware and tile. I'm interested to see what you end up getting." Knowing that this was something they shared, something they both cared about, filled Ethan with a sense of intimacy with Aspen. "I'm excited to see what they have. I can hardly wait to show you what I find." An idea sprang to mind, an idea he decided to say out loud before he could talk himself out of it. "Too bad I'm not coming with you. It would be fun to pick everything out together." Aspen got a funny look on her face, a look Ethan couldn't read, but a look that made him feel stupid for making the suggestion. "I'm sure your friend will help you, though." "Yeah," Aspen slowly said as she nodded. When she didn't say anything else, Ethan smiled once more. "All right, see you later." Then he strode to the front door and let himself out before walking to his truck. Ethan's suggestion that he come with her to Sacramento had totally caught Aspen off guard. The idea had never occurred to her, but the more she thought about it, the more she liked it. 2 things kept her from agreeing. First, she didn't want Ethan to get the wrong idea, although she had to admit it wouldn't be the end of the world for him to know she was attracted to him. Second, she didn't want to tell Marcel about the hot handyman she'd been spending so much time with. She went to the window and watched Ethan drive away. The moment he was out of sight, knowing she wouldn't see him for days, she felt a melancholy that took her by surprise. He was just a hired handyman. Sure, he'd been good company, and yes, he seemed to be a nice guy, and definitely he was hotter than sin, but why should she feel a little sad that she wouldn't see him for a while? Anyway, she would be busy with Marcel, which is when she figured out why she wanted to keep the existence of Ethan to herself. It was because her emotions about him were so mixed. Why bring Marcel and her opinions into it when Aspen wasn't sure herself how she felt? With a shake of her head, she went back to her computer and tried not to think about Ethan and what he would be doing this weekend. Chapter 23. "You're here!" Marcel squealed after answering her door and finding Aspen on her doorstep late that evening. Aspen hugged her best friend, super excited to see her and glad to be back in town. Without Ethan to interact with that day, the hours had dragged by until it was time to leave for the 2-hour drive to Sacramento. Glad to finally be there and ready to do the shopping for her cottage, Aspen carried her luggage inside. "How are things in the wild?" Marcel asked as she carried one of Aspen's 2 pieces of luggage into the guest room. She set it onto the bed, then plopped down beside it. "See any bears yet?" Laughing, Aspen rolled her other suitcase into a corner, then unzipped the one Marcel had set on the bed. "Nope, not a single bear." Then she thought, just a super hot handyman. She began unpacking, hanging 2 blouses and a t-shirt in the closet. "I hope you brought a sexy dress, Aspen, because we're going dancing tomorrow night." Knowing that Marcel wanted to go out, and thinking it would be fun too, Aspen had brought a dress. I sure did, she said, as she lifted a short navy blue number out of her suitcase and hung it in the closet. Good. After she finished unpacking, they went into the living room and sat on the couch and began catching up, with Aspen telling Marcel all of the things she'd done in her cottage. I can't wait to see it, Marcel said. You should come up next weekend, Aspen said with a broad smile. By then, the kitchen will be done. I just might. Great. Sounds like you found a great handyman to do all of this work. An image of Ethan filled Aspen's mind. Yep, he's a hard worker and is doing a fantastic job. Marcel leaned toward Aspen, her eyebrows raised. Is he cute? Then she frowned. Or is he some old guy? He's okay, Aspen answered, feeling slightly guilty that she was flat out lying. Regardless, she wasn't ready to admit how attracted she was to Ethan, or how much she was coming to depend on his company to keep her from being lonely. Just okay? Marcel asked, her lips twisted into a disappointed frown. Aspen lifted her shoulders in a shrug. Enough about me. What's new with you? At that, Marcel launched into drama at her job, and Aspen leaned back, happy to not have to talk about Ethan and how she was so torn about her feelings toward him. The next day, Aspen was eager to go shopping for the things she needed for her cottage. Marcel was a little slower to get going, but had said she was game to come along. The first place they went to had exactly the hardware Aspen had been envisioning, but finding the right tile was a little more challenging. I wish Ethan was here with me, she thought. I'd like to know what tile he thinks would look good. The thought popped into her mind unbidden, but she forced it away. He wasn't there, so she would have to pick the tile out on her own. Anyway, it was for her cottage. She needed to choose what she loved. You're deep in thought, Marcel said as Aspen studied a tile display. Just trying to picture what this will look like in my kitchen. Marcel laughed. I guess it's a big decision. Aspen turned to her friend with a smile. I know, right? It seems silly, but once that tile's in place, it's not going anywhere for a very long time. I want to love it. I totally get it, Marcel said. I've just never done renovations, so I haven't gone through this. She tilted her head. Kind of makes me want to, though. Her eyebrows rose. Maybe I can borrow your guy. No, Aspen blurted, then felt her face redden. I mean, he's going to be busy working on my cottage for a while. Marcel gave her a what the heck look. I didn't mean right now. Just, down the road. Right, sorry. It's just been so much on my mind, all of the things I have to do, and it's hard to find a good handyman. Especially one as amazing as Ethan. There was no way she would share him with Marcel. In fact, knowing that if Marcel had been in her place, she would have made a move on Ethan by now, Aspen was more determined than ever to keep him a secret. Not that she thought Marcel would swoop in and try to steal him. Wait, steal him? He wasn't hers to take. Confused now, Aspen picked up a random tile and pretended to study it from every angle. What was wrong with her? Why was she thinking like this? For all she knew, at that very moment, Ethan was with some random woman having a good time. The thought made her stomach twist with jealousy. She set the tile down and moved down the aisle. Fortunately, a sheet of white and light gray hexagon-shaped tile caught her eye. This, she said with a smile, this would be perfect. Using the measurements Ethan had given her, Aspen had a worker help her figure out how much she needed. Fortunately, they had enough in stock. On the drive back to Marcel's condo, Aspen felt relaxed and happy. Her purpose for going to Sacramento had been achieved. Tempted to take a picture of what she'd bought and text it to Ethan, she held back. It would only make Marcel suspicious. Besides, she had told Ethan he would have the weekend off, so why would he want to hear from her? He was most certainly busy, especially with all the time he'd been spending at her place. Surely he had better things to do than think about her cottage. In fact, he was probably sick of her cottage. The thought that he would soon disappear from her life made her glum. "What's wrong?" Marcel asked, as Aspen pulled into a parking space in the guest parking area of Marcel's condo. "What do you mean?" "You just look, I don't know, sad. You were so excited a few minutes ago." Frowning, she shifted her body to face Aspen. "Did you change your mind about the tile?" Shaking her head, Aspen turned off her engine as she pushed a smile onto her lips. "No, I really do love it. I think it will be perfect in my kitchen." "Okay, then what?" Forcing out a small laugh, Aspen shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe I'm PMSing." She totally wasn't, but it seemed like an excuse Marcel would buy. Grinning, Marcel said, "Well, put that attitude away, because tonight we're going to have fun." Suddenly dreading going out, Aspen shoved a smile onto her lips and feigned enthusiasm. "Yay!" Chapter 24. When Aspen walked into the dance club that night, she tried to let the pounding beat get her in the right mood, but honestly, she would have preferred to either just hang out with Marcel at her condo or be at her cute little cottage, preferably working with Ethan on projects. "I see some prospects," Marcel said in Aspen's ear, her eyes pointing toward a pair of good-looking men standing at the bar. Aspen looked in the direction Marcel indicated, but although the men were attractive, she found that she just didn't care. "Let's go," Marcel said, grabbing Aspen by the wrist and practically dragging her toward the men. Rolling her eyes, Aspen let Marcel lead her to the men where Marcel said hello. Aspen put a smile on her face, if only to appease her friend. What would it hurt anyway? A few moments later, Aspen found herself dancing with one of the men on the crowded dance floor. Though she enjoyed dancing and smiled like she was having a good time, in her heart she would have preferred to be dancing with Ethan. In a way, all of these thoughts of Ethan surprised her. When she was at home and he was right there, she didn't feel this need to be by his side, but now that he was nowhere in sight, she missed him. "Absence makes the heart grow fonder after all, I guess," she thought. Suppressing a frown, she moved to the beat, pretending to be having a good time. The song ended and a slow song started. Before she had a chance to walk off the dance floor, the man she'd been dancing with, blonde, tall, and athletically built, moved toward her and took her in his arms. Aspen let him, but the entire time she couldn't help but wish it was Ethan holding her, dancing with her, just being with her. Mercifully, the song ended. Aspen found Marcel, and this time she dragged her off of the dance floor into the bar. "I'm sorry, Marcel, but I'm not feeling great. Do you mind if we go back to your place?" Marcel frowned, clearly disappointed, but she nodded. "Of course." Thankful Marcel hadn't given her a hard time, Aspen walked with her out of the club and into the cool night air. They got in Marcel's car and headed back to her condo. "Are you okay?" Marcel asked as they drove, her forehead furrowed as she glanced at Aspen. Guilt at pulling Marcel away from the club slid through Aspen. "I'll be fine, just not feeling it with the dance club tonight." "You'd think after being by yourself up in the mountains, you'd be eager to socialize." This made Aspen laugh. "Right? But it's almost done the opposite." Marcel grinned. "What, made you a hermit?" "I guess I'm getting used to a quieter life." And then she thought, "and have no desire to spend my evening with men who aren't Ethan." "Well," Marcel said, "at least you want to spend time with me." "Of course, you're my bestie." Once they got back to Marcel's place, they watched a rom-com, snacked, then went to bed. The next morning, Aspen was eager to get back to the cottage. Fortunately, she'd already planned on leaving after breakfast. "So," she said to Marcel as she was packing her bags, "you're coming to the cottage next weekend, right?" "Yes, I want to see what you've done with the place." "I think the tile I bought will be up before you get there." Marcel laughed. "You've turned into a DIY queen, haven't you?" Smiling with a mixture of pride and self-consciousness, Aspen said, "Sort of, although I'm definitely not doing it on my own." They said their goodbyes a short time later, and Aspen headed home. When she pulled up to her cottage, a sweet feeling of peace wrapped around her. After unloading her luggage, she brought in the tile and hardware, setting them on her kitchen table. She stared at her purchases, tempted to text Ethan and let him know she was back. Figuring he was busy, she almost resisted that temptation, but her excitement over her purchases overtook her reticence. Ethan had just finished lunch and was relaxing on his deck when his phone chimed a notification. The weekend had been dragging by, although he'd used his free time to run a few errands, but now he was ready for something to occupy his time. He picked up his phone, and when he saw a text from Aspen, he sat up straight in his chair and swiped his phone to read her message. There was an image of tiles stacked on her kitchen table. That meant she was home. He grinned, his eyes going to the message. From Aspen. I'm back, and I found exactly what I was looking for. I'm so excited for you to see it. Ethan's heart rate picked up speed. Was she excited to show him because she loved what she'd gotten, or because she wanted to see him? Hoping it was the latter, he decided to take a chance. He typed a reply. From Ethan. That's awesome. I'd love to see it. I'm free if you are. He tapped send, then exhaled. Several minutes passed, making him wonder if he'd overreacted. Then his phone chimed a notification. Snatching it from his lap, he swiped to read her reply. From Aspen. Sure, come on over. Ethan leapt from his chair, quickly got ready, then headed over. As the now familiar cottage came into view, he couldn't stop a smile from breaking across his face. Aspen's red Jeep was parked out front, and he was about to see her. Maybe today was the day he would ask her out. Chapter 25. When Aspen heard the sound of Ethan's truck crunching on the gravel drive out front, she felt her pulse skyrocket in anticipation. With her body's reaction, she was beginning to accept that she was hopelessly attracted to her handyman. There's nothing wrong with that, she told herself. He's a good person. Keeping out of view of the window, because she didn't want to appear too eager, when Aspen heard the sound of Ethan's footsteps on the porch, she couldn't believe how ridiculously thrilled she was to see him. His confident knock sounded on the front door. Chill out, girlfriend, she told herself. She drew in a deep breath, then slowly released it before stepping to the front door, which took about 1 second since she'd been standing right there. She grasped the doorknob, twisted it, then pulled it open. The smile on Ethan's face certainly reflected how she was feeling. Excited, happy, light. Hello, she said, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Hey. She stepped back and opened the door wider. Come see what I got. He laughed. That's why I'm here. Not to see me, she thought. She felt her smile falter, just a bit. Wasn't he as interested in seeing her as he was in seeing what she'd bought? Of course he was, she tried to convince herself. Why else would he have come over on a Sunday? She closed the door behind him, then led the way into the kitchen. When her purchases came into view, her excitement rekindled. First, she picked up a gold handle and held it up for Ethan to see. This is exactly what I had in mind. What do you think? He took it from her. I like it. It'll look good on the cabinets. But, she said with raised eyebrows, check out this tile. I love it so much. She picked up a sheet of the hexagon-shaped tile and draped it over one arm like it was a prize in a game show. Do you like it? He laughed. Even if I didn't, which I do, I wouldn't tell you, not after you said you love it. Wearing a slight grimace, Aspen set it back on the table. Okay, now I don't know if I believe you. He tilted his head. What does it matter what I think? It's your kitchen. It only matters what you think. His response gave her pause. Not because she was worried whether or not he liked it, although it was important to her that he did, but because it wasn't the type of reaction she'd expected. Her ex would have found something to criticize about it, making her doubt her choice, making her love it less. For the record, he added, I love it too. It's perfect for this room. Aspen's heart soared at his reply, and without considering the ramifications, she threw her arms around him. Almost instantly, she jumped back, her face burning with embarrassment. What had she been thinking? Not able to meet his eyes, she turned away, straightening the items on the table, her heart racing. Ethan was shocked. Having Aspen fling herself into his arms had been totally unexpected, but totally wonderful. He would have happily wrapped her in his embrace if she hadn't recoiled so quickly. Now she seemed to be avoiding looking at him. Should he address it, or pretend it hadn't happened? In reality, he wanted to drag her back into his arms and add a passionate kiss to the mix, but he wasn't sure if that would go over well. Finally, Aspen couldn't tidy up the items on the table any longer, and she turned and faced him, a blush still coloring her lovely face. I'm sorry about that, Ethan. I don't know what got into me." She closed her eyes and shook her head, then met his gaze once again. "Yes, I do. I was just happy that you like the tile as much as I do." Confused why that should matter so much, he nodded. "Okay, but I was fine with you hugging me. In fact, if you ever feel the need again, I'm happy to accept as many hugs as you want to dole out." That earned him a laugh, and she seemed to get over her embarrassment, but he was completely serious. He wanted more hugs from her, many more. "I'll keep that in mind." Not wanting to push it, he picked up a sheet of tile and carried it over to the space on the wall between the cabinet and the countertop and held it up, then turned to her. "What do you think?" Her eyes lit up and her smile brightened the room. "I love it so much." She shifted her attention from the tile to his face. "Can we start on it tomorrow?" Loving her exuberance, he grinned and set the tile on the counter. "Absolutely. I'll pick up the thin-set mortar and other supplies before I come over, and we'll get started first thing." Yay! Now that he'd seen what she'd bought, should he leave? That had been his reason for coming over. But no, this was his opportunity to spend time with her on something that had nothing to do with projects. "You know," he said, the wheels in his mind turning, "I'd love a tour of your property. How many acres are there?" Aspen was glad Ethan had come up with an excuse to stick around, because now that he was there, she didn't want him to leave. 10, she said in answer to his question. "Most of it wooded." He smiled. "Perfect. It will be like a hike." She loved that idea. "Yes, I haven't really had a chance to explore since I moved in. I mean, I explored it when I was a kid, but it's been a while." She thought about years gone by, then remembered something fun. "You know, there's this one tree I always used to climb. I wonder if it's still there." Ethan laughed. "Only one way to find out." Chapter 26. They walked out the back door, water bottles in hand. Excited to explore her property, especially with Ethan by her side, Aspen breathed in the fresh mountain air. She remembered Marcel's worries about bears. Turning to Ethan, she said, "My friend's worried I'll run into a bear up here, but I don't think I've ever seen one. Have you?" Ethan frowned slightly. "Is this the friend you visited in Sacramento?" Why did he seem bothered? "Yes, my friend Marcel." "Oh," he said, seeming to perk up, "a woman." Interesting, she thought. "Yes, does that matter?" Obviously it did. She was just surprised that he'd even thought about it, although honestly, she liked that he seemed happy it wasn't a man. They'd gone beyond the cleared-out part of her backyard and were walking among tall pine trees that cast shade along their path. Ethan stopped and faced her, his expression serious. Wondering what was on his mind, Aspen stopped as well and stared at him. "What?" "Can I be honest with you?" The earnest look on his face captured her attention completely, but what was he going to say? "Okay." "I like you, Aspen. A lot." At his words, her heart began to tumble around in her chest. "You do?" His lips tilted into a smile. "Yes, and to tell you the truth, I was worried you were going to see a male friend." His eyes narrowed. "You don't have a boyfriend, right?" Slightly insulted that he didn't think she had a boyfriend, she asked, "What makes you think that?" His smile grew. "Because you haven't mentioned one, and in all the time I've spent at your place, I've never heard you talking to one." Okay, that made sense. No longer feeling insulted, she smiled. "You're right, I'm single." Not wanting to make any assumptions about him, she cocked her head and asked, "What about you? No girlfriend in the wings?" He laughed. "Nope." So, they were both available, and he just said he liked her. Truth be told, she liked him too. Maybe she was even ready to admit it. "That's interesting," she began. His eyebrows rose. "Oh yeah? Why is that?" "Because I kind of like you too." Wait, was she really ready to say that out loud? Hopefully, because she just had. He tossed her a mischievous smile. Only kind of? She briefly closed her eyes as she angled her head to one side and shrugged. Then she grinned. I'm still deciding. He laughed. Oh, I see how it is. Really? How is it? You want me to work for it. Loving this banter, she smiled. Work for what? For your, shall we say, attention. What does that mean? She gave him a mischievous smile of her own, then turned and began strolling along the trail that wandered through her property. She could hear Ethan catching up. Smiling with pleasure at the knowledge that he was interested and having a good time flirting with him, when he fell into step beside her, she cast her eyes his way before turning her attention to the trees they were approaching. If I remember correctly, that tree I used to climb is coming up. Then she saw it. Aha, there it is. Pointing to a pine tree with pieces of wood nailed into the thick trunk like a ladder, Aspen trotted over to the tree. Stopping at the base of it, she turned to Ethan with a playful smile. Are you going to climb it? He asked, craning his head upward where the tall tree went into the sky. Aspen let her gaze climb the ladder, which went about 20 feet up before stopping abruptly. Maybe. It doesn't lead anywhere. She turned to him. It leads up. His eyes went from her to the tree and back to her. Up to nowhere. My grandpa felt sorry for me that I couldn't climb the tree on my own, so he nailed these planks of wood into the trunk to help me get up. But it's not like these pine trees are the right kind for a tree fort or anything, so he only went to there. She pointed up the trunk. Right. He nodded like it made sense when Aspen knew it really didn't. So let's see you climb it. It had been years since she'd scrambled up that tree, but somehow she felt the need to prove to Ethan that she still had it in her. All right. He didn't take back his dare, so she reached up and grabbed a plank, pulling on it to make sure the nail hadn't loosened and that the plank would hold. When it seemed secure, she placed one foot on a lower plank and pulled herself upward. You sure this is a good idea? Ethan asked, sounding less certain now. She looked down at him. Yeah, I've done this 1,000,000 times before. Yeah, she thought, when you were a teenager. Ignoring her inner voice, she climbed up several more rungs, elated that she still had it in her. She climbed up several more feet. Pausing, she looked up and saw that there were only 4 planks left. She reached up and grabbed the next one, then placed her feet on a plank and hoisted herself up. A split second later, the plank both of her feet were standing on pulled right out of the trunk and crashed to the ground below. It was like a hole had opened up right beneath her. She cried out in shock. Heart jackhammering in her chest, and with both feet dangling, she gripped a plank for dear life. Aspen! Ethan shouted, his voice broadcasting all of the fear that was coursing through her. Help! She cried out as a mix of sheer terror and adrenaline surged through her. Then she made the mistake of looking down. The ground seemed to be miles away, although it was probably 15 feet. Then, to her absolute horror, she felt her hands losing their grip. Too scared to move, she froze. Can you reach the plank right below the one you're holding on to? Ethan called up. She shook her head wildly. No! If I let go, I'll fall. I'm coming up. His voice brimmed with confidence. Chapter 27. Afraid to look again, because she was certain if she moved 1 iota, she would lose her tentative grip, Aspen squeezed her eyes closed and concentrated on the sound of Ethan climbing. She prayed the planks would be able to hold his heavier weight. Seconds later, she felt his chest pressing against the lower part of her body, holding her against the trunk, although her feet still dangled. She opened her eyes, but kept them pointed in front of her. I've got you. I won't let you fall. His body felt so sure, so strong, that Aspen was certain he really wouldn't let her fall. Now, reach down with one hand and grab the plank just below the one you're hanging from. Heart galloping like she was about to have a heart attack, she began to breathe in and out a little too quickly. On top of everything else, she was going to hyperventilate? Slow your breathing, Aspen. You can do this. His voice was utterly calm and filled with absolute confidence, which helped to settle her. "Okay." With her arms beginning to tremble from the effort it was taking to keep from falling, she let the pressure of his body against hers keep her steady as she let go of the plank with her right hand and ran it down the rough trunk. She felt the plank she was reaching for and grabbed it. "There you go," he said, his voice a soft murmur. "Now move your left hand to that same plank." "Okay." She did as he asked, her body immediately moving downward, but with him keeping her pressed against the trunk, she didn't fall so much as slid, but her feet finally touched a plank and she was able to relax, just a bit. "Good," he murmured from behind her. "Now let's climb down together." She nodded, her heart soaring with joy that she hadn't fallen, yet. "I'll move down a plank and then you'll move down a plank, all right?" "Yeah." Together, they made their way down, and when she was nearly to the bottom, she felt his hands at her waist. He held on to her until her feet touched the hard-packed dirt and she was safe. Shoulders sagging with relief, she leaned her back against his chest, then looked up to see how high she'd been. The memory of nearly falling filled her mind, and she felt a fresh burst of adrenaline. What if she'd been by herself? She would have fallen for sure. Ethan had saved her from certain injury or worse. What if she'd fallen and broken her neck? She didn't want to think about that. "Are you okay?" he murmured in her ear. She nodded, then she turned to face him. Only inches separated them. Intensity radiated between them, and energy seemed to crackle in the very air surrounding them. Softly panting from the exertion and from the pure relief that flooded her, she locked eyes with Ethan. His pupils were dilated as he appraised her. Feeling like he was delving into her very soul, she swept her gaze downward, but the pull of his attention drew her eyes back to him like a butterfly to a colorful flower. A message flashed in those light green eyes, a message that was like a neon sign. The message said, "I want to kiss you." Aspen read the message, absorbed it, and knew she wanted that too, very much. Her breathing slowed, and her lips parted. Ethan was beyond relieved that he'd managed to get Aspen safely down from the tree. He never should have encouraged her to climb it in the first place. If something had happened to her, he never would have been able to forgive himself. Now, though, as she stood right in front of him, her back to the tree, he had her right where he wanted her. He knew what he was going to do, something he'd been wanting to do for days. And with the way she was looking at him, he knew she wanted it too. And then her lips parted, sealing the deal. He slid his hands around her waist, his gaze never wavering from her amber eyes. She softly sighed. Then slowly, so very slowly, he lowered his mouth to hers. When their lips met, Ethan kissed her with a pent-up passion he didn't know he possessed. Her arms curled around his neck, letting him know that she was enjoying this as much as he was. The moment Ethan's lips took possession of hers, Aspen questioned if it was really a good idea to let him kiss her. She was supposed to be focusing on herself, not finding a new love. But after that intense experience of nearly falling from the tree and then Ethan saving her, it just seemed natural. And she was so wildly attracted to him that she hadn't been able to resist. And dang, but he was a good kisser. With her arms around his neck, she slid her fingers into his thick hair. His arms tightened around her waist, holding her snug against him. After several long beats, he finally released her, taking half a step back. They were both breathless, their eyes on each other. Aspen couldn't tear her gaze away from his face, which was filled with the same desire she felt raging through her veins. But with each passing moment, she realized that it was too much too soon, and she needed a minute to take it all in. With the tree behind her, she had to take a step to the side. Then she walked over to a fallen trunk and sat down. Chapter 28. What am I doing? Aspen thought. I shouldn't have let him kiss me. It was a mistake. Mind if I join you? Ethan asked her as he approached the log where she sat. Aspen looked up at him and immediately relived that kiss. A blush warmed her cheeks. She looked away, but nodded and patted the space beside her on the log. Sure. He straddled the log, his body facing her. Are you all right? Swallowing over her trepidation, she turned to him and felt the urge to kiss him again. Frustrated with herself, she shoved a smile onto her lips. Yeah, I'm fine. Just, grateful that you kept me from falling. Of course. He dipped his chin. I shouldn't have encouraged you to climb that tree in the first place. She shook her head. It's fine. If that plank hadn't come loose, climbing wouldn't have been a big deal. I guess it's just been there a while, and the plank got a little bit rotten or something. Yeah. He grimaced. Still, I feel bad about what happened. Without thinking, she reached out and put her hand on his. It's okay, Ethan. Really, it's not your fault. He placed his free hand on top of hers, so that her hand was held securely between his. What's really on your mind? With her hand between his, she couldn't easily get up and walk away without making things awkward. Maybe that had been his intention, to force her to face him and communicate. Okay, so maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Still, she wasn't sure she wanted to share all of her feelings with him, so she hedged. What do you mean? He smiled, his perfect white teeth framed by those full and kissable lips. I mean, after I kissed you, you kind of ran away from me. You noticed that, huh? He laughed, sort of hard to miss, actually. Her lips pressed together in a slight grimace, then she looked down and softly shook her head before lifting her eyes to meet his sincere gaze. It's just, I recently broke up with someone, and I'm a little, shall we say, wary. Wary of what exactly? Men and their true intentions, she thought. Should she admit that? What would he think if she did? She liked him, a lot. She didn't want to scare him away, but she also wasn't ready to get involved with him, was she? I can see a million thoughts bouncing around in your head. Care to share? She took her hand back from him, then ran her hands through her hair. All right. I'm wary of men who want to mold me into who they want me to be. I'm loving my freedom and not having to answer to anyone but myself, only having to please myself. He slowly nodded, his lips turned down as he digested what she'd said. I get that, and I respect that. I wouldn't want someone to try to change who I am either. Pleasantly surprised that he understood, Aspen felt herself relax. So, my kissing you, he began, but he let his words trail off as he raised his eyebrows and cocked his head in question. Not sure what to say, because she wasn't sure what was going on in her mind, she bit her lip and shook her head. I don't know what you want me to say. Was it a mistake? No, she said, but it came out too quickly. Her face heated. I mean, maybe it was. Huffing a sigh, she stood and turned her back to him, then swiveled around and faced him. I don't know. Let's not do it again, all right? Then she thought, I can't think straight when I think about the way it felt to be held in your arms and have your lips devouring mine. Ethan was disappointed to hear her say that she didn't want to kiss him again. Who was he kidding? He'd been hoping to get another kiss right then. But nope, she'd put the kibosh on that. Plain and simple, with no room for misunderstanding. Maybe she would prefer that he leave now and never come back. The thought pained him greatly, but if that's what she wanted, he would respect that. He stood and faced her, keeping 6 feet between them. I can find you another handyman to complete your projects if you'd like. To his great relief, she shook her head. No, that's not what I want. We need to keep our relationship professional, that's all. So much for asking her out. Then he considered that if he'd started with asking her out, instead of leaping right to kissing her, maybe things would have gone a different direction. Too late to change that now. All right, he said with a nod. I'll go now and come back tomorrow to begin tiling the backsplash. Aspen thought things were moving too fast. Why had he accepted her request to never kiss her again without arguing, and then offered to find someone to take over for him? Was it because he wasn't really all that interested in her? Was she just a distraction to him? Confused, all she could do was agree to his leaving. Do you want me to walk with you back to your cottage? That was something at least, although she was super irritated with herself that she was having this internal battle. "Yes, thank you." Together, and with no conversation, they strode back to her cottage. It didn't take long to reach it. She walked with him to the front where his truck was parked, then stopped while he went on to his truck. He opened the door, then turned to her. "Like I said, I'll get the supplies we need to tile, and then I'll come over." "Okay, see you in the morning." She stayed where she was, watching him get in his truck and leave. Then she turned and went into the house, feeling alone and dispirited. Chapter 29. Before Ethan arrived the next morning, Aspen had managed to immerse herself in her work, but the moment he knocked on the door, her spirits lifted. Standing from her desk, she went to the front door and opened it. When she saw his handsome face and those beautiful green eyes, she couldn't suppress a smile from curving her lips. "Good morning," he said. Then he held up a pair of plastic bags. "I got supplies." Excited that she would be seeing the backsplash take shape, she stepped back and held the door open. "Awesome!" She followed him into the kitchen where he set the bags on the floor. "Anything else?" He laughed. "Yeah, actually. I picked up a tile saw, so I'll need to get that set up." She tilted her head. "When you say picked up, do you mean you rented it, or?" He kind of grimaced. It made more sense to go ahead and buy it. Uh-oh, was he expecting her to pay for that? Her face must have shown her concern, because he quickly added, "Don't worry, it's an investment into my handyman business." She pressed a hand to her chest. "Okay, good." He grinned. "You know, I do have to buy tools for my business." Now she narrowed her eyes. "I didn't know you had an official handyman business. You said you hadn't done a lot of these projects before." One side of his mouth quirked up. "Turns out I'm really enjoying it, so I thought I'd make a business of it." "Just like that?" "Just like that." Kind of intrigued by this, Aspen wasn't sure what to say. She'd spent a lot of time figuring out what she wanted to do for her career, and even more time building her business. She wondered what Ethan's story really was. He said he'd worked in LA before moving to Cedar Park. She'd never asked him what line of work he'd been in. She needed to find out more about this man who had kissed her. At the memory, her pulse began to race. Not wanting to go there, she turned and walked into the living room. "We never moved my desk back into my office. Can we do that before you start tiling?" "Of course." They put the bed back against the wall in her office/guest room, then moved her desk back into the room. "I love this color," she said, as she stood in the middle of her office, hands on her hips, and swept her gaze over the sage green she'd chosen for the walls. "It's soothing," Ethan said from beside her. "Good choice." She turned to him with a smile. "Thanks." Then she shifted her eyes back to the space. "This whole cottage is really starting to come together and reflect my style." "Speaking of that, I'm going to get started on the kitchen." "I'll try not to come peek until you're done." He studied her. "Or you can join me while I work." All of a sudden, that was all she wanted to do. Well, not all, because with him standing so close, and the memory of that kiss burning bright in her mind, she wanted a replay of that kiss, which is when she realized her eyes had drifted to his lips. Jerking her gaze back to his eyes, she could tell by the way his lips had lifted up that he'd noticed her staring at his mouth. Abruptly turning her back to him, she took 2 steps to her desk and pulled out her chair, then sat down and tossed him a smile. "I'll see if I can come help in a while." He slowly nodded, like she hadn't fooled him, then he turned and left the room. Trying to concentrate on work, she couldn't help but get distracted by the sound she heard as Ethan got started. First, she heard what sounded like a drill out front, so she dashed to a front window and peered out. He was leaning over a bucket holding a drill with a long metal thing attached to it. It looked like he was stirring something. Must be the stuff he'd mentioned that he would use to adhere the tile to the wall. Thinset, she recalled as she watched him creating the mixture, her eyes going to those biceps as he controlled the way the stirrer moved. He shut the drill off, then used a trowel to scoop up some of the light gray thinset. He inspected the consistency, then flicked the trowel downward, making the thinset fall back into the bucket. Next, he rinsed the stirrer with the hose, set it aside, then went to his truck and took out what looked like the tile saw. Why was she standing there watching his every move? She had work to do. Regardless, she couldn't tear herself away. Not only was she attracted to him for his good looks, but he was so competent in what he was doing that she regretted telling him that he shouldn't kiss her again. What in the world had she been thinking? Shaking her head at her stupidity, she forced herself to leave the window and go back into her office to work. She would work for an hour, then she would reward herself by going into the kitchen to see how things were going, maybe even stay and help. With that motivation, she was able to get back to work. Chapter 30. When Ethan had told Aspen he was starting a handyman business, he had been mostly serious. He truly was enjoying these projects, but he was self-aware enough to know it wasn't because he loved doing the projects per se, although he was getting a kick out of it. No, it was because he loved spending time with Aspen. Even so, if other opportunities came along to work on projects for other people, he could see himself doing it. He remembered how bored he'd been when he told Matt at Cedar Park Grocery and Hardware that he was looking for something to do, which is what had led to his current life. What if he hadn't done that? He would still be bored and lonely, and he would never have met Aspen. The thought rattled him. In addition, it was important to him to have a purpose each day. But in all reality, that wasn't what was bringing him happiness. That was due to Aspen. It was too bad that she'd said she didn't want him to kiss her again. She'd also said she was wary of men trying to mold her into who they wanted her to be. What kind of men had she been with before? That wasn't how he operated. So, if he wanted to have a chance with her, he would need to prove that he was all about letting her blossom as the person she was, not about changing her into who he wanted her to be. He stood back and looked at the tile he'd already installed on the wall between the counter and the cabinet. It looked good, if he said so himself. He just hoped Aspen would be pleased with it. He thought about the way she'd stared at his mouth earlier, then smirked. Even if the day before she'd said they shouldn't kiss again, that morning he'd read a different message in her eyes. Which message should he listen to? Ethan heard her footsteps approaching. His heartbeat picked up, and he turned around, which was when she appeared in the doorway. First, her eyes went to his face, but then she quickly shifted her focus to the tile on the wall. Anxious for her approval, he asked, "What do you think?" She walked into the kitchen, stopping in front of the backsplash, her back to him. She studied what he'd done so far, then she turned to him with a bright smile. "I love it!" Relieved, Ethan smiled in return. "Once it's grouted, it will look even better." "When can you do that?" "Tomorrow." "Really?" Her excitement was contagious. He laughed. "Yes, we just need to give the mortar a day to set, and then we can grout." "Nice." She glanced at the materials on the table, then looked at him. "What about the hardware? When will you have time to put that in?" He shook his head. "You're a slave driver." Her eyes tightened, and she pinched the skin at her throat. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so demanding." Now he laughed. "I was just joking." Then he got an idea. "Tell you what, if I finish the tiling in the hardware install today, will you go out to dinner with me tonight?" Her eyebrows lowered at the suggestion, and he knew it had been a mistake. Aspen felt her nostrils flare and her jaw tighten. How dare he try to bargain with her like that? She was paying him to do this job. He frowned like he knew it was wrong to put her in that position. "You know what? Never mind. Of course I'll get both of those things done today. No strings attached. Sorry for even asking." Then he scooped up a trowel of thinset and spread it on the wall, scraping it until the ridges of the mortar were even. Aspen stood there, her mind spinning. She hadn't even had a chance to turn him down before he'd retracted his offer. She watched him as he lifted a sheet of tile from the table and placed it against the thinset, wiggling it back and forth until it stuck, then adjusting it so that it lined up perfectly with a sheet of tile already on the wall. He was working so hard, and she was so freaking attracted to him. What would be the big deal of going out with him anyway? She didn't have to get so bent out of shape by him asking. She enjoyed being with him. Agreeing to go out with him wasn't the same as agreeing to let him kiss her again. Besides, she had no one else to spend time with here in Cedar Park, so why not have a social life? Why not be friends with Ethan? Yes, she said a moment later, almost surprising herself until she realized how thoroughly she talked herself into it. Ethan had been about to pick up another sheet of tile to place on the wall, but at her words, he paused and turned to look at her. What? Yes, if you finish the tiling in the hardware install, I'll go out to dinner with you tonight. He smiled, lighting up his whole face, which made Aspen smile in return. I'd better work faster then, he said with a chuckle. Then he picked up the sheet and placed it on the mortar-covered wall. About to offer to help, Aspen hesitated. Would he think she was offering because she wanted to make sure he was done in time? Rolling her eyes at herself, she said, That actually looks fun. Can I try? He finished with the sheet he was working on, then turned around. Of course. Do you want to put the thin set on, or the tile, or both? The way he'd spread the thin set so precisely intimidated her a bit. You do the thin set, and I'll do the tile. Deal. She watched him closely as he worked. I guess you have to make sure the thin set is perfectly even? Yeah, otherwise the tile won't lay right. I thought you said you hadn't done this before. He laughed. Well, I helped my dad do some tiling when I was a teenager, but it's been so long that I didn't think I remembered. Turns out I do. He glanced at her. YouTube videos help too. She smiled. Always. He stepped back. All right, pick up a sheet of tile and press it against the thin set I just put on there. Okay. Hoping she wouldn't mess it up, Aspen picked up a sheet and held it in the air, then carried it to the wall. Before pressing it against the thin set, she tried to figure out exactly where to place it. Don't worry if it's not perfect. We can move it once it's in place. Okay. Feeling slightly more confident, she tried to put it in place, but it wasn't as easy as Ethan made it look. I'm gonna mess it up, she said. Can you help me? Sure. Glad he was there, when he came up behind her, his chest touching her back and his arms reaching on either side of her to take the sheet of tile with her, she audibly gasped. She hadn't thought it through, hadn't realized he would have to get right up against her. Trying to calm her thundering heart, she focused on what he was doing, but as those biceps she'd been admiring rubbed against her outstretched arms, all she could do was think of the kiss they'd shared and how much she wanted to turn around and kiss him again. Her face burned at the thought, and her heart pounded. There, he murmured beside her ear. You can let go now. She hadn't even noticed him adjusting the tile, but at his words, she withdrew her arms, resting her hands on the counter. Do you want to do another? He said it beside her ear, his voice low and sexy. No, she breathed out, feeling a little drained by her ping-ponging emotions. He stepped back, leaving her feeling bereft. She closed her eyes, gathered herself, then opened them and turned around. Standing 5 feet away, he was watching her closely. Maybe I'd better leave it to you. A smile slowly built on his face. You did fine. Just takes a little practice. He lowered his chin while keeping his gaze on her, and I'm willing to help. Heat blasted through her. He obviously knew the reaction he was getting from her, because his eyes never wavered from her as his smile grew. Suddenly irritated by the way he was playing with her, Aspen managed to get her emotions under control. No, that's why I'm paying you, to do the work. Then she stormed out of the kitchen and into her office, closing the door behind her. Alone and able to start processing her wild emotions, Aspen sat on the twin bed and slowly breathed in and out, in and out. What was this effect Ethan was having on her? She hated it, but she also loved it. She was so confused. Chapter 31. That had been interesting. Ethan poked his head into the living room and saw that the door to Aspen's office was closed. Clearly, he'd gotten under her skin. Not sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing. At least she'd agreed to go out to dinner with him, assuming she hadn't changed her mind, and assuming he held up his end of the bargain, which he had every intention of doing. The kitchen was small, so it shouldn't be too hard to finish what he'd promised. The bigger question was whether their interaction in the kitchen had scared her off. He hoped not. Maybe he shouldn't have played it the way he had, but he had sure enjoyed being so close to her, and if he wasn't mistaken, she'd enjoyed it too. All he could do now was get the work done and see what she said. After he finished tiling, Ethan took a late lunch break without speaking to Aspen. Her door was still closed and he didn't want to bother her. Afterward, he installed the hardware in the kitchen and the bathroom, then cleaned up. By the time he was done, it was only 3 o'clock. With a boldness he didn't totally feel, he strode to Aspen's office and knocked on her door. A moment later, she opened it. He looked into those amber eyes and felt drawn to her all the more. "Yes?" Her tone was crisp and professional. "Just wanted to let you know that I finished the tiling and installed the hardware in the kitchen and bathroom." "Oh." Her cool exterior slipped, and the excitement he was used to seeing took its place. "Let me see how it turned out." He stepped out of the way and she walked past him, going directly into the kitchen. She stood in front of the cabinets and scrutinized his work, first appraising the tile, then studying the hardware, taking hold of one of the gold handles and opening the door. She examined it all, then finally turned to him with a broad smile. "It turned out great, Ethan. Thank you." Much to Ethan's relief, she seemed to be over her earlier mood. "Does that mean we're on for dinner?" Not sure how she would react when she laughed and said, "Yes, that was the deal, and I always hold up my end of the bargain." Ethan relaxed. "Perfect. I'll come back at 6 to pick you up." "Sounds good." Aspen was so thrilled with the kitchen that she'd forgiven Ethan for what had happened earlier. Although really, had he done anything wrong? He'd helped her with the tile, as she'd asked him to, and then he'd flirted a little. Nothing wrong with that. She felt kind of dumb now for storming off and hiding in her office. Well, she hadn't been hiding so much as gathering herself. "All right," he said. "I'll see you in a few hours." She watched him leave, her heart excited for their date, although her mind was a little more reluctant. She had several hours until he would be back, so she returned to work, and when it was an hour until his return, she started getting ready. She had no idea where he was taking her for dinner, so she wasn't sure what to wear. She finally settled on a bohemian red floral mini dress with a white daisy print, frill sleeves, and a V-neck. Looking in the full-length mirror, she turned this way and that. Pleased with the look, she slipped on a pair of low-heeled sandals and went downstairs. While she waited for Ethan to arrive, she went into the kitchen to admire the way the space had turned out. The tiles still needed grouting, but oh, it looked so good, especially with the gold hardware. A knock sounded on the front door. Aspen practically floated to the door. She was so excited about her kitchen, and when she opened it and saw Ethan holding a bouquet of flowers and wearing light gray slacks and a dark blue shirt that set off his incredible eyes, she felt her heart skip a beat. His gaze slid up and down her body, an appreciative smile lighting his face. Then he met her eyes. "You look stunning." Pleased, she smiled. "You clean up pretty well yourself." She'd only ever seen him in his jeans, so this was a treat. He chuckled. "Thanks." Then he held out the flowers. "These are for you. I thought they'd look nice in your new kitchen." Her smile grew. "Come in, and let's see how they look in there." She led the way into the kitchen, where she set the bouquet of flowers on the counter. "Yes, they're perfect, thank you." She turned around and met his gaze. "You did a fabulous job in here. I couldn't be more pleased." "Really? Because after I helped you place that sheet of tile, you seemed kind of upset." Was he really wanting to discuss that right then? Aspen certainly didn't want to, especially since it put her in a bad light. She tossed a hand in the air like it was no big deal. I had a lot on my mind." "Uh-huh." Clearly, he didn't buy it, but Aspen didn't care. She didn't owe him an explanation, did she? "Shall we go?" He studied her, then he nodded. "Yeah." Chapter 32. Glad that Ethan hadn't pushed her for more of an explanation to her behavior that morning, Aspen let him help her into his truck. It was just as clean as it had been the last time she'd been in it, which was when they'd gone to lunch. That time, the meal together had been a way for her to thank him for his hard work. This time, though, she knew it was a date. He got into the driver's side, turned on the truck, then drove on the gravel road that led off of her property into the main road. "Where are we going?" "It's a surprise," he said with a glance and a twinkle in his eyes. "A good surprise, I hope." He laughed. "Of course." When, a while later, he turned onto a dirt road that she'd never been on before, she felt a mixture of alarm and intrigue. Where was he taking her? Surely there weren't any restaurants this way. How well did she really know him anyway? Could she be in danger? Tall pine trees lined both sides of the road, and a stream rushed by parallel to the road. Then Aspen saw a van from a local restaurant parked in a pull-off. Ethan pulled in behind it, turning off the truck and hopping out before striding around the hood of the truck and opening the passenger door. Now completely intrigued, her alarm gone, Aspen let him help her out of the truck. "What is this?" she asked, as she caught sight of a picnic area on the other side of a footbridge. In the picnic area was a tablecloth-covered table set with a gorgeous bouquet of flowers and 2 beautiful table settings. Off to the side was a man organizing dishes on a folding table. "Come with me," Ethan said. Then he held out his arm for her to take. She slipped her hand into the crook of his arm and walked beside him across a dirt path and onto the footbridge, where they paused and watched the swift stream rushing by below them. The sound of the water was soothing, and the beautiful setting brought her a feeling of peace. They moved along, strolling to the table where Ethan helped her into a chair before sitting across from her. "This is amazing." She was beyond impressed and asked herself, "This is my handyman? What is his story that he would come up with something like this?" He grinned. "I'm glad you approve." "I very much approve." The man who was in charge of the food set a salad in front of Aspen, then set one in front of Ethan before going back to his van. After laying the cloth napkin across her lap, Aspen picked up her fork and took a bite of the Caesar salad. Ethan began eating his salad too. "What a lovely setting," she said, with a glance at the trees that surrounded them. "I don't see any trees worth climbing," he said with a smirk. Aspen laughed. "Well, if I wasn't wearing this dress, I might try it anyway." Ethan just smiled. More curious about his past life than ever, Aspen said, "Tell me, Ethan, what did you do before moving to Cedar Park, when you lived in L.A.? Ethan wasn't about to give any hints to his wealth, but he could still give her an answer that would satisfy her curiosity. "I worked in finance." "Why'd you give it up? Did you not like it?" How much should he divulge? "I loved it, actually, but I was ready for a change." "Going from the financial field to being a handyman is quite a leap," she said with a twist to her lips. He laughed. "Yeah, I guess it is. To be honest, I hadn't planned on being a handyman. It just kind of happened." She tilted her head. "How so?" He was telling her more than he'd planned to, but that was okay. It felt right. "After I moved here, I tried some different hobbies, but nothing really took. I was bored, which is when I talked to Matt at the store, and he mentioned that someone was looking for a handyman to help with some projects. It sounded like fun, so I took the name and number he gave me." His eyebrows rose. "Turned out to be you." Rather surprised by the way things had transpired, Aspen had to wonder if meeting Ethan had been due to some kind of fate. After all, if he hadn't gotten bored and hadn't spoken to Matt, and if she hadn't asked Matt for suggestions on a handyman, she never would have met him. Well, maybe she would have eventually, but it didn't seem all that likely. "That's kind of amazing," she said, before taking another bite of her salad. "I think so, too." She tilted her head. "Why's that?" He laughed. "First, I want to know why you think it's kind of amazing." She shouldn't have said that, obviously, but she already had, so now she would have to explain. Explain what, though? That she was wildly attracted to him, and she couldn't imagine not having him in her cottage every day? "It's just, I don't know, such a coincidence that it doesn't really seem to be a coincidence." What was she saying? She was only digging a deeper hole. "A coincidence how?" Getting annoyed with herself for sharing too much of her feelings, she shook her head. "Enough from me. What were you going to say?" He studied her face for a long moment, then slowly smiled. "I think it's amazing, Because when I took the job, I had no idea it would be for a gorgeous woman who I would find myself so powerfully attracted to." At his declaration, Aspen's heart practically stopped beating before going into a gallop. "Ready for the main course?" the man from the restaurant asked as he set a beautifully plated salmon dish with asparagus in front of Aspen. "Yes," Ethan said with a nod, although his eyes never left Aspen's face. The man served Ethan as well, then took away their salad plates and disappeared back into his van. To distract herself from her racing thoughts, Aspen poured herself ice water from the crystal-clear carafe on the table. What should she say now? That she was just as attracted to him? Even though the day before she told him that he shouldn't kiss her again? "Aspen?" Ethan asked, drawing her eyes back to his questioning face. "I wish you hadn't said that," she heard herself say. Dipping his head to the side, he asked, "Why not? It's the truth, and I think you deserve to know how I feel about you." Which implied he deserved to know how she felt about him. He wasn't wrong, but she wasn't sure she was ready to make herself that vulnerable. "Because," she began as she fiddled with a napkin in her lap, "it confuses things." "I'm not confused." His tone was sure, his gaze steady. "I've never been as attracted to any woman as much as I'm attracted to you, Aspen." His words, so bold and certain, touched something deep inside her, something that insisted she tell him how she felt. "I'm attracted to you too." The words were soft, nearly drowned out by the nearby rushing stream. His forehead furrowed. "I'm not sure I heard you. Can you repeat that?" Why did she feel timid about sharing her feelings? Just because she admitted how she felt didn't mean she had to act on it. "I'm attracted to you too." This time her voice was loud and clear, almost like a dare. His lips pulled upward, then he nodded. "So, we're on the same page." She took a bite of her salmon, which was delicious, then after swallowing said, "That depends." He ate as well. "On what?" With her lips forming a small smirk, she said, "On what your page says." He laughed. "Fair enough." Curious now to know where he saw things going, she asked, "Are you going to tell me what your page says?" Chapter 33. Ethan was pleased with the way their date was going. The idea to have a special dinner catered here had been a stroke of genius, and he was glad Aspen was enjoying it. Now, though, with her point-blank question on what his intentions were, it was time to open up a little more. "I'm not just looking for a good time," he began. "What are you looking for?" He considered the question. When he'd moved to Cedar Park, he'd only been wanting to get back to basics, to peel away all the trappings he'd been living with, trappings that hadn't brought him happiness. He hadn't been looking for love. He hadn't even been looking for anyone to date. So the fact that, in a roundabout way, he'd found someone that he was growing to care about so much seemed serendipitous, almost like it was meant to be. He studied Aspen's lovely face. "Now that I've met you, Aspen, I have to admit that what I'm looking for has changed. When I moved here, I was looking to find what makes me happy, but since I've been working for you, I've found a deep satisfaction that surprised me." And really, it wasn't just satisfaction he felt, but excitement, anticipation, eagerness. In all reality, he knew he was falling for this woman. One of her eyebrows arched. "Maybe you just really like working on houses. Maybe you should do it full time." He laughed because he knew that wasn't it at all. "I look forward to working every day only because you'll be there." Her eyes widened a bit, like she was taken aback by his confession. Aspen hadn't expected Ethan to say that. If she was honest with herself, she would admit that every day she looked forward to his arrival, and it wasn't just because she was excited to see the work progress. Trouble was, she wasn't ready to admit that to him, was she? "In fact," he went on, "I dread the day the projects end." "So do I," she thought. "Unless—" She waited for him to continue, but when he didn't, she asked, "Unless what?" A smile slowly grew on his face. "Unless we're seeing each other outside of working on those projects." He paused a beat. "Unless we're dating." How did she feel about that? She was having a good time just then on their date, but was she ready to agree to date him regularly? Sadly, no. As much as she'd enjoyed that kiss, she knew that more dates would mean more kisses, and she wasn't ready for that, because that would also mean that the walls around her heart would begin to crumble, and she definitely wasn't ready for that. "I think we should stick to seeing each other at the cottage for now," she said, her chest tightening with regret. He lowered his head, his shoulders slumping slightly. Then he raised his eyes to hers and smiled. "All right, if that's what you want." The trouble was, that wasn't what she wanted, not at all. Moving her head in a tiny nod, she said, "Uh-huh." Ethan sensed that Aspen was conflicted. With her wavering smile and lack of enthusiasm, it seemed obvious that her words didn't match what was in her heart, which gave him hope that she would eventually come around. He thought about her comment from the day before, the one about her fear of being with someone who would try to mold her into somebody she wasn't. He suspected that that was at the root of her hesitation, which was fine, because he was confident she would learn that he wasn't like that. "Then I'm extra glad you agreed to this dinner," he said, as he used the side of his fork to break off a chunk of salmon. He lifted the fork toward his lips, but before taking the bite, he added, "Since it will be our final date." Closely observing her reaction, he placed his fork in his mouth. To his delight, he saw her eyes tighten with what appeared to be distress. Good. That confirmed what he believed. She was interested in more than she was letting on. She wanted to go out with him. Of that, he was sure. He just didn't want to have to wait too long until she realized it as well. No one had ever accused him of being a patient man. They ate in silence, both lost in thought. Ethan saw the man he'd hired to prepare and serve their meal poke his head around the side of the van. Ethan motioned for him to bring dessert. Moments later, the man appeared with plates of chocolate mousse. "This food is so good," Aspen said, once the man had carried away their empty dinner plates, her eyes going to Ethan, a smile on her lips. Ethan ate some of his mousse. "Yes, it is." "So, after I grout the tile tomorrow, what will be next?" A slightly pained expression washed over her face, like she didn't want the reminder that their only connection would be her cottage. I think painting the outside." Fine with playing along, he smiled. "Have you picked out a color?" She shook her head. "Not yet. I guess I need to do that." He laughed. "I guess so." Why was Aspen feeling so out of sorts? Ethan had agreed to her decision to keep their interactions limited to the projects on her cottage. That was what she wanted, so why had her enthusiasm waned so much? "I could help you choose a color," he offered. Her initial reaction was to agree, until she considered that he might construe that as romantic encouragement. No, that's okay." But she really wanted his help. "All right, if you change your mind, I'm willing." She opened her mouth to say she changed her mind, but the words wouldn't come out. Instead, she closed her mouth and nodded, then turned her attention to finishing the fabulous mousse. Soon, they were both done. They stood from the table and walked toward Ethan's truck. Aspen noticed that he didn't offer his arm this time. She couldn't fault him for respecting her boundaries, but she kind of wished he'd pushed back, just a little. Be honest, Aspen, she thought. If you did that, you'd be mad. Sometimes she hated that inner voice, especially when it was right. As they drove back to her cottage, they kept their conversation centered on the projects yet to come, and Aspen tried to think of every little thing she could get him to do, even as the realization of what that was going to cost her filled her with some alarm. Even so, she couldn't seem to stop herself from creating a huge to-do list, because the notion of never seeing him again filled her with desperation. Chapter 34. When the next morning rolled around, Aspen was feeling better about her decision to keep things on a professional level with Ethan. That is, until he showed up. Having him standing in front of her in the flesh reminded her of how attracted she was to him and of how much she wanted him around. He'd been nothing but kind and friendly, and it didn't hurt that he was so good at what he did. He carried the grouting supplies into the kitchen. Aspen followed. "I changed my mind." He turned around. "About what?" I'd like you to help me pick out the paint for the exterior." Rubbing the back of his neck, he said, "Oh, all right." Had he thought she was going to say she had changed her mind about dating him? She wasn't at that point. Not yet, and she wasn't sure she ever would be. "I was thinking we could go into town after you finish grouting." He turned away, reaching for the empty bucket he'd used to mix the thinset the day before. "Sure thing. I'll let you know when I'm done." With his focus on his task, Aspen felt dismissed. Well, what did she expect? Suppressing a sigh, she turned and left the kitchen and went into her office to work. With flirting no longer an option, because it would be awkward to do so after telling him dating wasn't going to happen, all of the fun had been taken out of their interactions. Aspen shook her head, annoyed with herself for being so reluctant to take a chance. Nearly 2 hours later, Ethan appeared in the doorway of her office. "I'm done grouting. Do you want to come see how it turned out?" His presence got her pulse rising, but she forced away thoughts of that and turned her mind to her kitchen instead. "Yes." She followed him into the kitchen, her eyes going right to the tile that now looked complete. She surveyed the cabinets, the tile, and the hardware. Then she turned to Ethan with a grin. It turned out great. She wanted to give him a hug, but held back. He smiled. "I'm glad you like it." "I do, so much." Elation at having this project done made her want to toss caution to the wind. There was no one else to share that feeling with except Ethan. No one else who knew how much work it had taken or who would appreciate the thrill of the final result. Only he would understand. "Can I give you a hug?" she asked, her excitement fairly bursting inside of her. He chuckled and opened his arms. "Of course." She went into his embrace, winding her arms around his neck and laying her head against his shoulder. His arms slid around her waist. Being in his embrace felt wonderful. The strength of him, the warmth of him, the scent of him. Feeling her attraction to him climbing to an overwhelming level, she knew she should step out of his arms, but she didn't want to. Instead, she struggled to keep her mind on the reason she'd hugged him in the first place. "I'm so pleased with the way the kitchen turned out," she said into his shoulder. His arms didn't loosen one iota. "Me too, Aspen." Hearing him say her name while being held in his arms only made her attraction to him intensify. Closing her eyes, she softly inhaled his unique masculine scent and savored the wonderful feeling of being enveloped in his arms. "You could have this all the time," her inner voice reminded her. Heart lurching at the knowledge that she had consciously turned him down, she felt more conflicted than ever. "Okay, time to step back." She loosened her arms from around his neck, which prompted him to release her, although his hand stopped at her waist, keeping a slight hold on her. Aspen stepped back, her hands resting on his shoulders, her eyes on his. Why was she still touching him? That would only encourage him. Even so, she couldn't seem to remove her hands from those broad shoulders. "Aspen." His voice was low and sexy, his eyes locked on hers. It was as if his gaze had frozen her in place. "I'm going to kiss you now," he said. Then he paused like he was giving her a chance to refuse. But she was still frozen, her voice on mute. Was that her heart taking control? Maybe so, but she was helpless to do anything about it. After he gave a slight nod, like he believed she had given her tacit approval, he began lowering his mouth toward hers. Enthralled and scared all at once, Aspen watched him draw closer, ever closer, until his lips found hers and his arms pulled her back into his embrace. Her arms curled around his neck of their own accord, her lips responding to the urgent pressure of his mouth taking possession of hers. After an extended and passionate kiss, his forehead touched hers for several beats, and then he drew away, his eyes filled with desire, the same desire Aspen felt coursing through her veins. This time, his hands fell away from her, and she stepped back several feet, her heart thundering like she'd just run a marathon. She tried to process what had happened and why she had let it, but she knew why. Her heart had no intention of listening to her fears and was determined to do what it wanted, despite the caution she wanted to exert over it. "I would apologize," he said with a cocky grin, "except I gave you a chance to refuse, and you didn't." So, he saw through her. She couldn't place the blame on him, couldn't even get angry with him. It had been her choice. Even so, she had to speak up. "That's true, but—" Her words trailed off. He leaned against the counter, his demeanor calm and relaxed. "But what?" "But I'm still not sure about dating you." He slowly nodded, like he was considering how to solve this problem. Finally, he said, "Would you be willing to give me 2 weeks?" 2 weeks for what? 2 weeks for us to date and see if there's anything between us. She already knew there was something between them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kissed the way they had. Still, his suggestion of setting a time limit settled her fear somewhat. She could handle dating him if it was just 2 weeks, if she knew there was an endpoint. Besides, maybe after those 2 weeks she would discover that he was the controlling man she feared, and then she would be able to walk away more easily. She nodded. "All right, 2 weeks." Wearing a look of surprise, he straightened. "By then, all of your projects should be done and you can either tell me goodbye or—" He shrugged, then smiled. Liking the time limit, feeling like it gave her some control, Aspen nodded. "All right, but I think we should hold off on any more kisses until the end of the 2 weeks, to, get to know each other without that distraction." Not sure if that was really what she wanted, she knew it was best. Better to keep things on a less physical level, as that only seemed to confuse her, to muddy the waters, and to let her heart take the lead. She needed her mind to be in charge. Ethan frowned, but then he pushed a smile onto his lips as he nodded once. "Sounds like we have a deal." Ethan didn't love the idea of no kissing, but the fact that he'd gotten her to agree to date him for 2 weeks was a big win, so he was willing to forego kissing her for 14 days, not that he was counting. He held out his hand to shake on it. She placed her hand in his and they shook, then she withdrew her hand. He immediately missed her touch. "Shall we go look at paint?" He grinned. "Yes." Together, they went out front. "I'll drive," Aspen said as she walked to her Jeep. Not caring who drove, just happy that he was going with her, Ethan said, "Works for me." They hopped into her Jeep and drove toward the main road. Chapter 35. As Aspen drove, she was hyper-aware that Ethan was tantalizingly close. She was also hyper-aware that his lips were off limits. That's a good thing, she thought. Her heart warred with her head, but she was determined to let her head win, at least for now. Rather surprised that he'd agreed to her terms, she also knew that his eagerness to get her to say yes had probably clouded his judgment. In any case, she was satisfied with their agreement. "I'd like to begin our 2 weeks of dating this evening," he said, startling her. "Already?" she asked with a quick glance his way, then immediately felt rude for her tone. She let her words trail off. He laughed. "Yes, already. Is that too soon for you?" I guess not." He shook his head. "I'm sorry if it feels like torture." Was that the impression she was giving? If so, why had she agreed to date him? She wanted to, right? "I'm sorry, Ethan. It's not torture." He chuckled. "I should hope not." "What did you have in mind?" She glanced at him again, her pulse racing at the thought that he so badly wanted to be with her. "There's not a whole lot to do here in Cedar Park, so we'll have to get creative." He cupped his chin as if thinking of ideas. "How about a bike ride?" The idea of riding a bike in this beautiful area, especially with Ethan, filled her with anticipation. "That sounds like fun." "Perfect. Do you have a bike?" No, actually." He laughed. "No worries. I'll figure that out." She wasn't sure if she liked that he was taking charge. Did it mean he was controlling, or simply a type A personality? You don't have to always assume the worst, she reminded herself. Besides, after 2 weeks you can tell him goodbye forever. The thought of never seeing him again made her rather sad. something she'd never felt with any of the other men she'd dated. They pulled up to Cedar Park Grocery and Hardware. They went inside, stopping to say hello to Matt before going to the paint section. Aspen liked that Ethan was there to help her decide on the right shade of blue for the exterior. There were so many to choose from. After she'd settled on a light grayish blue, Matt helped them choose the right type of paint. Then after purchasing all their supplies, Aspen let Ethan carry the heavier purchases while she carried the bag holding the brushes and rollers. "Thanks, Matt," Aspen said as they left. He smiled at them, a twinkle in his eye, like he thought there was romance blossoming. He wasn't wrong, although Aspen was surprised it was so obvious to anyone who saw them. On the drive back to the cottage, Aspen asked Ethan what he was going to work on when they got back. "Before I can paint, there's a lot of prep to do, so I'll start on that." "Oh, that prep. That's what kills me," she said with a laugh. He chuckled along with her. "That's what I'm here for." Glad she didn't have to do the hard labor, she glanced his way. "Are you sure you want to do the exterior? That seems a lot harder than the inside. I could find someone else." "Are you trying to get rid of me?" That was so far from her intentions. "No, not at all." He tilted his head. "Uh-huh. We still have the living room floor to do, and then there's some landscaping I'd like to change out front." Why did she feel the need to reassure him that she wanted him around? Or was she reassuring herself? He rested his hand on her shoulder. "I'm teasing, Aspen. I don't think you're trying to get rid of me." The weight of his hand was comforting. "All right." He removed it, leaving her feeling slightly empty. "But you're okay with painting the exterior?" Looking serious, he nodded. "I am. Besides, where would you find someone else to do it?" She had no idea, so she shrugged. "See? You need me." More than he knew. They pulled into the gravel drive leading to her cottage. Then she parked her Jeep and turned it off. They carried the supplies to the porch, setting them to the side. "Tomorrow I'll bring my ladder, so today I'll focus on the areas I can reach from the ground." "Okay, I'll be inside if you need me." She left him there, wishing she could just be with him, but also glad for an excuse to be away from him. They would go out that evening. That was enough. Ethan watched Aspen walk inside, his mind sorting through ideas of what they could do for the 14 days she'd agreed to. Not that he expected her to go out with him every day, although he wouldn't object to that, but he wanted to come up with fun activities. The bike ride that evening would be fun. He pulled out his phone and sat on the porch, then began making arrangements for getting bikes for them, as well as a meal at the end of their ride. When he was done, he got to work on the exterior siding, but his thoughts were on Aspen and his mission to convince her that she had nothing to fear from him, that he was all about letting her be herself, because he thought she was perfect, just as she was. Chapter 36. Ethan had left after a quick goodbye, and now Aspen was waiting for him to come back so they could start their date. The word left her with a slight sense of unease, like she was putting herself out there before she was ready. Even so, she had committed to giving him 14 days to see if there was something between them, which was rather ludicrous since she already knew there was. For her, it was more about discovering if Ethan was all he seemed to be, although to be honest, she was pretty sure 14 days wouldn't be nearly enough time to uncover whether or not he could really be trusted to not be a controlling person. Regardless, she would give him a chance. Her heart insisted on it. He was pulling up to her house. Aspen ran her hands down her sides, smoothing her jeans that didn't need smoothing at all. Moments later, a confident knock sounded on her front door. Knowing this was a date and not him arriving to work, which meant he would be focusing all of his attention on her, Aspen had to take a quick breath and slowly exhale before she had calmed her nerves enough to open the door. She twisted the knob and pulled the door open. "Hello," Ethan said with a warm smile. Dressed in khaki shorts and a t-shirt that did nothing to hide those biceps, Ethan looked more casual than when he worked at the cottage each day, and more attractive, if that was possible. His neatly trimmed beard, his light green eyes, those kissable lips. "Hey!" Aspen couldn't stop her own smile from blossoming on her face. She looked past his shoulder to his truck, where she could see a pair of bicycles draped over the truck's rear gate. Her focus came back to Ethan. "Looks like you got bikes for us." He glanced over his shoulder, then faced her. "Yep, hopefully yours is comfortable." Excited now to go on this ride, she said, "I'm sure it will be fine." He stepped back. "Let's find out." She locked her front door, and with Ethan by her side, approached his truck. He lifted a green bike off of the tailgate, his biceps flexing with the effort. Tearing her gaze away from his arms, she appraised the bicycle he set in front of her. "Give it a try." It had been a few years since she'd been on a bike, but in the past she'd enjoyed biking. She swung one leg over the bar that ran diagonally from the handlebars to the area near the pedals, then sat on the seat. Her toes barely touched the ground. "How's it feel?" With his eyes on her, Aspen felt a little self-conscious, although she had to admit that she liked having his full attention. "Can you lower the seat a little? I feel like I might fall over." "Sure." She climbed off, then watched as he adjusted the seat. "All right, give it a try now." Aspen got back on, this time feeling steadier. "Yeah, I think that will work." "Perfect." He lifted a blue men's bike from his truck and leaned it against the bed of the truck. "Let me grab the helmets and then we can go." "So we're going to ride from here?" He took a pair of helmets out of the passenger side of his truck, holding one out to her. "Yeah, it's a nice ride in this area." She hadn't explored enough to know that, but it seemed as good a place as any to ride. She placed the helmet on her head and turned to him as she snapped the strap into place. "Do I need to grab water bottles?" He lifted a backpack from the passenger seat. "I've got you covered." Liking that he'd thought of that, and wondering what else was in the pack, she nodded. "Great." He swung the pack over his shoulders, then straddled his bike and turned to her with a grin. "Ready?" "Yep." Wearing a smile, he set off, heading away from the cottage and toward the main road. Aspen was right behind him. She couldn't help but admire his strong body as he pedaled. They reached the main road and turned left. It was a lot easier to ride on the paved road compared to her gravel drive, but some parts were uphill, which took effort. From time to time, a car would pass them, giving them a wide berth. They'd been riding for 20 minutes when Ethan dropped back and rode beside Aspen. "How's it going?" It was a flat area, which was nice. Aspen smiled. "Not too bad. The hills aren't my favorite, though." He laughed. "Mine either, but on the way back they'll be downhill." "True." "Do you want some water?" "I'm okay right now." He nodded. "We're almost there." "Almost where?" She had no idea there was a specific destination. He grinned. "You'll find out soon enough." Intrigued to see what surprise he had up his sleeve, Aspen smiled. "All right." He pulled ahead so they could ride single file, which was safer with the occasional car passing them. Aspen enjoyed the lovely evening, which was pleasantly cool, and the fresh smell of the pine trees. A short time later, Ethan veered off of the paved road and onto a dirt path. Aspen followed. They rode along the bumpy trail for at least a mile before Aspen heard the sound of a creek in the distance. The clear water tumbling over rocks came into view. Ethan came to a stop in a small clearing. Aspen stopped beside him and they both got off their bikes, leaning them against trees. The area was so calm and peaceful, so inviting, that Aspen felt any lingering stress from her day falling completely away. The sound of the water flowing mixed with the sway of the breeze through pine needles and the sweet trill of songbirds. "Ah," Aspen breathed out as she surveyed the area. "This place is perfect." It was clear to Ethan that Aspen was loving this area as much as he was. He hadn't been sure if it would be as nice as the pictures he'd found online, but the fact that it exceeded his expectations thrilled him. Though not as much as being there with Aspen, that was definitely the best part of the experience. "It is pretty nice," he said with a satisfied smile. "How'd you find it?" Aspen asked as she faced him. Softly chuckling, he said, "Online." Nodding knowingly, she said, "Of course." "Are you hungry?" "Yes, I am, actually." He swung the backpack from his shoulders. "That's good, because I brought food." "Nice." Ethan opened the pack and took out a small blanket. "Do you need any help?" He didn't, but in his quest to show that he wasn't a control freak, he handed her the blanket. "Where do you think we ought to spread it out?" She seemed slightly surprised that he'd asked her, which was good. He wanted to do the opposite of what she was expecting, at least when it came to her stated fear that all men were controlling. She surveyed the area. "How about over there?" "Works for me." Her eyes went to him, briefly pausing on his face like she was making sure he meant it. Then she turned away, walking to the area she'd pointed out. She fluffed out the blanket, letting it settle onto the ground. Then she spread it out flat before turning to him with a smile. "There." Lifting an eyebrow, he said, "I can tell you've done this before." She laughed, then gracefully settled onto the blanket. Although Ethan would have preferred to sit beside her, he didn't think she was open to that, so he sat across from her instead. It had been a small thing, but Aspen appreciated Ethan asking her to choose where to sit. Her ex would have chosen a spot without asking for her input, let alone have her do the choosing. Of course, that was assuming her ex would have come up with this lovely date in the first place, which he most certainly would not have. Noticing that every time she compared Ethan to her ex, that Ethan came out favorably, Aspen felt a mix of delight and trepidation. But the trepidation was only because she knew she needed to be cautious about who she trusted with her heart. At first, her ex had seemed great too, although looking back, she knew there were red flags from the beginning, red flags that she'd chosen to ignore. She had no intention of ignoring those signs now. Quite the opposite. Now she was on the hunt for any indication that Ethan would end up a disappointment. So far, she'd found nothing, which almost scared her as much as finding a trail of signs, because the lack of signs chipped away at the walls surrounding her heart. Chapter 37. Aspen watched as Ethan took out a container of potato salad, a container of fresh fruit, 2 wrapped sandwiches, and a pair of plates. Her stomach audibly growled at the sight. Ethan looked up at her, evidently hearing the sound. "Guess I'm hungry," she said with a soft chuckle. He smiled. "So am I." He set a plate, napkin, and plastic utensils in front of her, then held up both wrapped sandwiches. "I didn't know what kind you liked, so I got a turkey avocado and a ham and cheese." "The turkey avocado, please." He looked at the writing on the sandwiches, then set one of them on her plate. "There you go." Next, he took out plastic serving spoons and opened the potato salad and the fruit. "Help yourself." She did, dishing out both onto her plate. After he had done the same, she began eating. "This was such a fun idea, Ethan. Thank you for doing it. And the food's pretty good, too." He smiled. "You're welcome. It's been a while since I've been on a bike ride." His lips twisted into a grimace. "I think I might be a little sore tomorrow." Nodding as she felt a little discomfort in areas she hadn't used in a while, Aspen agreed. "You and me both." With his eyes on her, he slowly smiled. "It's worth it, though." Feeling shy all of a sudden, Aspen shifted her eyes toward the ground before lifting them back to Ethan, but she didn't say anything. "Tell me, Aspen," he said, his head tilting to one side, "do you see Cedar Park as your permanent home?" He scooped up potato salad onto his fork and took a bite. Aspen considered her answer. "That's a good question. I sold my condo in Sacramento before moving here, and—" her eyebrows rose. "I am doing all of this work on the cottage, or rather, we are. So yeah, I guess I'm thinking of being here long term, although you never know what the future holds." She ate a juicy green grape. "What about you? You live here now. Do you think Cedar Park is your permanent home?" Ethan was enjoying this time with Aspen immensely, more than he'd ever enjoyed time with a woman before, ever, and he dated, a lot, so that was saying something. He mulled over the question she'd posed and knew that if someone had asked him that 2 weeks earlier, he would have said no. Cedar Park was a way station on his journey in life. But now he'd met Aspen, which had changed everything, and now he wanted to be where she was. So as long as she was there, he would absolutely make Cedar Park his home. Realizing that he was thinking in such long terms startled him. Not that thinking in long terms wasn't something he normally did, because he did. In business, never before had he thought that way when it came to his personal life. His personal love life, that is, because he'd never had someone in his life that had made him contemplate anything beyond the next date. This was different for him, and a bit disconcerting. "You look deep in thought," Aspen said with a smirk. "So, what's your answer? Cedar Park for the win?" "Yeah." His tone was thoughtful. Then, to Ethan's delight, he saw a sparkle in Aspen's eyes, like she was thrilled to hear his answer. This made him smile with fresh hope that things would work between them, because it seemed that as much as she was fighting her feelings for him, she did indeed have feelings. "What's that smile about?" she asked, her lips pursing with a suppressed smile of her own. "I'm just really enjoying being here with you, Aspen." Her eyes briefly widened, like she hadn't expected him to be so frank. "Does it bother you for me to say that?" Here it was, their first date of the 2 weeks she'd promised him, and already she was feeling a powerful tug from her heart, more like a yank, really, to get over herself, over her fears, and let herself fall for him the way her heart wanted her to. "No," she replied. "It doesn't bother me for you to say that. I'm enjoying being with you, too." See, she thought, that wasn't so hard, was it? Ethan's eyebrows rose like he was surprised she had come right out and said that. "What?" Aspen said with a laugh. He chuckled and shook his head. "Nothing." "You're surprised I admitted that, aren't you?" "Kind of, yeah." If he had been sitting closer, she would have playfully pushed his shoulder. As it was, he was sitting across from her, so she tossed him a smile instead. "Maybe I surprised myself by saying it out loud." "Ah, so you've admitted it secretly before." This made her laugh because he was absolutely right. "Maybe." He nodded, like the answer to a great mystery had been revealed. Then he narrowed his eyes. "Would it be all right if I sat next to you?" She liked that he was asking permission instead of just assuming. She also liked the idea of having him closer to her. Maybe. "As long as you don't try anything." Cocking his head, he asked, "Like what?" Almost embarrassed to say it, she did anyway. "Like kissing me." What does that mean?" Rather than answering, he crawled over to her side of the blanket, then reached over and moved his plate so that it was in front of him. "This potato salad is surprisingly good," he said as he picked up a forkful, then placed it in his mouth. Not able to help herself, she laughed. "Yes, it is." He turned his head and studied her. "So, we agree?" "That the potato salad is surprisingly good?" His lips tugged upward. "Among other things." Enjoying their banter, Aspen stared at him. "What other things?" He set his fork down and shifted his body so that he was facing her. "That we enjoy spending time together." What was he trying to prove? It felt a little like he was nudging her beyond her limits, like he was trying to manipulate her. "I committed to giving you 2 weeks," she said with a frown, "but don't push your luck." Expecting him to defend himself or argue, things her ex would have done, when instead he reached up and ran a finger along her jawline, she felt disarmed and unprepared. "Aspen," he murmured, "I've become completely captivated by you. I'm sorry if that bothers you, but I can't change how I feel." He removed his finger from her face, although his gaze never wavered from hers. Aspen's heart was doing crazy things in her chest as it urged her to let him kiss her. "No," her mind shouted, "be strong. Resist." "It's okay," she said, her voice quiet. "You don't have to apologize." Ethan's lips lifted into a soft smile. Aspen's eyes went to that mouth, and her own lips parted. "If you'll let me," Ethan said, drawing Aspen's attention back to his eyes, "I'd like to kiss you." She shook her head before she allowed her heart to talk her into it. "No, I don't think that's a good idea." He nodded, though she couldn't miss the disappointed desire in his eyes. "As you wish." Loving the way he continued to accept what she wanted without argument, she felt her resolve weaken. After only a moment, he moved back to the other side of the blanket. At her look of surprise, he smirked. "Probably best for me to remove myself from temptation." Swallowing over her disappointment, she nodded. "Yes." A few minutes later, they finished eating. Ready to head back? He asked as he cleared away their trash and tucked it in his backpack. She was, and she wasn't. Truly enjoying this time with him, she also wanted to get back to her cottage and be by herself to process all that had happened, or not happened, on their date. Yep, she said as she stood. Those downhill sections will be nice. He stood as well and began folding the blanket. You do realize that we have some uphill as well. She groaned. I was trying not to think about that. That food in your belly should help you have the energy. I hope so. They put their helmets back on and climbed on their bikes. Moments later, they were back on the road. As she pedaled behind Ethan, Aspen thought about their near kiss. It would have been lovely to kiss him, but it would have made it harder to resist his charms. Who was she kidding? Even without him kissing her, she was charmed by him. They rode until they reached the turnoff to her cottage, and when her cute little home came into view, she felt that familiar peace and comfort that her new home continued to give her. Ethan stopped beside his truck, getting off of his bike before hanging it over the gate of his truck. Aspen got off of hers as well, and Ethan hung hers on the back too. They removed their helmets, and Ethan put them back in his truck, along with his backpack. It was the exact reverse of the beginning of the date, although now things had been said that made Aspen feel a change between them. Ethan had told her that he was captivated by her. That was a lot stronger than saying he liked her or was attracted to her. He closed the door to his truck and turned to face her. I'd better get going. Thank you for a fun evening, Ethan. He gazed at her. I had a good time too. He put his hands on his hips and stretched his back. We'll see how sore we are tomorrow. She glanced over her shoulder toward her cottage before meeting his gaze. Hopefully not too sore to work on the house. Smiling, he shook his head and looked at the ground before lifting his eyes back to hers. Always such a slave driver. Always. She mimicked snapping a whip as she made the sound of a whip snapping in the air. Ethan laughed. I'll see you in the morning. With a nod, Aspen walked toward her cottage, stopping on the porch and turning to see him getting into his truck. As he pulled away, she waved to him and he waved back. Feeling good about their date, Aspen went inside and closed the door. Chapter 38. Standing on a ladder, Ethan scraped the flaking paint off of the exterior of Aspen's cottage. When he'd arrived that morning, Aspen had been friendly, but not overly so. He got the sense that she was holding back. Then again, maybe he was being unreasonably optimistic and thinking she was as into him as much as he was into her. At least she had agreed to give him 14 days to see if there was something between them. The bike ride and picnic the evening before had been a good start, except for the part where she declined him kissing her. Maybe things weren't going as well as he thought. In any case, after lunch he would ask her if she would go out with him that night, and then there were still another 12 days after that, so hope was nowhere near lost. He worked hard, making good progress on the preparations to paint the exterior of the cottage, and when it was time to break for lunch, he went into the house and approached Aspen's office where she was focused on her computer screen. Hey there. He leaned against the doorframe. She shifted her eyes from her computer to his face, then smiled brightly like she was genuinely happy to see him. How's it going? Not bad. Just taking a lunch break. Can I get you anything? She shook her head. No, but thank you. He paused a beat, debating whether or not this was the best time to ask her out. If she said yes, he would need a chance to plan something, so it was the perfect time. I'm not sure what your plans are for this evening, but I would love to take you out. Her lips pressed together in a slight grimace, and she made a noise in her throat, which didn't bode well. Finally she said, Let's skip tonight. Then she softly chuckled. We don't have to go out every night, do we? Though surprised, Ethan couldn't exactly argue with her logic. Besides, it was unfair for him to expect her to go out with him every one of those 14 days, and there was always tomorrow. Chest tightening with disappointment, he pushed a pleasant smile onto his lips. All right. Then he straightened and tapped a hand against the doorframe. I'll be back in a while. When she nodded, he turned and left. Aspen shoved down the sense of guilt she felt for telling Ethan no. There was no reason to feel guilty because she didn't owe him anything. Yes, she'd agreed to giving him 2 weeks to see if there was something between them, but that didn't mean she had to daily put herself through the conflicting feelings she had every time they went out. He was a big boy. He would get over it. And if he didn't, then that was proof that he wasn't the man for her. But you want him to be the man for you, don't you? Annoyed at the truth of her inner voice, Aspen huffed a sigh, then got back to work. An hour later, she could hear the scraping sound she had heard all morning, the one that said Ethan was just outside working on her cottage. All she had to do was get up and go out there, and she would be able to see his handsome face, see those biceps flexing, see that smile that warmed her every time he graced her with it. But no, she wouldn't do that. No reason to give him mixed messages. That wouldn't help anyone, especially her. Instead, she focused on her own job and was pleased when, at the end of the workday, she saw an email from Phil informing her that he'd just sent over a digital payment. Aspen immediately checked her account and saw that the payment had come through. Breathing a sigh of relief that drama was over, she sent him a thank you, along with her completed work, proud that she'd stuck to her guns. That also made her remember the comment Ethan had made and how she had gotten annoyed with him over it. Ethan had been praising her for the way she'd handled Phil, but she'd taken it like he was micromanaging her. Now that she was getting to know him better, she knew that's not what he had meant at all, and he'd probably felt bad about the misunderstanding. He'd even given her flowers as a way to apologize, which made her feel like even more of a jerk now. Maybe she should go out there and tell him she changed her mind, that she would go out with him that night after all. Stick to your guns, she told herself. Otherwise, you'll look wishy-washy. This time her inner voice was ignoring her heart and being logical. That was certainly overdue. A knock sounded on the front door, and then Ethan poked his head in. Their eyes met, which made her waver in her decision. Wishy-washy, she thought. She nearly frowned, but suppressed it, keeping her expression open and friendly. I'm taking off. I'll see you in the morning. Okay. He closed the door without giving her a chance to tell him she was reconsidering the invitation. You snooze, you lose. She rolled her eyes and went to the window to watch him get in his truck and drive away. When he was out of sight, she softly sighed, then picked up her phone and called Marcel. Hey there, her friend said, her voice full of cheer, which brightened Aspen's glum mood. Hey, Marcel, you still planning on coming for a visit this weekend? Which would complicate things with Ethan, but Aspen would figure that out later. Sure am. I'm excited to see all of this work you've done. Oh, Marcel, I'm in love with my kitchen. Marcel laughed. Well, at least you're in love with something. If she only knew. The moment the thought filled Aspen's mind, she blanched. She wasn't in love with Ethan, not even close, right? Aspen, you still there? Her throat suddenly felt clogged with a knot or something, like she was choking on a sliver of truth she didn't want to face. She cleared her throat. Yep, just swallowed weird. Hey, I've got to run, but I'll see you on Friday. Awesome. Bye, Marcel. Aspen set her phone down, wondering when, and if, she would tell Marcel about Ethan. Depended on what happened over the next 2 weeks. If things went well, then she would tell her about him. Chapter 39. Ethan had been working on the cottage for 2 hours the next day, Thursday, when he got a phone call that changed his plans. It was from his attorney, who said he needed Ethan to come to Los Angeles to go over some paperwork related to the sale of his business. Paperwork that needed his immediate attention and his signature. Time is of the essence, his attorney said. I'd come to you, but I can't get away. I understand, Ethan said as he sat on the top of the ladder. I'll be there by this evening. I'll make myself available first thing in the morning, his attorney replied. See you then. He ended the call and tucked his phone in his pocket, annoyed by this disruption to his day, which is when he realized how little he missed the hustle and bustle of his previous life. In the time he'd been in Cedar Park, he'd gotten used to the slower pace, and he liked it, a lot. His time was his own, and he didn't have to answer to anyone. Huffing out an exasperated breath, he shook his head, then climbed down the ladder. He folded it up and put it in the shed, then went to the front door of the cottage and knocked before walking inside. "Aspen?" he called out when he didn't hear her talking on her phone. She appeared in her doorway, looking as lovely as ever, which made Ethan irritated all over again that he would have to leave town. He would be back sometime over the weekend, but still, he wasn't happy. "Hi," she said, with that smile that drew him to her whenever he saw it. "Hey, I have to go to LA for business." "Oh?" "Yeah, I'll be gone a couple of days." "Nothing serious, I hope?" He shook his head. It was serious enough to need his prompt attention, but nothing he couldn't deal with. "Okay, my friend Marcel is coming for a visit this weekend, so I guess that works out." "Oh." Ethan hadn't known that. Did that mean Aspen hadn't been planning on going out with him that weekend? A little disappointed, he nodded. Aspen smiled. "Have a good trip." To be honest, he'd been hoping for something more than a quick goodbye, like maybe a goodbye kiss. Why he'd thought she would be willing to do that, though, he wasn't sure. She hadn't even taken a step in his direction, which made him wonder how she really felt about him. Was this 2-week arrangement even a good idea? Maybe she regretted agreeing to it. Maybe she'd felt pressured to say yes. So, yeah, this time apart was probably a good thing. Aspen watched Ethan leave, which seemed like something she did a lot. Each time she did, she felt a little piece of herself leave with him. There was no question that she was falling for him, and it scared her. Terrified her, actually. So, in a way, she was glad he would be gone for a couple of days. It would give her a chance to breathe. Besides, Marcel was coming the next evening, so the timing couldn't be better. The rest of that day and the next dragged by without Ethan there to spice things up, so when Marcel arrived the next evening, Aspen was ecstatic to see her. "You made it," Aspen said, before giving her best friend a big hug. "This place is cute," Marcel said, after Aspen released her, her gaze scanning the living room. "Don't you just love it?" Aspen asked. She took Marcel by the wrist and tugged her toward the kitchen. "Wait until you see how the kitchen turned out." Laughing, Marcel followed her across the small living room and into the kitchen. Aspen released her wrist and watched her face, eager to see her reaction. "Oh, it is so pretty, Aspen." Marcel turned to Aspen with a broad smile. "The gold hardware and the tile you picked out?" She pinched her fingers together and kissed them before spreading them out in a gesture of appreciation. "Bellissimo! Perfection!" Thrilled with Marcel's stamp of approval, Aspen grinned. "He did the bathroom, too." Marcel turned to her with a question in her eyes. "He?" Oops. Had Aspen shown a little too much enthusiasm for Ethan and his work? Well, she did love what he'd done. Even so, she could feel her face growing red. "My handyman." Marcel tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. "Why are you blushing?" Not remotely ready to tell Marcel about Ethan, Aspen turned away to tidy her spotless kitchen counter. "Are you hungry?" Marcel grabbed Aspen's shoulder and spun her around. "Yes, for information." "What information?" Why had her voice gone up an octave? Marcel gave her a look that said she knew she was holding back. "Aspen?" "What?" "I'd like to meet this handyman of yours." Glad she could be honest with her answer, Aspen shook her head. "He's out of town for the weekend." "Right. He is." Since it was actually true, Aspen was able to make her tone confident. Marcel shook her head. "Convenient." "Anyway," Aspen said, "have you eaten?" "No, actually. Where do you go out around here?" Aspen pictured the 2 picnics Ethan had taken her on, one being catered, and smiled. Narrowing her eyes again, Marcel said, "What is with you?" Wow, Aspen had to get herself under control. Choosing to ignore Marcel's question, she said, "There's a cute cafe in town we can go to." Studying Aspen's face, Marcel nodded. "Let's go." 20 minutes later, They walked through the entrance to the Tasty Teapot Cafe. "This town does have its charm," Marcel said as they slid into a booth that overlooked Main Street. Somehow pleased that Marcel approved, Aspen smiled. "I really like it here." "I can see why." They picked up their menus and perused the choices. A couple of minutes later, a server came over to take their orders. After the woman walked away, Aspen shifted her gaze to Marcel, but Marcel wasn't looking at her. Instead, she was looking beyond Aspen's shoulder. "You didn't tell me you had such hot men who lived here," Marcel said, one eyebrow arched as she turned her attention back to Aspen. Aspen had zero interest in any of the hot men who may or may not live in Cedar Park. Not when she had Ethan in her life. He was the hottest man she knew. Shrugging in reply, Aspen said, "I'm sure they're not any better looking than the men in Sacramento." "I don't know," Marcel said, as her gaze darted back to someone else in the cafe. "That guy who just came back from the bathroom is—" Her words trailed off, but the way her head tilted and her lips twisted into a smirk made it clear that she found whoever she was looking at exceptionally attractive. Then she straightened and cleared her throat. "He's looking this way." Aspen had never seen Marcel acting so self-conscious. Though she was rather curious now what this man looked like, there was no way she would turn around to find out. "He's coming over here," Marcel frantically whispered. Aspen rolled her eyes. This was supposed to be a fun meal between her and Marcel, not a hunt for Marcel's next conquest. "Hello," a deep male voice said from beside their table. Getting ready to glare at the man, Aspen lifted her eyes to him, but when she saw who it was, she gasped. "Ethan!" Chapter 40. Ethan had finished his business in L.A., and after hiring a private jet, he'd gotten back to Cedar Park by late Friday afternoon. Having plenty of money at his disposal definitely had its benefits. Knowing Aspen's friend would be in town, he'd suppressed the urge to let her know he was back and had gone to town to grab a bite to eat. Then he'd seen her sitting at a nearby table. Unable to stop himself, he'd headed over to her. "Hello," he said, drawing her attention to him as he stood beside the table where she and her friend sat. The look of stunned surprise on Aspen's face, as well as her gasp, made one side of his mouth tug upward in amusement. Even though he'd been gone for less than 48 hours, he'd missed her more than he could have imagined, and he was thrilled to see her. The question was she as thrilled to see him? "Ethan!" Her tone broadcast her astonishment, but her eyes had come alive with happiness. At least, he hoped that's what he read there. Aspen was beyond shocked to see Ethan standing there. He was the man Marcel had been drooling over? Well, he was certainly one of the most attractive men Aspen had ever met, but still, this was not what she had expected. Wasn't he supposed to be in Los Angeles? "You're back!" She hadn't meant her tone to convey both bewilderment and pleasure, but it had, nevertheless. His lips, those very kissable lips, curved upward. "Got back a couple of hours ago." "I'm Marcel," Marcel said as she reached her hand out to him, her eyes going between Aspen and Ethan, but settling on Ethan. He took her hand in his and smiled warmly. "Ethan, I've been helping Aspen with some projects around her house." He released her hand. At that news, Marcel's eyebrows went into her hairline, then her gaze shot to Aspen. Ignoring her and her obvious curiosity, Aspen straightened the napkin on the table, her eyes pointed downward, desperately hoping that Ethan wouldn't give too much away. She didn't want to have to listen to a lecture from Marcel about keeping her up to date on her love life. She also didn't look forward to the interrogation she knew would be coming. "I'll let you ladies eat your meal," Ethan said. Aspen lifted her eyes to him and nodded, hoping he would catch on that she appreciated his discretion in not spilling the beans about their budding romance. "I'm glad you're back," she said, then immediately regretted it when she saw the intense look of interest Marcel gave her. Ethan smiled. "Me too." At that, he turned and strode back to his table. "What in the world, Aspen?" Marcel urgently whispered, her eyes following Ethan before pinning Aspen with their intensity. "That's your handyman?" Softly clearing her throat, Aspen nodded. "Mm-hmm." "I recall specifically asking you if he was hot. You never said—" Her words trailed off as she shook her head. Aspen pictured Ethan, that smile, those eyes, how kind he was, how sweet. Her heart soared with longing. Marcel narrowed her eyes at her. "There's something going on between the two of you, isn't there?" Swallowing over her reluctance to share, Aspen slowly nodded. Marcel's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open. "Here you go," their server said, as she placed their food in front of them. Glad for the distraction, Aspen smiled at the woman. "Thank you. Let me know if I can get anything else for you ladies." Aspen nodded, and the woman walked away. Turning her gaze back to Marcel, who was staring at her with eyes that twinkled, Aspen softly sighed. "How long has it been going on?" Marcel asked, before picking up her fork and piercing a tomato, her face infused with interest. "Not long." "Well," Marcel said after she swallowed, "it's totally obvious that you guys are into each other." It was? Aspen thought. How? How was it obvious? "I know you well enough to read you, Aspen," Marcel said, as if Aspen's thoughts had been spoken out loud. "And him? Yeah, he's clearly into you. I mean, he barely gave me a second glance." This made Aspen laugh, but it was a welcome change from feeling like a deer caught in the headlights. She nibbled at her chicken salad. "To be honest, Marcel, I'm not sure how I feel about him." Okay, so that wasn't completely true, but she still felt like she had to make it clear that she was conflicted. And really, it would be nice to have a second opinion. She suddenly wondered why she'd been so reluctant to tell Marcel about Ethan. Except with the distance between where they now lived, it made it difficult to really express how she was feeling. Now that they were face to face, though, the time was right. Plus, now Marcel had met Ethan. The timing couldn't be better. "You might be telling yourself that," Marcel said, "but to me it seems pretty clear." She smirked. "You like this guy, Aspen. A lot." Aspen leaned forward, resting her forearms on the table. "That's what scares me." "You're afraid he's going to be like Trevor," Marcel said. Nodding, Aspen worked to banish an image of her ex from her mind, but she was glad Marcel understood. "Well, is he? Have you seen any red flags, or have you gotten any gut feelings? You know, the kind you should have paid attention to when you first met Trevor." Annoyed to be reminded that she'd been blinded by her attraction to Trevor, too blinded to see the man he truly was, Aspen frowned. Still, this was why talking to Marcel was helpful. She told it like it was. "No," she said with a shake of her head. "Not at all." Marcel's eyebrows rose as she tilted her head. "You see? Not every man is like your ex. It's okay to be vulnerable." She lowered her chin as her voice dropped. "To fall in love again." Somehow, hearing those words from Marcel opened something up inside Aspen, created a fissure in the walls around her heart. Ethan was proving to be a good man, a good person. The only vibes she got from him were positive. "I assume you stalked him on social media," Marcel said as an inquisitive smile lifted her lips. That's one thing she hadn't done, for one very good reason. She didn't know Ethan's last name. She'd purposely not asked him for that information because she knew that once she discovered that, she would feel compelled to do exactly what Marcel was talking about. What if she discovered something nefarious about him, or saw pictures of him with other women? She wasn't sure how her tender heart would react to either of those things. It was easier to be blissfully unaware, though she knew that couldn't go on for long. Eventually, she would have to know more about him. "No," she said with a shake of her head. "What?" Marcel asked, clearly shocked. "Why not?" Slightly embarrassed, she said, I don't know his last name." Recoiling, Marcel said, "You guys are dating, right?" Aspen nodded. "But you don't know his last name?" Now she shook her head. "And you don't find that weird?" Feeling foolish, Aspen actually had a good response. "Do you ask the people you hire to work on your house their last names? Like, if you had a plumber come over, do you even ask him his first name?" "Well, no." Now feeling triumphant, Aspen nodded. So it's not weird. Smirking, Marcel said, I'm not dating my plumber. Right, Aspen thought. I wasn't dating Ethan at first either, and we've only gone on a couple of dates. She shook her head. The name thing just hasn't come up. Well, bring it up. Why are you so bossy, Marcel? Marcel laughed, but Aspen knew she was right. She needed to find out more about Ethan. Chapter 41. Aspen enjoyed having the weekend to spend with Marcel, although she didn't love the probing questions Marcel asked about Ethan. So when it was time for Marcel to head home on Sunday morning, Aspen was torn between missing her friend and looking forward to being by herself, although by the end of her visit, Marcel had convinced Aspen that she needed to dig deeper into Ethan, starting with getting his last name. I expect a report on how things are going with the hunky handyman, Marcel said after she gave Aspen a hug goodbye. Aspen softly chuckled, although she knew Marcel was dead serious and would harangue her until she got the info she wanted, which was another reason she'd been reluctant to tell her about Ethan in the first place. All right, now drive safely. Aspen watched Marcel's car disappear down her gravel road, then went inside and enjoyed some Aspen time, but it didn't take long for her thoughts to drift to Ethan. She missed him. Besides seeing him at the cafe on Friday evening, she hadn't spent any time with him since before he left for LA on Thursday morning, and with Marcel's demands to get his last name echoing in her mind, she needed nothing more than to see him. She picked up her phone and sent him a quick text, then waited for his reply. Ethan had just gotten back from a run when his phone chimed a text. When he saw a message from Aspen, he immediately swiped to read it. From Aspen. Marcel just left. If you have time, I'd love for you to stop by today. His heart surged with anticipation. He hadn't spent any time with Aspen in several days, and he missed her. Eager to see her, he pushed aside the worry of seeming too enthusiastic and sent a reply. From Ethan. Sounds good. I'll come over in about 45 minutes. He tucked his phone in his pocket, then jumped in the shower. After getting ready, he headed over, and when he pulled up to the cottage that felt like a second home, he couldn't stop the smile from blossoming on his lips. He strode to the front door and knocked, hyper-focused on seeing Aspen. When she opened the door wearing the smile he loved to see, he had to shove down the urge to drag her into his arms and kiss her senseless. Hello, he said instead. Her smile grew. Hey. She stepped onto the porch. It's so nice today. Let's sit out here. He didn't care where they were, as long as he was with her. Glancing behind her, she said, First let me grab the lemonade I made. Okay. She disappeared inside, but came back a few moments later carrying a tray with a pitcher of lemonade and 2 tall glasses half full of ice cubes. They settled into the pair of blue and white striped chairs on the porch before she handed him a glass and poured lemonade into it, then filled her own. How was your trip? Got my business taken care of, then he thought, and missed you beyond words. She took a sip of her lemonade. I was surprised to see you Friday night, at the cafe. He chuckled. I could tell. She looked away as a blush climbed her cheeks, but a moment later she met his gaze. I hope I didn't come off as rude. It's just, she bit her lip. I hadn't told Marcel about you. Not really. I figured. Though he didn't exactly understand why she'd kept their dating a secret from her friend. She knows now, though, she said with a smirk. Ethan laughed. Aspen set her glass on the wooden porch beside her chair. She had a lot of questions about you. Curious what she told her friend about him, he raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? Like what? Aspen bit her lip like she was hesitant to tell him what was on her mind. Wanting her to feel comfortable talking to him about anything, he smiled with encouragement. Tell me. In the midst of her interrogation, she asked me if I'd looked you up on social media. I told her no. She paused a beat. Because I don't know your last name. Ethan had wondered when this would come up. He was actually surprised she hadn't brought it up sooner, although glad she hadn't, because he knew that once she had that information, she would do an internet search on him. He also knew what that search would reveal. He'd seen the news stories. Billionaire Ethan Ross sells everything and ditches Los Angeles. He wasn't ready for Aspen to discover his financial worth. He liked the simplicity of their relationship, and now he understood why his friend and fellow billionaire Luke had set up that fake profile on the dating app. In an attempt to distract her, he said, "I don't know your last name either." Her eyes widened like she hadn't considered that. "Oh, it's Palmer, Aspen Palmer." She'd given her name so readily that now it was going to seem extra weird when he was reluctant. He grinned. "Nice to meet you, Aspen Palmer." Ducking her head, she softly laughed, then lifted her eyes to his. "And your last name?" Ethan swallowed over the knot in his throat. Should he tell her, or keep it a secret for a while longer? Then he had an idea. "If I tell you, will you make me a promise?" "What kind of promise?" Not sure this was a great idea, but wanting to go with it anyway, Ethan set his glass of lemonade on the porch, then reached over and took one of Aspen's hands. "If I tell you my last name, will you promise to not do any internet or social media searches?" Uncertainty filled her eyes as her forehead wrinkled, and Ethan wondered if he was making a colossal mistake. That was the strangest request Aspen had ever heard, and it made all kinds of red flags wave in her mind. "Why are you asking me this?" Ethan pulled in a breath before slowly releasing it. "I'm asking you to trust me. You'll understand my reasons soon enough." With his eyes locked on hers, he lowered his chin. "Do you trust me, Aspen?" Did she? She'd known him less than a month, but in that time she'd seen nothing to make her not trust him. She recalled the incident in the tree when she would have fallen had he not climbed up and saved her. And then their first kiss. It had been magical. Their other kiss had been just as wonderful. Was she letting her attraction to him distract her from listening to logic? She didn't think so. This wasn't like it had been with her ex. Ethan had been nothing but kind and thoughtful, so much so that she knew she was falling for him. If she wanted to move forward with their relationship, and she very much did, she would need to show him that she trusted him. She nodded. "Yes, I trust you, and I promise." He let out a huge breath, then slowly smiled. "It won't be for long. That's my promise." Intensely curious about what he didn't want her to discover yet, she began to doubt if she should have agreed to it. Even so, she would keep her promise. For now. "It's Ross," he said. "Ethan Ross." She turned his name over in her mind, then thought, "What are you keeping from me, Ethan Ross?" Chapter 42. "What do you mean you agreed?" Marcel practically shouted. Aspen pulled her phone away from her ear, her lips flattening before turning down into a frown. She never would have told Marcel about her agreement with Ethan if Marcel hadn't point-blank asked her if she'd gotten his last name. But she had asked, so Aspen had told her about his request and her agreement. Putting her phone back to her ear, Aspen braced herself for what was coming next. "So," Marcel said, "tell me his last name and I'll look him up." Just as she knew Marcel would suggest. Aspen shook her head as if Marcel could see her. "I'm sorry, Marcel, but I'm not going to tell you. That wouldn't really be any different from me looking him up myself, and I'm not going to break my promise." A loud huff sounded. "You never should have agreed to that, Aspen. You know that, right?" Though she wavered between thinking the same thing and believing that making that promise was the right thing to do, Aspen said, "It's only for a little while." Marcel was silent for several moments. Then, "What do you think he's hiding?" Knowing she could find out with a few clicks, but that she was choosing not to, was a special kind of torture. "I don't know, but I do trust him." At least, that's what she was telling herself. "His hotness has melted your brain, my friend." Aspen couldn't help but laugh at that, especially when she thought about how much she'd wanted to kiss Ethan earlier that day as they'd sat on her front porch. At least she'd had the self-control to hold back. It also helped that Ethan hadn't even suggested it this time. But what about the next time he does, she asked herself. Yeah, she wasn't sure how much longer she could hold off. What if he's a criminal? Marcel asked, her tone showing how annoyed she was with Aspen's stubbornness in not telling her his last name. That notion had crossed her mind, as had a million others, but that wasn't the vibe she got from him. You said he went to L.A., Marcel continued. What if he had to meet with his parole officer? Or maybe he had some pre-trial thing to go to? Or what if he was meeting with other people in his gang? Come on, Marcel, that seems like a stretch. All right, fine. Maybe he's married and he doesn't want you to know. Now that was a fear she had battled as well, was still battling. Although when she thought about it, that didn't really make sense. How could he be married, she asked, if he's living here and spending all this time with me? Okay, Marcel responded, so maybe he's separated. Maybe he went to L.A. to meet with his wife, to, go to counseling with her because they're trying to work things out. That idea sent a piercing pain right through Aspen's heart. Or maybe, Aspen said in a desperate attempt to cleanse the fears that Marcel was introducing, he's a good man who just wants to keep some things in his life private. Which really didn't make sense. They were dating, weren't they? There shouldn't be any secrets between them. You know, Marcel said with a snarky tone, you could find out right now. The temptation to discover the truth was nearly killing her, but she held fast. Stop it, all right. Just stop. Ugh! Marcel shouted into the phone. Fine. But when your heart breaks into a million pieces, don't come crying to me. She paused. Never mind. Of course you can come crying to me, but don't be mad when I say I told you so, okay? Aspen smiled. Okay. They disconnected after saying their goodbyes. Then Aspen stared at her phone, battling with herself over whether or not to look up Ethan Ross. Sighing heavily, she tossed her phone onto the cushion beside her and leaned her head back. Then she thought, this better be worth it, Ethan. Ethan felt bad for making Aspen promise to not look him up and wondered if she would be able to resist. Would he, if their situation was reversed? Honestly, probably not. Good thing it wasn't on him. Not yet ready to go to bed, he browsed through the programs on his TV, but all he could think about was Aspen. At what point would he be ready to tell her he was a billionaire? And why was he so reluctant? But that was obvious. When she found out, it would change the dynamic between them. Unless she didn't discover that information until after they'd established their relationship. That's what he wanted, to establish a deeper relationship with her, which to him meant that she was as into him as he was into her. Once they reached that point, he would be fine with her knowing the whole truth about him, because then he would know she was into him for who he was, and not for his bank account. The only question was, would she be able to resist discovering the truth for herself until then? Chapter 43. When Ethan arrived at her house Monday morning, Aspen had gotten herself into such a state of agitation that she had become desperate to have a talk with him. Good morning, he said, his smile sunny. Hi. Her tone was less than enthusiastic. He tilted his head. What's wrong? She invited him in with a sweep of her arm. We need to talk. His face fell, and she immediately thought he assumed that she hadn't kept her promise. I didn't look you up, she said, as she sat on the couch and he sat near her. But that is what I want to talk to you about. Okay. Thank you for keeping your promise. She let her lips turn up slightly. Of course, although you must know how tempted I've been. He laughed. I can imagine. Which is why I need some reassurance from you. All right. She waited for him to say something, but realized he had no idea what her fears were. Is there something bad that you don't want me to find out about? He immediately shook his head, which calmed her somewhat. No, nothing bad. What if his idea of bad was different from hers? She needed more specificity. You haven't broken the law? He shook his head. You're not married, are you? One side of his mouth quirked up. Nope, never have been. No kids either. Huh, she thought. If he wasn't a criminal, and had never been married and had no kids, then what was he keeping secret? He took her hands, his eyes boring into her. Aspen, I promise it's nothing to be worried or upset about. Frustration clawed up her throat. Then why not just tell me? She'd been happier not knowing his last name, which only confirmed to her why she'd never asked. I will tell you. Soon. Very soon. His green eyes were so steady, so calm and sure, that Aspen felt herself settling and her worry easing. All right, I'm trusting you. His smile nearly disarmed her, and when he lifted one of her hands to his lips and softly pressed a kiss there, she thought she might lose it. Working to subdue her skyrocketing pulse, she reminded herself to breathe. Ethan set her hand back in her lap, then stood. I have work to do. The house isn't going to paint itself. Softly laughing, Aspen stood as well. I'd better get to work too. Gazing at her in a way that captured Aspen's attention, Ethan added, and then tonight we can play. Her heart fluttered at the promise of his words. She nodded, then turned and went into her office, needing a bit of space between them before she inadvertently flung herself into his arms. Ethan was impressed with Aspen's fortitude in sticking to her promise to not do a search on him. He also found the question she'd asked amusing. A criminal? Married? Kids? It was all ludicrous, although he could understand her concerns. The fact that she was willing to trust him only endeared her to him more. She was one of a kind, and he was falling for her, hard. Knowing that she'd agreed to go out with him that night sent his heart pounding. Now he had to come up with something to impress her. When Ethan left at the end of the workday, Aspen happily waved goodbye, because she knew he would be back an hour later to take her out. He'd asked if she was okay with doing something outdoors. She'd said yes, but he hadn't told her exactly what it would be. Smiling now in anticipation, she finished getting ready, wearing a pair of khaki shorts and a green t-shirt. As she finished putting on her sneakers, her phone rang. It was Marcel. Not eager to be harassed by her best friend, Aspen debated whether or not to answer it, but in the end she couldn't ignore Marcel. After a short greeting, Marcel said, I'm calling to apologize for giving you such a hard time yesterday. Rather surprised by this, Aspen said, I know you only did it because you love me. That's right, which is why I have to point one thing out. Suppressing a sigh, Aspen asked, What's that? Honestly, Aspen, I'm surprised you haven't figured this out yourself. That got her attention. Leaning back against the couch cushions, she asked, Figured what out? That by giving you his name, but making you promise not to do anything with it, Ethan is trying to control you. At the truth of the statement, Aspen audibly gasped and sat up straight. Oh my gosh, you're right, Marcel. The idea that he was turning out to be just the kind of man she feared he would be made her stomach roil with a mixture of disappointment in him and self-loathing. How could she have fallen for that? How had she not picked up on it herself? How did I not realize that, Marcel? I think you were too focused on wondering what his secret is. Marcel paused for several beats. Should we look him up now? As upset as this discovery made her, the thought of breaking her promise didn't sit well either. Not yet, she told Marcel. What? After what he's done? She cared so much about him, she wasn't ready to write him off that very second. He's going to be here in a few minutes. I want to talk to him first. Aspen, don't let him control you. Was she doomed to always attract the kind of man she was desperate to avoid? Was it some sort of magnetic thing that the more she wanted to repel a controlling man, the more she was drawn to them? Frustrated and annoyed with herself as much as with Ethan, Aspen frowned deeply. No, I won't let him control me. Good. A knock sounded at her front door. Oh my gosh, Marcel, he's here. Okay, let me know what happens. I will. Standing, she ended the call, tucked her phone in her pocket, and strode to the front door, determined to resolve this issue once and for all. Chapter 44. Heart racing like she'd just run a marathon, Aspen reached for the doorknob. Breathe, Aspen, just breathe. Hating confrontations, though willing to fight for what was right, she drew in a shaky breath, slowly released it, then twisted the knob and pulled the door open. Hey there, Ethan said, obviously completely unaware of the turmoil twisting Aspen's insides into knots. "Hi." The word came out clipped. Ethan's brow furrowed as concern filled his eyes. "Is something wrong?" As Aspen appraised him, she couldn't help but think that his demeanor was nothing like her ex's when he was trying to control her. Quite the opposite. Instead of narrowed eyes and twisted lips, Ethan's expression was open and honest as he studied Aspen's face. "Something's happened," he said as he reached for her hands. The warmth of those large hands encompassing hers filled her with a calmness that surprised her. How could she feel calm in the face of her fear that he was trying to control her? She began, then looked down as her lips compressed. "Let's sit," he said, as he tugged her gently back to the chairs they'd sat in that morning. She let him lead her, then they sat. Aspen watched him move his chair so that he was facing her head on, their knees touching. Forcing herself to maintain eye contact, she said, "I have a concern." His gaze never wavered from hers. "Concern about what?" Her gut churned, but she pushed on anyway. "I feel like, with the promise you made me make, that you're trying to control me." His eyes widened with what Aspen could only classify as a look of horror. "Aspen, I am so sorry that it came off that way. That was never my intention, ever." He seemed sincere, but she was still wary. His head went down as his eyes looked up. "Please accept my heartfelt apology." Wanting to believe him, she struggled. Lifting his head so that they were face to face, he reached out to take her hands, but then pulled back as if he wasn't worthy to touch her. She wanted him to touch her, to not only hold her hands, but to hold her. Even so, she kept her hands firmly in her lap. As much as she wanted his touch, even more, she needed him to convince her that she was wrong. When she stayed silent, he sat up straight and rubbed the back of his neck with one hand, then looked around like he was trying to come up with a solution. A few moments later, he nodded once. "Aspen, I appreciate you making and keeping that promise, but I'm not going to hold you to it any longer." Aspen's eyebrows shot upward. She was free to do a search on his name? Whoa, that was quite a reversal. It also made his apology all the more believable. All of a sudden, her shoulders felt light, like her worry about him had been completely unfounded. Even so, she was shocked by this change. "Really?" "Really." He paused. "But—" Oh no, why did there have to be a but? She exhaled with disappointment. He put up a hand as if to stop her from jumping to conclusions. "Please, let me finish." Annoyed but curious, she frowned, then nodded. "Fine." "You're free to do what you want, but I'm asking if you would please hold off until we've reached the end of our 2 weeks. That's, 8 more days? A week from tomorrow?" Furrowing her brow, she asked, "Why? What happens in 8 days?" With hope-filled eyes, he said, "In 8 days, we'll see where we stand and whether or not we think there's something between us, something worth pursuing. After we've determined that, no matter the outcome, I won't have an issue with you doing an online search of my name. In fact, I'll welcome it." Was that a reasonable request? That was the thing, though. It was just that, a request. Not a demand, not an ultimatum, but a request. So it wasn't unreasonable. More than that, Aspen no longer felt like he was trying to control her. After all, if she wanted to, she could look him up then and there. But she would honor his request to wait 8 days, if only because she truly believed he wasn't being deceitful. Maybe he came from a famous family or something, and he wanted to make sure she wasn't swayed by that. Who knew? In any case, she said, "All right, I can wait 8 days." He bowed his head, then lifted it and met her eyes as he finally took her hands. "Thank you, Aspen. That means a lot to me." Kiss me. The thought flew into her mind, and before she could talk herself out of it, she leaned forward and pressed a soft but brief kiss to his lips, then sat back in her chair wearing a smug smile at her audacity. The look of delight on his face filled her with a warmth that told her she was doing the right thing in heeding his appeal. Giddiness rushed through her. "Are we going to go on this date or what?" He chuckled. "Absolutely." Ethan was thrilled that Aspen had kissed him this time, and that was after she'd agreed to his request to wait another 8 days to do a search on his name. It showed her fortitude and her integrity. He also felt terrible that she'd believed he'd been trying to control her, which was the last thing he wanted. He hoped he'd convinced her that that hadn't been his intention at all. With her hand still in his, they stood, then went into her cottage, where she grabbed her purse before locking the door. Then they walked out to his truck. He helped her into the passenger side, then got behind the wheel. "Have you ever been bird watching?" he asked as he turned onto the main road. She laughed. "No, I can't say that I have." He grinned. "All right, then this will be a first for both of us." She arched an eyebrow. "Bird watching? Really? That's what we're doing on our date?" Was she being serious? "You think it's a stupid idea?" She laughed. "No, I'm teasing. I think it'll be fun, actually." "In case you haven't noticed, there aren't a lot of things to do in Cedar Park." Nodding with solemnity, she said, "I'm finding that out." After a pause, she added, "How about I figure out our next date?" Thrilled to hear her talking about going out again when they'd barely begun this date, Ethan grinned. "All right, we're talking about tomorrow, right?" This earned him a soft chuckle. "Yes, I suppose it does." He tossed her a smile. "Then I accept." A short time later, Ethan parked his truck at a turnout. "We're here." Chapter 45. As soon as Aspen had offered to be in charge of their next date, she tried to think of what they could do. She had a few ideas, but when Ethan announced they'd arrived at their destination, she put those thoughts on the back burner to focus on the here and now. Ethan jumped out of his truck and came around to her side and helped her down, then opened the rear passenger door and took out a backpack. Aspen looked around at the trees surrounding them, and to her delight, she heard the beautiful trill of a nearby bird. "I think we have our first sighting," she said, suddenly super excited for this date. Well, more excited than she'd been initially, which had been pretty excited. Ethan quietly closed the door and turned around. "Where?" he whispered. She pointed toward a nearby tree where a small bird with a bright yellow head, breast, and tail sat on a branch singing a lovely tune. "Nice." He unzipped his backpack and pulled out a book. Aspen read the cover. Field Guide to Birds of North America. Ethan flipped through the book, pausing to look at different birds. He turned to her, one side of his mouth lifting. "I have no idea what I'm doing." She laughed. "That makes two of us." Using the pair of binoculars Ethan had brought, they studied the bird until it flew off. Then gesturing to the book, Aspen asked, "May I?" He grinned. "Please do. Maybe you'll have better luck in finding our bird." After a search, she came to what she thought was the same bird. "What do you think?" Ethan stood right behind her, looking over her shoulder. He was so close that it seemed as if she could feel the heat coming off of his body. It was a struggle to ignore his nearness and focus on the book. "Yeah," he said beside her ear, "I think that's the one. A Bullock's Oriole. Good job." Smothering the urge to lean back against him, which she knew would prompt him to wrap her in his arms, Aspen nodded, then stepped forward and turned to face him. "Should we write it down or something, to keep track of what we see?" The way he was looking at her, like he wanted her standing close to him again, made Aspen's knees feel weak. "Yeah," he finally said. "Let me see if I have a pen in my truck." He opened the passenger door and rummaged around in the glove box, coming up with a pen. He held it up in triumph. "Here we go." He held the pen out to Aspen. She took it, then made a note in the book that they'd seen that bird on that date before lifting her eyes to his. "All right, one down." After locking his truck, he turned to her with a smile. "Okay, let's see what else we can find." Together, they started following a well-marked dirt trail, pausing from time to time to listen for birds. After a short distance, they saw one. Looking through her binoculars, Aspen said, "It has a glossy black body and a brown head." She pulled the binoculars away from her eyes and smiled at Ethan, who had been studying the bird through his binoculars as well. "You know, I've never really paid much attention to birds before, but now that I am, I think it's really interesting." She grinned, kind of like a treasure hunt. He smiled. I agree. He took the book out of his pack and began flipping through it, and after finding a particular bird, he said, What do you think? Brown-headed cowbird? She examined the information in the book. Yep, I think that's the one. Ethan made a note in the book, then they studied the bird in the tree for another minute before it flew off. He put the book back in his pack, then they walked on until they spotted another yellow bird. Do you think that's the same one we saw earlier? Ethan watched it through his binoculars. Could be, or maybe it's one of its competition. Don't you think it's interesting how the male birds are always prettier than the female? Ethan lowered his binoculars and grinned. Better to attract the ladies. Aspen laughed. Right. He stood several feet away, but as he appraised her, Aspen felt herself drawn to him as her pulse climbed upward. Maybe you shouldn't do that, she heard herself say, then immediately wondered what in the world she was saying. Do what? Glancing away, she said, Look at me like that. He softly chuckled. Why not? She turned and faced him, her mind racing. Feeling bold, she said, Because it makes me want to kiss you. He smirked. Then I'm going to always look at you like this. Pressing her lips together to keep from laughing, Aspen lifted her binoculars to her face and scanned the area. The yellow bird had flown off, and no others were in sight. If I put on a yellow t-shirt, will you look at me? Aspen spun around and faced him, then thought, No yellow shirt needed. Instead of speaking her thoughts, she said, I don't know if yellow's your color. He laughed. Maybe not. The fact that Aspen had flat out said that she was fighting against the urge to kiss him made Ethan's heart soar, kind of like the way the birds soared in the sky. The thought made his lips tug upward. What's so funny? Aspen asked. You. She tilted her head in question. Care to elaborate? He closed the small distance between them and held her eyes with his. When you agreed to go out with me for 2 weeks, you made it plain that there would be no kissing. Then earlier today, you kissed me, and now you make it sound like it's all you can do to keep from throwing yourself into my arms. He grinned. Don't you think that's funny? Her lips pursed, but he could tell she was holding back a laugh. Then a smile burst across her face. Okay, yeah, I know I'm sending mixed messages. He raised his eyebrows and tilted his head. You think? She looked at the ground, then lifted her amber eyes, which were filled with a mixture of uncertainty and desire. It's just, I'm scared, Ethan. Scared of what? Her forehead wrinkled and she visibly swallowed. Of falling in love with you. His heart skipped a beat. Was she saying she was already on her way there? Because he knew he was getting dangerously close himself. Then he focused on what she'd said before those words, that she was scared of feeling that way. While keeping his gaze locked on hers, he lowered his chin. Why does that scare you? Her eyes began to shimmer like they had filled with unshed tears. I've made mistakes before, and She shook her head and closed her eyes. A moment later, she opened them and focused on him. I don't want to repeat them. He couldn't stop himself. He lifted his hand and gently brushed a finger along the smooth skin of her jaw. Her eyes closed at his touch. His fingers stopped, and he cupped the side of her face. She leaned her cheek against his hand, then opened her eyes and watched him. I don't know what mistakes you've made, but I'll do my best to make sure I'm not the cause of repeating them. Aspen felt herself falling into the depths of Ethan's green eyes. She was captivated by him, fully and completely. With his hand gently caressing her jaw, she wasn't about to tear her gaze away. She didn't want to. Ethan, she murmured. I'm here, he whispered. Then he lowered his lips to hers, his hand moving away from her cheek to cradle the back of her neck. Aspen sank against him, winding her arms around his neck as his other hand wrapped tightly around her waist, drawing her close to him. As his lips made his feelings clear, Aspen knew it was too late for her. She'd already fallen for him, whether she was scared or not. But his promise that he would do all he could to prevent her from making the mistakes she'd made in the past gave her confidence. Their passion-filled kiss went on for several breathless seconds, and when they finally drew apart, Aspen's pulse had gone into the stratosphere. A bird trilled nearby. Desperate for a diversion, Aspen turned toward it. "There's a bird." Her voice was slightly breathless, but she pretended all was well as she studied the bird perched on a nearby branch. "You dropped your binoculars," Ethan said as he bent to pick them up and handed them to her. She took them with an embarrassed smile. "Guess I got distracted." He gave her a knowing look, then lifted his eyes to the bird. "It's so cute," Aspen said as she watched the little bird. "Kind of chubby, but that yellowish gray is pretty, don't you think?" She turned her eyes to Ethan, who shifted his attention from the bird to her. He smiled at her, which made her heart rev up all over again. Dang, every time she looked at him, she became more far gone. "Yes, it's a pretty bird." Working to ignore her erratic heartbeat, she gave his backpack a meaningful look. "Let's see if we can find it in your book." He nodded, then swung his backpack around and removed the book before holding it out to her. "If you would do the honors." She laughed. "You just don't want to have to figure it out." Grinning, he said, "You're not wrong." Smiling, she opened the book and began her search, comparing the bird to what she saw on the pages. Finally, she found what she thought it might be. "Do you think it's this one?" she asked Ethan, pointing to the page. "A vireo? I think that's how you say it." He stood right beside her, his presence nearly overwhelming her. "Yeah," he said a moment later, "that looks right." He smiled at her. "You're good at this. Must be your designer's eye. You can pick out details." His praise filled her with pride. "Thanks." She paused a beat. "Turn around and I'll put the book away." He did, and she tucked the book into an unzipped section of the backpack. "Ready to go on?" She nodded, and as they began walking, Ethan took her hand in his. Aspen felt her entire body thrum with a desire to have him hold her in his arms again. Tamping that down, she savored the feel of her hand enveloped in his as they walked along. Soon, they stopped to eat the light dinner Ethan had brought, sitting on a fallen log and chatting comfortably about life in general. On the walk back to his truck, they spotted a couple more birds, and when they arrived back at Aspen's cottage, she was grateful that their date had been filled with much more than identifying birds. She had revealed something important about how she felt, and he had made her less fearful about letting her heart take the lead. "Thank you for such a fun evening," she said as they stood on her front porch. With her hands held in his, he smiled at her. "I had a good time too. Tomorrow is up to you." That's right, she'd nearly forgotten. "No pressure, right?" He laughed. "None at all. The most important thing is that we enjoy our time together." Knowing that he felt that way actually did help the pressure ease, although she still very much wanted to impress him. "I know you said no kisses," he said with a smirk, "but since we haven't exactly followed that to the letter, may I give you a kiss before I leave?" How could she say no to that? Not that she wanted to. "Yes." His smile grew, then he slipped one hand behind her neck and the other around her waist as he pressed his lips to hers in a kiss that filled Aspen with a deep longing to have Ethan in her life always. He released her, with desire still burning in his eyes. "I'm going to go now." "Okay." "I'll see you in the morning." She nodded, happy that he would be back first thing, and realizing that she wanted to see him every day for the rest of her life. Chapter 46. Aspen was thrilled to see the progress Ethan had made on the exterior of the house the next day. He'd finished scraping off the flaking paint, had power washed off all the dirt, and had actually begun painting the new color, a light grayish blue, using a sprayer. "It's turning out great," she said with enthusiasm that afternoon when Ethan had finished for the day and was beginning to clean up. She took in the front of her house, the beautiful late May sun warming her face. "Not too bad," he said with a smile that was filled with pride. "I think I'll be done by the end of the day tomorrow." "No way!" That seemed so soon, which reminded her that their projects were rapidly coming to an end. Wait, their projects? It was her cottage, so why did she think of the projects as belonging to both of them? The answer wasn't a great mystery. She felt joined to Ethan in a way, almost like this was their cottage. Don't be silly, she told herself. Just because you're dating the man, and falling for him, doesn't make him anywhere near your life partner. And, she thought, in 1 week he wants me to decide if there's something between us. She already knew there was, so there weren't a lot of questions there. Still, would she be ready to take the step of stating it out loud, to committing to furthering what they'd built so far? That she didn't know. And you'll be able to look him up online, she reminded herself. Although she'd been trying not to think about what his secret was, she hadn't had a lot of success. She was dying to know, and it didn't help that Marcel had asked her a number of times to give in to temptation and do a search. Ethan finished cleaning up, then walked her way, stopping in front of her. Besides the flooring in your living room and the landscaping, I think we're nearly done with your projects. Hearing him say it out loud made her heart thrum a little harder. Time was running out. She forced a smile. Yeah. He tilted his head. You don't sound very happy about it. It's been a lot of fun. This earned her a guffaw. For you, maybe. For me, it's been a lot of work. She couldn't stop her own laughter. Yeah, I guess I didn't think of it that way. Still chuckling, he said, I'm looking forward to whatever you have planned for this evening. I can use a break. Excited to surprise him, she couldn't stop her smile. Good. I think you'll like it. Anything I need to know ahead of time? Just wear jeans and comfortable shoes. With an expression of curiosity, he said, Wonder what it'll be. She laughed. You'll find out soon enough. All right. I'm going to go home and clean up, and then I'll come pick you up in about an hour. Sound good? Any time she spent with him sounded good. Yes. He studied her, and she wondered if he was going to kiss her. After several moments, he smiled. See you in an hour. At that, he turned and strode to his truck, got in, and drove away. Aspen watched him go, her pulse still fluttering at the thought of him kissing her with the passion they both felt. There was still that evening, so who knew what would happen? She went inside and began getting ready, her mind completely on Ethan, which led to thoughts of what his secret was. It didn't take long to finish getting ready. She was already wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She just had to put her hair into a cute ponytail and freshen her makeup. As she waited for Ethan to return, she sat on the couch and scrolled through her favorite social media site, which made her think of his name, Ethan Ross. What was his secret? What could it be? The desire, the need to know became overwhelming. Heart pounding, she pulled up a search engine and slowly typed in his name, letter by letter. The go button was right there. Her finger hovered over it, her mind racing 1,000,000 miles an hour as all kinds of possibilities flooded it. Then an image of Ethan's face filled her mind, his sincere and kind and handsome face. He told her she could do what she wanted, but that he would like if she would wait until they'd reached 2 weeks of dating. They were already halfway through that. Did she want to betray his trust and look? Could she hold off a while longer? With her teeth sinking into her lower lip, she stared at the screen. Her finger moved away from the go button and to the backspace button. Then she erased his name, letter by letter. She wasn't going to do it, but oh, how she wanted to. A knock sounded at her door, startling her. With a sharp intake of breath, she dropped her phone on her lap. She picked it back up and got to her feet, tucking it in her back pocket. After a few deep breaths, she went to the door, pushed a smile onto her lips, and pulled the door open. When she saw Ethan standing there, her heart swelled with affection and warmth, and she was glad she'd resisted the temptation, although, to be honest, she didn't know if she could hold out another week. I'm here and ready to go, he said with a broad smile. She laughed. I can see that. He chuckled, then his gaze glided over her from head to toe, sending a shiver of desire crackling through her body. Looks like you're ready too. Frantic to get control over her emotions, she swept her arm down her leg, then upwards like she was a game show hostess. What you see is what you get. He pumped his eyebrows. Good thing I like what I see. Feeling slightly more settled, Aspen laughed, then stepped out the door. Once they were in his truck, he turned to her with a look of expectation. "Oh," she said with a smirk, "I guess you need to know where to go." "It would help." Her lips pressed together in a suppressed smile. Then she said, "We're going," drumroll please, "horseback riding." She watched his face for a reaction, and when a look of pleased surprise washed across his features, she knew she'd made a good choice. She told him where he needed to take them, and he tapped it into his GPS. Moments later, they headed out. As they drove, they compared horseback riding experiences. "It's been a while for me," he said, then tilted his head. "A long while." Aspen laughed. "Same here, to be honest." "Hopefully we don't get too saddle sore. I mean, I do have to keep painting the outside of your cottage tomorrow." "Ooh, yeah, it wouldn't be good if you weren't up to working." He laughed. "You're all about the work, aren't you?" Putting a hand to her chest in mock offense, Aspen said, "Is that what you think?" He glanced her way. "It's what I know." "Okay, you've got me." He looked at her again, his face serious. "Do I? Got you, I mean." There was no doubt in her mind that he did, but she wasn't ready to completely admit that. Instead, she allowed a small smile to curve her lips. No comment. He grinned. Uh-huh. The banter between them was so natural, and she felt so comfortable with him. Yet, with his secret between them, she found it hard to completely let herself fall for him. How could she, when she knew he had a secret that he wasn't ready to share with her? Chapter 47. When they arrived at the horseback riding place, they walked together to the office and checked in, and a short time later, Cody, the man who would be their guide, led them to the corral where they were introduced to the horses they would be riding. "You'll be on Belle," Cody said to Aspen. "And you'll be on Rio," he told Ethan. Excited, Aspen reached out and stroked Belle's muzzle. The chestnut mare lifted her head and blew out a breath. Cody helped Aspen get situated in the saddle on Belle's back as Ethan got himself in place on Rio. Then Cody went over a few instructions on how to control their horses before saying, "It's just the two of you this evening, so we can go at your pace." This was an unexpected bonus. "Nice," Aspen said with a smile. She turned to Ethan to see his reaction. He was watching her, which sent a burst of longing through her chest. Then she remembered how close she'd come to doing a search on him right before their date. She was relieved that she hadn't, but also frustrated that she was missing a piece of who Ethan was. Ethan smiled at her, making her longing grow, a longing to find out his secret and to have that secret not make a bit of difference in the way she felt about him, because she was smitten, and she desperately hoped nothing would destroy that. Cody got on his horse, then made a clicking sound out of the corner of his mouth. His horse began walking. Aspen and Belle followed, with Ethan and Rio taking up the rear. Ethan appreciated the beautiful scenery that they passed through as they rode their horses along the trail. Even more, he appreciated the view of Aspen riding in front of him. Her ponytail swung in rhythm to her horse's footsteps. They rode for a good 30 minutes, Cody stopping from time to time to tell them bits of history about the area. Each time they stopped, Ethan's eyes first went to Aspen. Sometimes she looked his way, and sometimes she didn't. When she did, it brightened his soul. 20 minutes further on, Cody told them they'd reached the peak. "Can we get off our horses for a little bit?" Aspen asked him. Cody smiled. "Sure, we can stop for a few minutes." He dismounted, then helped Aspen down. Rather surprised by Aspen's request to stop, because he knew that typically on these rides stopping wasn't an option, Ethan got off Rio and went to Aspen's side. "You want to explore a little?" She lifted her eyes to him, her gaze shy. "Yes, if that's all right with you." Completely enamored with her, he took her hand in his. "Sounds like fun." He turned to Cody. "We won't be gone long." Cody nodded and turned his attention to the horses. Hand in hand, Ethan walked beside Aspen to an overlook with a stunning view. "Do you want to sit for a minute? Or," one side of his mouth tugged up, "have you had enough sitting for a while?" She laughed. My backside is a little sore, but sure, let's sit. They found a large, smooth rock they could both fit on and sat down. Ethan was curious what had prompted Aspen to want to stop the ride and step away. Aspen knew exactly why she'd asked to stop and have this time alone with Ethan, but now that they were here with nothing to interrupt or distract them, she was nervous to tell him what was on her mind. "Are you enjoying the ride?" Ethan asked, drawing Aspen's attention away from the view and to him. She nodded. "Yes, it's such a pretty trail, and Bella's a good horse." Not that she had enough experience with horses to know any different, but to Aspen she seemed sweet. The horseback ride was a good idea. Pleased that he thought so, Aspen beamed. "Thanks." "Do you want to be in charge of the date after next?" Talking about the next 2 dates reminded her of what she wanted to talk about. Not that it had left her mind, but it was a stark reminder of the stakes. If his secret turned out to be something she couldn't live with, her heart would be shattered. Although he made it seem as if it was nothing like that, but how did he know what would be acceptable to her? He didn't. That was the problem. She had to decide that for herself. "Something's on your mind," he said, his brow furrowed. "I can see it in your eyes." Aspen slowly nodded, glad there was a way to broach the subject without it seeming out of the blue. "You're right. Something's been heavy on my mind, and—" She shook her head, suddenly embarrassed that she seemed to be obsessing over this. "Tell me, Aspen." Then his face smoothed out. "Never mind. I know what it is." Glad she didn't have to explain, she studied him. "I thought I was fine with waiting." She chuckled. "Maybe fine isn't the right word. I was resigned to waiting, but then earlier today, right before you picked me up in fact, I typed your name into a search engine." Heat raced up her cheeks at the admission. "But you didn't do the search," Ethan stated, completely certain he was right, because if she had completed the search and had discovered that he was a billionaire, he would be able to read it in her eyes. Her eyes widened. "How can you be so sure?" "I just am." He wasn't 100% surprised that she'd nearly given in to temptation, but to be honest, he wouldn't have been upset if she had. With each interaction they'd had, he felt their connection growing stronger, strong enough that if she were to discover the truth about him, he didn't fear it would influence the way she felt about him one way or the other. "Well," she said, as she shifted her eyes to the dirt at her feet, "you're right. I stopped before I launched the search." Then she lifted her eyes to his. "But here's the problem, Ethan. Until I know what it is you're hiding, I can't—" Her lips pursed and she shook her head. "It feels like there's a wall full of questions surrounding my heart. A wall I can't breach. A wall that won't let me move forward. Not until I know all there is about the man I'm—" She visibly swallowed. "The man I'm falling for." Ecstatic to hear her confess that she was falling for him, Ethan couldn't stop a smile from blossoming on his lips. "I don't blame you." Her head tipped to the side. "You don't?" "Of course not. I would feel the same way." "So, you see, I'm in a quandary." Curious to know how she wanted to proceed, he focused on her. "What are you going to do?" Aspen didn't even try to suppress the exasperated sigh that burst from her lips. What was she going to do? This was about him and his secret. Then it hit her. He wasn't telling her what to do. He was doing the exact opposite. He was putting the control in her hands. He was the opposite of controlling. A sudden sense of lightness slipped over her, and she smiled. "Next time I have the urge to do that search," she said, "I'm going to do it." As soon as the words left her mouth, she feared what his reaction would be. She couldn't help it. It was a gut reaction to what she was used to from her ex. But to her great joy, instead of getting angry that she decided to do something different from what he'd asked, Ethan smiled. "I think you should. In fact, I welcome it." Shocked, Aspen felt her mouth fall open. "You do?" He took her hands in his. "Of course. I never want to stop you from doing what you think is right." He paused, his eyebrows bunching. "What did you think I was going to say?" "That doing the search would betray your trust. That you would be disappointed if I did it. That... Her words trailed off because she was saying what her ex would have said. But that was the whole point. Ethan wasn't her ex. He was nothing like him. Joy rushed through her, warm and soothing and uplifting. Lips curving upward, she gazed at Ethan. Then another thought filled her mind, one that dampened her joy. I just hope that whatever information he's concealing doesn't crush my heart. But even with that worry, her firm realization that Ethan was nothing like her ex, nothing like she'd feared, made her heart feel light. "Sorry to interrupt," Cody said from a short distance away, "but we need to get back." "Oh," Aspen said as she stood, "of course." Ethan stood beside her, then took her hand in his, and as they walked back to the horses, Aspen was suffused with a giddiness she hadn't felt in ages. On the ride back to the stables, Aspen kept going back and forth between wanting to pull out her phone and look Ethan up right that second and wanting to do it in private. Either way, she would be doing some digging, and soon. Chapter 48. It was clear to Ethan that he'd said exactly the right thing in freeing Aspen from her promise to wait another week before she did an internet search on him. Her whole demeanor seemed light and airy now, back to how it had been before she'd asked him for his last name. He even felt kind of bad that he'd ever requested that she wait, although on the other hand, he was pleased to learn that she'd had the self-discipline to do so, and then to admit that she'd come so close to doing a search. She continued to impress him. Ethan watched that swinging ponytail before letting his focus slide to her shoulders and down her back before going to her hips where her legs straddled Belle. He could hardly wait until he had the opportunity to take her into his arms and tell her how much he was falling for her, too. Preferably before she found out his financial worth. Not that it really mattered anymore, but it would just feel more pure somehow. They reached the corral, and after they all dismounted from their horses, he and Aspen thanked Cody and said their goodbyes. Ethan was glad he no longer had to watch Aspen from behind, but could now have her beside him where he preferred her to be. "Now I'm going to take you to dinner," she said with a smile, as they walked hand in hand to Ethan's truck. "Like at a restaurant?" "Yep." "Huh, no picnic tonight." She laughed. "I do enjoy those, but I thought it would be nice to have someone serve us for a change." He glanced at the jeans he was wearing. "Nothing too fancy, I hope." She smiled. "No." They reached his truck, and he helped her into the passenger seat, then went around to the driver's side and got in before turning to her. "Where to?" She told him the name of the restaurant, and after he typed it into his GPS, they started on their way. Aspen glanced at Ethan as he drove, her phone feeling like it was burning a hole in her pocket, just begging her to pull it out and do the search she'd been wanting to do for days now. But she resisted. It was something she wanted to do in private. Whatever the information was, she was sure she would need a minute to digest it before she faced Ethan, so she forced away thoughts of discovering his secret and instead focused on being with the man she was crazy for. When they got to the restaurant, one of the few in Cedar Park, Aspen walked inside with Ethan, then sat across from him at a table. They looked over their menus, and a short time later, their server took their orders. Aspen took a drink of her ice water. "So," Ethan began, "tomorrow night I'd love to have you over to my cabin for dinner." Aspen set her glass on the table, surprised at the invitation. She'd never been to Ethan's place, and having him cook for her? That would be fun. Wait, maybe she was assuming too much. "Are you doing the cooking?" He chuckled. "No promises there. After working on your cottage all day, I'm not sure I'll be up to it." Picturing how hard he'd been working, she smiled. "That's fair. And yes, I'd love to come to your place." "Awesome." "You'll have to give me your address, though." He immediately picked up his phone and typed something in. "There you go." Her phone chimed a notification. She checked it and saw a text from Ethan with an address. "I have to admit, I'm curious to see what your place looks like." "Well, even though it's larger than your cottage, it's not as updated." In a way, this surprised her. She tilted her head. "Maybe you'll have to start on projects on your place next." "I think I'll be taking a break from doing any kind of projects after I'm done at your cottage." His comment made her consider something she hadn't before. "Are you getting burned out?" I mean, I'm loving everything that's getting done, but it's hard work. He shrugged. The finish line's in sight, but I'm rethinking the idea of being a full-time handyman. Aspen grinned. Good thing I got all of this work out of you before you made that decision. Probably so. Their server set their food in front of them, a burger and fries for Ethan, and a turkey sandwich and chips for Aspen. Thank you, Aspen said to the woman. They began eating, punctuating their bites with easy conversation. When Aspen was nearly done with her meal, she began hiccuping. Oh, shoot, she said after a painful hiccup. I hate when that happens. She tried holding her breath, but when that didn't work, she tried holding her breath while drinking from her water glass. She hiccuped again. Frowning, she shook her head. Ethan softly chuckled. You know, I've heard of another way to get rid of hiccups. What way is that? I admit I haven't tried it, but I've heard that kissing can work. Not about to kiss him in the middle of the restaurant, especially when one of them would have to get up and move to the other side of the table. Aspen shook her head with a laugh. I'm sure they'll go away on their own soon. You think so? Another hiccup hit her, one that hurt her throat. Wincing, she reconsidered her reply. Kissing him would be for medical reasons, that's all. Maybe it was worth a try. She must have looked uncertain because Ethan stood and moved to the chair to her right, then scooted it closer to her. There weren't a lot of diners, but Aspen still felt self-conscious. I don't know, she whispered, her gaze shooting to the nearby diners. She hiccuped again. Ethan's eyebrows rose in question. Closing her eyes in embarrassment, Aspen nodded, then opened them to see Ethan already bending toward her. His lips met hers, his left hand going to her waist. Aspen leaned into him, his kiss taking up her whole world. Then he retreated and looked at her with expectation. Wondering why he was staring at her like that, she remembered why he'd kissed her in the first place. She waited several beats. No hiccups. I think it worked, she said in amazement. He grinned. You're welcome. Wearing a bemused smile, Aspen watched him move back to his chair across from her, pick up his burger, and finish it off. Any dessert tonight? Their server asked as she cleared off their plates a short time later. I'm fine, Aspen said, then looked to Ethan. He shook his head. All right, the woman said, I'll get your check. Then she turned and left. Thank you for dinner, and the horseback ride. Thank you for curing my hiccups, Aspen said with a smirk. He grinned. Any time. After Aspen paid for their meal, they walked out to Ethan's truck and drove to Aspen's cottage. Once there, Ethan walked her to the front door. His attention went to the exterior, where he reached out and touched an area he'd painted earlier that day. Turned out pretty good, if I do say so myself. He shifted his focus to Aspen. I agree, she said, warming under his gaze. Every project you've done has turned out great. She tilted her head. Which was your favorite? Slowly smiling, he reached out and touched her face. The one where I got to know you. She laughed. I wouldn't exactly call that a project. His smile grew as he stroked her jaw. Even so, that was my favorite part. Closing her eyes as she leaned into his hand, Aspen felt the familiar yearning growing, and when she opened her eyes and saw the way he was studying her, like she was a rare and precious jewel, her heart soared. Aspen, he murmured, before lowering his lips to hers, his hand going to the back of her neck and his other arm sliding around her waist. Aspen's arms wound around his neck as she sank into his embrace, her lips communicating the message her heart was broadcasting. Despite not knowing his secret, she had fallen for him and fallen hard. And to be honest, she was scared to know what he was keeping to himself, was reluctant to discover the truth. What if finding out destroyed the way she felt about him? Was she ready for that? He released her, both of them breathless. He studied her. I'll see you tomorrow. She nodded, then watched as he strode to his truck, climbed in, and drove away. Once in her cottage, Aspen settled onto her couch, her phone in her hand. A search engine was on the screen, ready for her to enter Ethan's name. With her heart pounding, she stared at it as a dreadful fear washed over her. What if the truth killed her budding love for him? She thought of the saying, "You're happier not knowing." Though she knew that wouldn't be true forever, and that eventually she would have to face the truth as well as the consequences it would follow, at that moment, all she wanted was to savor her growing love for Ethan. A love based on the man she knew, without any outside baggage to tarnish the shiny feelings she had for him. Frowning, she tucked her phone away and got ready for bed, her heart and mind once again battling over which one was in charge. Chapter 49. When Ethan got to Aspen's house the next morning, he fully expected that she would know that he was a billionaire. So when she opened the door to his knock and her eyes didn't reveal any knowledge of his secret, he was rather stunned. And to be honest, perplexed. Why hadn't she done that search the moment she was alone? What was stopping her? Intensely curious, he smiled at her. "Good morning." "Good morning," she replied with a bright smile before stepping back to allow him entry. "Today's the big day." Eyebrows bunching, he tilted his head. Big day? Did that mean she was going to make a big thing about discovering the truth about him? "The day you finish painting the outside of the cottage," she said with a laugh as she gently shoved his shoulder. "Oh, right." He smiled in return, "And the sooner I get started, the sooner I'll finish." "True, but I made coffee cake this morning. It's just about done, I think." He sniffed the air. "Is that the source of the wonderful cinnamon scent?" "Yes." She turned and walked into the kitchen. Ethan followed her, happy to have an excuse to spend more time with her. He was especially looking forward to their date that evening. He'd hired a cleaning service to do a deep clean at his cabin while he was gone today, and then a catering company to prepare a gourmet meal this evening. He also had a surprise for her that he hoped she would like. "Yep," she said, drawing his attention away from his plans and back to the here and now. "It's done." She took the baking dish out of the oven and set it on the stovetop. "Smells delicious," he said as his mouth watered. "Let's have a slice while it's warm." "You won't hear an argument from me." She motioned to the table for two. "Please sit down." He did as she requested, then watched as she took down two small plates, carved two generous slices of coffee cake from the baking dish, and placed them on the plates before setting the plates on the table. "I like to have a glass of cold milk with mine. What can I get you?" "Cold milk sounds perfect." She poured two tall glasses of milk, then after setting them on the table, she took out a pair of forks and finally sat across from him. She said as she took a bite. "I haven't had this in ages." Ethan took a bite as well. The warm cinnamon and brown sugar topping melted in his mouth, and the cake had just the right amount of sweetness. "I'm not just saying this, but this might be the best coffee cake I've ever had." She beamed under his praise. "Thank you." She tilted her head. "If you ask nicely, I'll even give you the recipe." He reached out and took her hands. "My lovely, wonderful Aspen, would you be ever so kind and give me the recipe for this perfectly delicious coffee cake?" She burst out laughing. "That's a little over the top, but yes, how could I resist such an effusive request?" "I had to make sure it would work." He polished off the rest of his coffee cake. "Thank you." Glancing toward the stovetop where the baking dish with the rest of the coffee cake sat, she said, "You're welcome to have more if you'd like." Patting his stomach, he shook his head. "I'd better not, or that ladder might collapse under my weight." "All right. If you change your mind, you know where it is." She'd finished hers as well, so she stood and took their plates from the table before setting them in the sink. "As much as I'd rather sit here with you, I'm going to get started." "All right." He stood and left. The moment he was gone, Aspen had to crush the urge to go outside and just be with him as he worked. She had no desire to go into her little office and do her own job. Being with Ethan would be much more fun, even if all she did was give him moral support while he painted her cottage. She finished tidying up her kitchen, then went into her office. At least she had a date with him that night. She was really looking forward to it, not only to see where he lived, but because she relished all the one-on-one time she would have with him. "Do you even know how far gone you are?" she asked herself. How much you've fallen for him?" Shoving down the question, she turned her attention to her work. It was early afternoon when Aspen heard Ethan come in the front door. Every time he came in, her heart went into overdrive. Had he come in to get a drink, or use the bathroom, or to say he had to go somewhere? Or was he coming in to see her? Anxiously waiting to find out, Aspen stared at her computer monitor. "Aspen?" he said from the open doorway of her office. Whipping her head around, when she saw the way he was grinning, she said, "Yes?" The word dragged out. "I'm done." She sprang to her feet. "Oh!" He laughed. "I assume you want to come and see how it turned out." "Oh, yeah." She followed him out of the cottage into the front yard, where she stopped and turned to look at the exterior. The light blue-gray walls with white trim made the cottage look super cute and inviting. "Oh, Ethan, it turned out so good." "Come see the back." Walking side by side, they went around to the rear of the cottage, where Aspen stood back and looked at her house from several angles. "Wow!" She turned to him with a grin. "You're amazing." He was all smiles. "Thanks." Then he laughed. "I have to admit, I'm glad that project's done. It was definitely my least favorite." Which reminded her of him saying his favorite part was getting to know her. And then that kiss. Heat charged across her skin as her pulse raced. Narrowing his eyes as he looked at her, he asked, "What's wrong?" Was she so transparent? She swiveled away from him to admire the house some more and to hide her reaction. "Nothing, just enjoying the finished product." When she felt his hand at the back of her waist, she turned to him with a smile. "I'm going to head home and get ready for tonight. Can you be there about 6? With the anticipation of their date, she felt energized. "Yes." He moved to stand in front of her. "I'm very much looking forward to it." It was as if she was pinned in place by his gaze. "Me too." He lifted one of her hands to his lips and pressed a soft kiss to the back of it. "I'll see you soon." All Aspen could do was nod as he turned and left. He's completely stolen my heart, she thought, with a mix of elation and worry. Chapter 50. The rest of the afternoon dragged by, but when Aspen was done working for the day, she began getting ready for her date with Ethan. Filled with excitement, she picked out a short-sleeved, flowy yellow dress and paired it with low heels. Next, she freshened her makeup and did her hair, deciding to leave it down. She took a final look in the mirror, then grabbed her purse and headed out to her Jeep. Using her GPS, she drove to Ethan's house, and when she turned down a long paved road, she admired all the trees on his property. A few moments later, a modest but attractive cabin-like house came into view. Like he'd said, it was definitely larger than hers, maybe triple the size, but it looked inviting. She parked her Jeep, turned off the engine, and climbed out. Drawing in a quick breath, she turned her attention to the front of the house, then softly exhaled before gliding to the door. Mere seconds after knocking, Aspen was looking at Ethan standing on the other side of the open door. "Hello," he said with a broad smile. "Did you have any trouble finding my house?" Elated to see him, which was silly since it had only been a few hours since he'd left her place, Aspen shook her head. "No trouble at all." "Good." He stepped back and opened the door wider. "Please come in." Aspen walked inside, her eyes going right to the gorgeous view visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, which were impossible to miss since the living room was right in front of her. "Wow," she breathed as she walked to one of the windows and looked out. A spacious deck stood right outside. She turned to Ethan. "Do you spend a lot of time out there?" "Actually, I do." Softly chuckling, she said, "If I had a view like that, I think I'd move my office out there." He smiled. "It is very peaceful out there." After a pause, he said, "Would you like a tour?" "Sure." He took her through all the downstairs rooms, which included the living room, a spacious office, a fabulous kitchen, a large dining room, and a powder room. Then they went upstairs, where he showed her 2 guest bedrooms with their own bathrooms, as well as the master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom. Back in the hallway, Ethan turned to her with a chuckle. Like I told you, after all we've done on your place, it seems like I need to do some updating here. This place almost feels too dark with all the stained wood. Giving him a half-smile, she said, "A few coats of paint will brighten it right up." "Maybe you can do the painting this time," he said with a smirk. "Ha, not likely." Lips twitching with suppressed laughter, he said, "Let's go outside and sit on the deck." Aspen was all for that, and when they stepped onto the deck, she saw a grouping of comfortable-looking furniture as well as a table already set for two. Once they were sitting beside each other on the outdoor couch overlooking the view, she sighed in contentment. "This is so nice." And when Ethan put an arm around her, she eagerly rested her head against his shoulder. Then her stomach growled. He pulled away and turned to her with raised eyebrows. "Someone's hungry." Slightly embarrassed, she grimaced. "Yeah, I kind of am." Then she narrowed her eyes. "You are making dinner, aren't you?" She hadn't noticed anything baking in the oven. In fact, the kitchen had been conspicuously clean. His lips curved into a secretive smile. "Well, I'm not making it, but dinner will be coming. In fact, it should be here any minute." Aspen sat up straighter. "You ordered takeout?" "Not exactly." The ring of the doorbell sounded. "If you'll wait here," Ethan said. Then he stood and went inside. Loving the feeling of being taken care of, Aspen rested her head against the couch cushion and closed her eyes, replacing the view of the forest with an image of Ethan. Her heart swelled with what she was beginning to accept as love. Yes, she knew she had fallen in love with him. "We'll eat soon," he said a few minutes later. Aspen opened her eyes to see Ethan moving to sit beside her, which made her heart burst with emotion. Once he was settled and had his arm around her again, she snuggled against him. They sat like that, each lost in thought, until a man Aspen hadn't seen before came out onto the deck and said, "Dinner is ready." Looking at Ethan in question, when he nodded to the man and turned to her with a smile, she smiled back. Ethan stood, then held out his hand to her. She placed her hand in his, and together they walked to the nearby table. Ethan helped her into a chair, then sat across from her. Moments later, the man, who had gone back inside, came out carrying 2 plates, which he set in front of her and then Ethan. "Seared scallops," the man said before going back inside. The lovely scent made Aspen's mouth water. They began eating, and Aspen said, "This is the second catered meal in a week. I get the feeling you're not really into cooking." Ethan laughed. "You're right." They finished the scallops, and the man took away their plates before bringing the next course. "Artichoke and hearts of palm," he announced. "I could get used to this," Aspen said as she ate. Ethan grinned. "Sometimes I like to splurge." Yeah, Aspen thought, how much does something like this cost? Which reminded her that she had yet to pay Ethan a dime for all the work he'd done. They finished that course, and the next one came out. "Beef tenderloin," the man said, "garlic mashed Yukon Gold potatoes, and sautéed fresh asparagus." With the delicious food, the lovely setting, and the company, Aspen couldn't have felt more serene. There was no place in the world she would rather be than right there with Ethan. "How's your beef tenderloin?" he asked. "Tender and perfect," Aspen said, almost overwhelmed by the flawlessness of the evening. In fact, it was so flawless that she feared it was inevitable that something would go wrong. How could her life be this perfect? It wasn't possible, was it? Not after all of the bad luck she'd had in her love life in the past. How was it conceivable that she'd found such a fabulous man? "You still haven't done that search," her inner voice reminded her. The thought made her heart plummet with worry. Forcing that thought away, she focused on eating. "You're awfully quiet." "Just enjoying the delicious food." She pushed a bright smile onto her lips. He nodded, seeming to accept her explanation. "Now that the exterior of your cottage is done, what do you want to focus on next?" She chuckled. "I'm surprised you want to think about the next project." He grinned. "You're right. Forget I asked." "What about you?" she asked with a glance toward his house. "What changes do you want to make?" "Let me think about that." He took a bite of food, slowly chewed, swallowed, then said, Like you said earlier, painting some of the rooms would make a big difference, but I might want to update the kitchen." As they ate, they talked about the specific changes he would want to make. "Excited for him," Aspen said. "I'd be happy to help you pick stuff out." "That's what I'm counting on." Aspen realized they were talking long-term now, because the kind of changes he wanted to make weren't quick like hers had been. Was that really surprising, though? She had already accepted that she'd fallen in love with him, at least the man that she believed him to be. Why should it surprise her that she couldn't picture her life without him now? Once they finished their main course, the man took away their plates, then brought out dessert. "Tahitian vanilla creme brulee with fresh berries," he said, before going back inside the house. "I'm not sure if I have room," Aspen said as she gazed longingly at her dessert. Then she looked at Ethan with a smirk. "But I'm going to try." He smiled as he scooped up a bite. "It is a lot of food, but oh so good." Aspen laughed. "Exactly, which is why I'm going to eat at least some of it." When they'd eaten what they could, the man took away their plates and went inside. By then, the sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon. "I have a surprise," Ethan said. Intrigued, Aspen tilted her head. "And what would that be?" Ethan's lips turned up. "Come with me." Chapter 51. When Ethan took Aspen by the hand and led her to the railing of the deck, she went willingly. A few moments later, she heard violins playing. Her eyes opened wide. She looked at Ethan, who was grinning, then turned and saw 4 musicians, a string quartet, walking onto the deck. 3 of them played their instruments, a pair of violins and a viola, as they walked to an inconspicuous area of the deck, while the 4th person was setting up to play her cello. Heart soaring with happiness, Aspen couldn't stop smiling. The music was lovely, and the idea that Ethan had brought them there just for her was rather astounding. No one had ever done something like that for her before. He was really something special. "Shall we dance?" The sun had nearly set, and brilliant stars were beginning to twinkle overhead. The setting couldn't have been more romantic if it had been staged. "Yes," she said, eager to be in his arms. He drew her close to him, his hands circling her waist while her arms curled around his neck. With her cheek resting on his shoulder, they slowly moved in a circle. It seemed as if he surrounded her, and she loved it. His strength and his kindness all combined into one amazing and wonderful package. With her eyes closed, she breathed in his masculine scent, felt the warmth of him, the very presence of him, and soaked it all in. "I love him so much," she thought. The emotion captured her mind, and she could think of nothing else, so much so that all she wanted was to tell him how she felt. But she couldn't. Not until that last piece of the puzzle had fallen into place, that piece that held the information that only an internet search would give her. Information that she'd been free to discover whenever she wanted, but had been too afraid to learn. Now she had to find out, because until she did, sharing her feelings for him didn't seem right. Now, she told herself, now it's time to find out. The string quartet finished the piece they'd been playing and began another. Swallowing over the knot that had formed in her throat, Aspen pulled back enough to look Ethan in the eyes. "If you'll excuse me for a moment?" He smiled. "Of course, I'll be right here waiting." With a nod, she stepped away, then went into his house, and after grabbing her purse from where she'd left it on a chair, she headed straight to the powder room. Sitting on the closed toilet lid, she opened her purse and took out her phone. Her hands shook, but she managed to unlock the screen. She tapped on the browser icon, then stared at the blank field at the top, the place where she needed to enter Ethan's name. Her pounding heart wouldn't slow down. It was like a jackhammer against her ribs. Would she go into cardiac arrest? "Breathe, Aspen," she told herself. "Breathe. In and out. In and out." Focusing on her breathing helped, and when it seemed as if she had gotten her heart rate to a manageable level, she began typing. Ethan Ross. She stared at his name, her heart beginning to race again. Do it, she thought. You have to do it. If you don't discover his secret, how can you truly love him? What if it turns out he's a terrible person? Once you tell him, I love you, you can't take the words back. You have to be sure. With a quick inhale, she lowered her finger toward the search icon, and after another brief hesitation thought, here goes nothing. Then she tapped, Go. Her gaze was riveted to the screen. Everything else faded away as the results started loading. The first thing she saw were several pictures across the top, and all of them were of Ethan. Then her gaze slid downward to the headlines of the articles that displayed. Words jumped out at her: billionaire, bachelor, business owner. Wait, what? Aspen started at the top and slowly read again, not sure she was seeing it right. Then she tapped on an article and began reading, her mind going 1,000,000 miles an hour. Yes, she had read it right. Ethan, her Ethan, was a billionaire. Holy smokes, she thought. That was the last thing she would have guessed. All she'd known him as was a handyman she'd hired to work on her cottage. He'd given 0 clues that he was ridiculously wealthy. Now she understood why he hadn't been in a hurry for her to pay him, and why having meals catered and string quartets show up at his house was no big deal. She also understood why he'd been reluctant to have her do a search on him. No doubt he'd wanted her to figure out how she felt about him before she knew this unbelievable information. It also made sense now that when she told him she'd nearly looked him up, that before she told him she hadn't gone through with it, he'd just known she hadn't, because if she had, it would have shown in her eyes, which meant that there would be no hiding the fact that she now knew his secret. Then she thought about the reason she'd had to find out, because she wanted to tell him how she felt. Her feelings for him hadn't changed. She was still in love with him. But now that she knew the truth, and now that he would be able to tell she knew the truth, would he believe that this new knowledge hadn't influenced her? Would her declaration of love ring true? Suddenly, it seemed as if telling him she loved him would be disingenuous, unbelievable, fake. She should have told him before. If only she had, because now she wasn't sure she could, not without feeling like the words were insincere. A knock sounded on the bathroom door. Aspen jolted, nearly dropping her phone. Then she lifted her eyes and saw herself in the mirror. She looked like a deer about to be run over by a car. Wide eyes, pale face, mouth hanging open. Yes? She called out. Are you all right? Ethan asked. Yeah, I'll be out in a minute. Okay. She heard his footsteps fading as he walked away. On autopilot, she tucked her phone into her purse and slowly stood and faced herself in the mirror. Pinching her cheeks to try to get some color back, she tried to put a neutral expression on her face, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't disguise the shock broadcasting from her eyes. Ethan hoped Aspen was all right. She'd been in the powder room for quite a while. She'd seemed okay when they'd been dancing, but he knew feeling ill could happen quite suddenly. With his back to the deck railing, he stood and patiently waited for Aspen to rejoin him. With a string quartet playing in the background, he enjoyed the beautiful evening. The sun had set, and the evening had grown dark, but enough light from the house filtered onto the deck through the windows that he could still see fairly well. Moments later, Aspen emerged from the house. Concerned about how she was feeling, he began walking toward her. And then he saw her face. She knew. While she'd been in the powder room, she must have searched his name, and now she knew he wasn't Ethan, a simple handyman, but he was Ethan Ross, billionaire. Deciding to pretend that he didn't know, he softly smiled. Are you feeling okay? She nodded, but her gaze was focused on him like she was trying to align what she'd learned about him with the man she'd come to know. Would you like to dance some more? Wearing a tentative smile, she said, Yes. He drew her into his arms, his cheek resting on her head. It seemed as if she was clinging to him, like if she didn't hold on to him, he would disappear in the ether, never to be seen again. He couldn't help but wonder what had prompted her to look him up in the middle of their date, a date that had been going perfectly, up until now. Although she had every right to know his secret, what he'd feared would happen had happened. She saw him differently now. What was she thinking? Had it changed her opinion of him? Her feelings for him? He dearly hoped not, because his feelings for her had only grown stronger and more sure. He was certain now, certain that he'd fallen in love with her, her independence, her beauty, her passion and excitement for the things they'd been working on, with everything about her. The question was, how did she feel about him? It was time to have a talk. Chapter 52. Aspen was grateful for this time to be held in Ethan's arms while she processed what she'd learned about him. Grateful that she hadn't had to immediately confess what she now knew. But the longer he danced with her, while he held her in his embrace, the more her turmoil simmered inside her. On the one hand, she desperately wanted to tell him she was in love with him, but on the other hand, she was terrified that he would think she was saying that only because she knew he was a billionaire. What girl wouldn't want to be with a billionaire? But for her, that wasn't the reason at all. She'd known she was in love with him before she'd learned the truth, but how could she convince him of that? "Aspen," he murmured in her ear. Deep in thought, Aspen was startled by his voice. She pulled her head back and gazed at him. "Yes?" His smile was gentle. "Let's sit." She walked with him to the outdoor couch where they sat next to each other, their bodies angled toward each other. The string quartet continued to play, but it wasn't intrusive, and the musicians were far enough away that they wouldn't be able to hear anything she and Ethan discussed. The way he was looking at her, Aspen had no doubt he knew that she'd discovered his secret, which is when she decided it was up to her to tell him without him asking. She began, a giant knot clogging her throat. "I have to tell you something." He didn't react, didn't nod, didn't smile, didn't say a word. Was he trying to pretend he had no clue? Unsure, Aspen looked at her lap, then softly cleared her throat before meeting those green eyes that always drew her in. How to tell him? But then she knew. Start from the beginning. "When we were dancing earlier, before I excused myself, I was going to tell you something important." His gaze softened at that, which gave her courage to go on. "I was going to tell you how I feel about you, but I couldn't." She shook her head and looked down again, then tried to swallow her nervousness. Ethan took her hands in his, drawing her focus back to his face. "Why not? What was stopping you?" His gaze never wavered from hers. Tears sprang into her eyes, which she found super frustrating. Blinking several times to clear them, she forced herself to hold his gaze. "Because I had to know." "Know what?" With tears threatening again, she bit the inside of her lower lip and exhaled. "I had to know your secret." He slowly nodded. "And now you know." It wasn't a question, but Aspen nodded anyway. "Yes." "And?" This was the part that she'd been dreading ever since she'd done that stupid search. "It doesn't change the way I feel, Ethan." "How do you feel?" His voice was soft and low and warm. With the way he was looking at her, and with the words that wanted to burst from her lips, Aspen felt her heart hammering harder than it ever had before. He was the man of her dreams, but would her next words push him away? Would he find it hard to believe her now that he knew she was aware that he was wealthy beyond belief? Terrified, but knowing that she had to tell the truth, she gathered her courage, then studied his face. It was time to say it, time to risk it all. "I love you." It came out as nearly a sigh. She tore her gaze away and looked at her lap, then added, "But you probably don't believe me now." The thought that he didn't, that he would walk away from her, made her heart ache in a way it never had before, like it was made of glass and someone was about to slam a sledgehammer against it. Although Ethan kept his expression neutral, inside he was rejoicing. He had zero doubt that Aspen was sincere, despite what she'd learned about him. How could he believe anything else after all the time they'd spent together? And since he loved her too, it was everything he could have hoped for. "Aspen." He kept his voice soft. She lifted those amber eyes to his, eyes filled with dread, like she was afraid he was about to crush her heart and soul. That saddened him, because he would never do anything to make her feel like that. Never. Wanting to replace that look with a love he'd seen shining from her eyes moments before, he smiled. Not only do I believe you, but—" He lowered his chin while keeping his gaze locked on hers. "I love you too." Aspen stared at Ethan, unsure for a moment that she'd heard him right. Then her heart went from plummeting to the depths of despair to soaring to the very heights of heaven. He believes me, she thought. Even more, he loves me too. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms as a sob welled up in her throat. Breathing rapidly to hold the sob at bay, she buried her face in his neck as his arms enveloped her. "Oh, Aspen," he murmured beside her ear, "my sweet, sweet Aspen." Clinging to him like he was the only thing keeping her afloat in a world of uncertainty, Aspen savored every moment of being held in his arms. In his embrace, her world was strong, steady, immovable. In his embrace, everything was right and true. When they finally drew apart, Aspen scrutinized his face. "How did you know I was telling the truth? That learning your secret didn't sway me?" He smiled, his eyes crinkling. "I just knew." Giddy with relief and joy, Aspen smiled. "I need to get one of those tell-the-truth-ometers that you have. The one that helps you to just know." He burst out laughing. "It does come in handy." He stood and held out his hand. "Another dance?" Wearing a radiant smile, Aspen said, "Absolutely." She placed her hand in his and stood, then eagerly went into his arms, and as they slowly swayed to the beautiful music, Aspen was happier than she had ever been in her life. Ethan truly was her Prince Charming, and to think it all started because she needed a handyman. She knew Marcel was going to just about die when she filled her in, but for now she relished this time with Ethan, and knowing they had a bright future to look forward to filled her with absolute euphoria. They danced under the stars, their arms wrapped around each other as the violins, viola, and cello played in the background. Resting her head on Ethan's shoulder, Aspen sighed with deep contentment, her heart full of love and happiness that she'd taken a chance on her very own billionaire handyman. Chapter 53. 11 months later. "You look perfect," Marcel said, as Aspen adjusted her veil in front of the oversized full-length mirror in her cottage bedroom. Aspen couldn't stop the huge smile from curving her lips. It had been exactly 1 year since she and Ethan had met, and today they were getting married. Her heart was so full that Aspen thought it might burst with happiness and love. Over the last 11 months, they'd spent so much time together that they developed an unbreakable bond. Just like they had discussed, after Ethan had finished all of the work on Aspen's cottage, which had been amazing, especially considering he had done the work himself, even though he had more money than anyone Aspen had ever met, they'd started working on his cabin. He'd hired out much of the work, but together they'd chosen finishes and even done some of the work themselves. Mostly, though, over the previous 11 months, they had just enjoyed spending time together, whether it was bird watching, which they'd grown to love, or bike rides and picnics, or traveling to exotic places, which they'd done a few times. The most important thing was always that they were together. Their love had blossomed and matured to the point that marriage was the only thing that made sense, and today was the day. After a lengthy discussion about where to get married, especially with Ethan's unlimited resources, in the end they had decided to get married where everything had started, at Aspen's cottage. Only family and very close friends would be in attendance, which is just how they wanted it. They'd been living a simple life, and they wanted their wedding to reflect that. Despite the fact that a walk would be required, they'd chosen to have the ceremony right next to the tree where Aspen had nearly fallen, and Ethan had scrambled up to save her. Remembering that day, which was when they'd shared their first kiss, Aspen smiled. "I don't think I've ever seen such a radiant bride," Marcel said with a bemused smile. "No nerves at all?" Aspen shook her head. "Nope, not one. I've never been more certain of anything in my life." "Well," Marcel said, "he is a great guy, and you deserve every bit of happiness." She chuckled. "I can't help but remember when you told me his secret." She shook her head. "So crazy." Aspen laughed. "I think that's the first time you've ever been speechless, Marcel." "Ha! And the last. The wedding planner poked her head into Aspen's room. It's almost time. At the realization that she was about to become Ethan's wife, Aspen's heart sped up, not with nervousness, but with joy and excitement. Okay, Marcel said. I'll see you out there. Aspen smiled at her dear friend, and once Marcel left, Aspen made her way down the stairs to the living room where her father was waiting. When she stopped in front of him, she saw tears in his eyes. Giving him a big hug, she struggled to hold back tears of her own. Over the previous months, her parents had gotten to know Ethan and loved him like a son. Aspen had gotten to know Ethan's mother and sister as well, and was thrilled to be marrying into his family. Are you ready? Her father asked when she stepped out of his embrace. Wearing a huge smile, Aspen said, So ready. I'm happy for you both, Aspen. I know how much you love each other. Aspen felt beyond blessed, and as she and her father walked out the back door and started on the path to where their guests were waiting in chairs that had been set up earlier, her heart soared with excitement and joy. Ethan stood under the tree where he and Aspen would soon be married, his heart full as a smile of anticipation curved his lips. A string quartet played nearby, and when Marcel came and sat down, he knew Aspen's arrival was imminent. A moment later, the wedding planner gave a signal to the musicians, and they started playing Pachelbel's Canon in D. Ethan's eyes went right to the path where Aspen would appear, anxious to see her. He had yet to see her wedding gown, but knew she would be exquisite. Then, there she was. She seemed to be lit from within, and as she slowly glided toward him on her father's arm, he didn't know if his heart could take the happiness that filled him to overflowing. Tears leapt into his eyes. He loved her so very much. Aspen couldn't take her eyes off of Ethan. Dashing in his gray suit, he'd never looked more handsome. Her whole soul thrummed with the overwhelming desire to become his wife. Trying not to race to his side, she forced herself to keep her pace slow as her eyes were locked on his. Keeping her breathing steady, she made her way past her guests until she reached her love. Then, with a final hug from her father, she faced Ethan. As the officiant welcomed the guests, Aspen, incandescent with joy, smiled at her husband-to-be. They said their vows, and as the officiant pronounced them husband and wife, Aspen felt like she was starring in her very own fairy tale, one where she was the princess who was marrying her prince, and when Ethan took her in his arms and kissed her as his wife, Aspen floated on clouds of pure bliss. I now present Mr. and Mrs. Ethan Ross, the officiant said. With her hand clasping Ethan's, Aspen faced those she loved most in the world. Everyone cheered, and as she and Ethan walked hand in hand past their friends and family, Aspen knew they were walking into a future full of promise, a future filled with everything she could ever want, and with the man she adored by her side, that future was more dazzling than she ever could have dreamed of. This has been The Billionaire Handyman, written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2021 by Christine Kersey. Thanks for listening.